At the top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. Yeah, I rise with the stars. From the ground up, I rose from the dark. Every second I've been waiting for this moment. Stop, watch, the time is now. Bow down, the rep counts to 10, that's the end. The bell chimes, my hands up, my name rings, it's my belt. What drives the fight? Will rise when it's time to shine. And yeah, it's time for mine. It seems we waiting now for most of our lives. I'm in control and I decide to drive to the top of where it's my design. It's been gliding, fighting, hands up, it's tiring. Time spent below, they don't forget, I get reminded. Every day reminded of the stress and the test. For the day I get the title of the best, I'm a rise to. At the top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. And you know that's where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go.
철혈의 제국 녹서스. 죽음조차 막을 수 없었던 불굴의 패왕 모데카이저를 쓰러뜨린 이곳은 오늘날 룬테라의 가장 거대하고 강력한 대제국으로 성장함으로써 힘과 승리만을 중시하는 제국민들의 자부심 그 자체가 되었습니다. 제국이 처음부터 어떤 장미덩굴 속에 얽혀 있었는지 알지 못한 채
하지만 녹서스의 역사는 아름다운 거짓이야. 내가 수백 년간 무수한 거짓의 씨앗을 뿌렸거든. 어둠 속에서 자라난 씨앗은 혼돈을 퍼뜨리며 단단하고 깊게 뿌리를 내렸지. 내가 이 야만인들에게 제국이라는 꿈을 풀어넣은 거야. 지금의 저들을 봐. 환영을 위해 목숨 바칠 준비가 된 녹서스를.
르블랑. 수세기 전 피해 백작인 블라디미르와 손을 잡은 그녀는 자신의 주인이자 폭군 모데카이저를 물질계에서 추방시키는데 성공했습니다. 이후 검은장 미단이라는 비밀 결사를 세운 르블랑은 변장의 규제였던 자신의 능력으로 제국의 그림자 속에 숨어 녹서스를 원하는 대로 이끌고 있었죠. 모데카이저 같은 최악의 상황이 재발하지 않도록 더 강력한 마법 유물과 어두운 마법을 찾는 데 혈안이 된 검은 장미단. 최근 벌어진 필트오버에서의 혼란 속에서 오랜 적대자였던 메다르다 가문의 수장 암베사 메다르다의 죽음까지 이끌어냈지만 새로 부임한 대장군 스웨인과 같이 극소수의 녹서스 주요 인사들이 이 비밀 결사의 존재를 눈치채면서 검은 장미단의 활동은 극심한 견제를 받기 시작했습니다. 부상하는 녹서스의 새로운 권력, 약해져가는 녹서스 내에서의 입지. 르블랑에겐 과감한 수가 필요한 때였죠.
새 길을 나설 때마다 혼돈에 다가서는 느낌이군. 이번엔 제발로 찾아온 기회에 집중하는 편이 더 좋을지도 모르겠어.
모든 걸 내다보고 길을 나설 순 없죠.
그래, 하지만 저건 알잖아. 너무 큰 모험이라고. 우리에게조차.
필트오버를 교훈으로 삼아요, 블라디미르. 재난은 언제나 닥쳐와요. 대비할 시간이 부족할 때도 있는 법이죠. 다음 수에 필요한 건 대담함이에요. 신중함이 아니라.
그 어느 인기척도 느껴지지 않는 새벽, 날뛰 낡은 투구 하나를 꺼내던 르블랑은 오래전 자신이 봉인해 두었던 끔찍한 악마를 잠에서 깨어냅니다. 아타칸. 수세기 전 정보광 산 우잘의 가장 위대한 장군이었던 사내 카타쉬리. 그가 왕과 함께 걷는 길은 언제나 피로 물들었고 그 짙은 피 냄새는 룬테라의 악마를 끌어들이고야 말았죠. 자신의 목숨을 바쳐 주군을 구해낸 카타쉬리였지만 언제나 자원을 낭비하는 법이 없었던 왕은 그의 육체를 악마의 영혼과 결합, 카타쉬리를 아타칸이라는 괴물병기로 만들어버렸습니다. 왕의 지배는 그가 모데카이저가 된 이후에도 계속되었고 모데카이저가 물질계에서 추방되면서 그 역시 검은 장미단에 의해 봉인되었지만 지금 이렇게 르블랑의 부름에 의해 아타칸은 다시 한번 현실의 세계로 돌아온 것이었죠. 자신의 은신처에서 아타칸을 마주한 르블랑은 자유를 원한다면 다르킨의 무기가 있는 곳을 말하라 강요합니다. 다르킨. 한때 슈리마에서 신의 힘을 부여받은 신성전사였던 그들은 이후 타락하여 세상을 피로 물들이는 전쟁광이 되었고, 끝내 그 악행의 대가로 자신들이 쓰던 검과 아래 봉인되어 버리고 말았습니다. 그렇게 살아있는 무기가 된 다르킨들은 자신들이 지배할 새로운 숙주를 찾아 오랜 세월을 숨죽여 지냈고, 르블랑이 찾는 새로운 힘이 바로 이 다르킨이 봉인된 무기였죠. 결국 새 주인의 말을 받아들인 아타카는 자신이 아는 다르킨의 장소를 은신처의 벽에 그려냅니다. 아이오니아.
오래전에 잊힌 약한 사슬.
최초의 땅이로군.
아이오니아는 길의 시작일 뿐.
그래, 내 세계로 와서 전리품을 받아라.
놈의 말을 들어라, 르블랑. 게다가 이젠 숙주도 없잖아. 군대가 있다고 해도 새로운 대장군은 절대로 아이오니아 원정을 허락하지 않을 거야.
명령은 모두 따랐다. 날 해방해라, 마녀야.
군대를 잃은 건 불운한 일이었죠. 하지만 녹서스의 힘과는 상관없는 일이에요. 속삭임 하나가 수천 개의 칼날보다 더 날카로운 법이니.
가자고, 아이오니아로.
최초의 땅 아이오니아. 물질계와 영혼계의 경계가 얕은 이 거대한 군도에서 아이오니아인들은 오랜 세월 세상의 갈등에서 벗어나 균형과 평화를, 깨달음과 조화를 추구하며 살아왔습니다. 그 점을 약점으로 여긴 녹서스의 침공으로 길고 고통스러운 전쟁을 치러야만 했지만, 부드러우면서도 강인했던 아이오니아는 룬테라의 가장 강력한 제국을 상대로 패배치 않고 자신들의 세계를 지켜낼 수 있었죠. 그리고 다시 지금 차차 과거의 평화를 되찾아가던 아이오니아에 한 이방인이 이 신비의 땅에 발을 내딛습니다. 그의 이름은 신짜오. 아이오니아 출신의 어린 소년이었으나 녹서스의 포로로 붙잡혀 오랜 세월 거친 투기장의 검투사로 살아야 했던 그는 이후 데마시아의 왕 자르반 3세를 만나 고결한 대의를 추구하는 새로운 삶을 살게 되었죠. 하지만 고향을 떠난 지 수십 년, 이상한 일이 일어났습니다. 그가 심은 나무에서 오직 아이오니아에서만 핀다는 영혼의 꽃이 자라난 것이었죠. 그 상스러운 일을 조사하고자 아이오니아에 오게 된 신짜오는 지금 이렇게 영혼의 꽃 축제가 한창인 고향으로 돌아와 데마시아에 피어난 영혼의 꽃을 아이오니아에 돌려놓습니다.
이상한 소문들을 들었어. 세상 곳곳에 마법이 피어난다는 속삭임을. 영혼의 꽃이 더 큰 무언가를 암시하는 걸까? 변화의 움직임 같은.
조심해, 여행자. 그런 소리를 했다간 큰 공경에 처할 수도 있다고.
당신은 킹코우 결사단의
함께 산책이라도 하지 않겠나? 라이콘의 신짜오.
오랜 세월 물질계와 영혼계의 균형을 수호해온 킹코우 결사단의 일원으로서 아이오니아를 지켜온 폭풍의 심장 켄은, 신짜오의 이야기를 전해들은 그 요들은 오래전 고향을 떠나야 했던 신짜오에게 아이오니아의 역사와 문화를 가르치며 그를 따뜻하게 맞이해줍니다. 그때
악마로군. 당장 쉔 사부님, 마임 사부님과 상의해야겠네.
그럼 전 혼자 가서 맞서 보겠습니다.
아이오니아 전역에 나타난 가면 쓴 악마들. 축제 중 갑자기 들이닥친 악마들의 공세에 혼비백산한 마을을 구하고자 달려간 신짜오는 데마시아산 강철로 베려진 자신의 창을 휘두르며 악마의 물결에 홀로 맞섭니다.
지금도 꽃을 바리는 어둠이 깔릴 때 헤매어도 나아가게 날 비춰주는 것 바래도 달을 왔다 해도 나지 못해 두 눈 감을 때 잊히고 잊혀도 영원히 비쳐 뒷불이 될 테니 다음에도 오늘 바래는 영감의 시간에 검은 꽃을 어두워도 피워내는 것 황혼의 영향 앞에서 그 따뜻한 내 품어두고 자색빛으로 물들어 잊히고 미쳐도 기억되길
위기의 신짜오 앞에 나타난 무녀 유나라. 한때 킹코우 결사단의 일원으로서 아이오니아를 수호했던 그녀는 오랜 세월 깨끗하고 평화로운 성품을 지닌 아이오니아의 수호령 칸메이의 사원을 돌보며 세상으로부터 단절된 채 살아왔습니다. 그러나 과거 아이오니아에 재앙을 불러왔던 악마들이 다시 나타났다는 것을 알게 된 유나라는 수많은 악마들을 처단했던 킹코우 유물 에이온 에르나를 손에 쥔 채 사람들을 지키고자 지금 이렇게 신짜오의 앞에 서게 된 것이었죠. 공동의 적 앞에서 힘을 합쳐 사람들을 공격하는 악마들을 정화, 그들의 리더까지 처치하는 신짜오와 유나라. 하지만 그들이 진실을 깨닫는 것은 오래 걸리지 않았습니다. 이 모든 습격이 곧 다가올 혼란과 파괴의 시작에 불과했다는 사실을
황혼의 눈에게 물어볼 게 있는데. 유나라? 사원을 비우다니 상의도 없이. 황혼의 사원에서 종소리가? 아무도 모르는 곳인데. 사원이 침입당한 게 분명해. 당장 돌아가야 해.
꽃잎은 떨어지고 검은 장미가 피어난다. 네가 이 이야기의 주인공 같나? 온 세상을 구하는? 이미 승패가 결정된 게임에 꼭두각 씌울 뿐이야. 열심히 싸우겠지. 훌륭한 병사답게. 그리고 무너질 거야. 여느 필멸자처럼. 끝까지 버텨봐. 그 이야기의 끝이 궁금하다면.
everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Woori Bank LCK Finals. It has been a long, long road, but we're finally here. It's been a unique traveling path, but it's number 1 versus number 2. Gen G versus Hanwha Life Esports, the champs of MSI, the champs of EWC against the reigning LCK champions. Digon here alongside Wadid and Ox to break down this huge matchup to decide one legacy.
I feel like this is the new sort of classic matchup we're starting to get. You know, we had this in the LCK Cup, we had this last summer for the finals, we also had this in the upper bracket in the road to MSI, and we're getting it once again. As you said, path was a little bit different for how we got here, not what people expected, but the outcome has ended up being the same.
Yeah, I mean, we all know what happens if these two teams play against each other. So we're gonna have a banger series today.
Yeah, let's get into it as we take a look at that unique path here in the 2025 LCK playoff bracket. It started with Gen G getting surprised, getting caught out, and losing to their second organization of the year in KT, whereas Hanwha Life Esports, they took care of business in the least amount of games as possible. 6-0 in game score, haven't lost a single game yet.
Yeah, and I think it's a great showing for HLE, very decisive, which gave a lot of confidence, because I feel like their Legend Group performance wasn't super inspiring. This really sort of solidified their position. They are in the top 2 right now. They have shown that they're very deserving of that first seed and the first spot in this finals.
Yeah, I mean, especially what they showed in the regular split, HLE. I mean, they were not that good enough, you know. They finished with the rank 2, but like everyone is saying that, oh man, maybe T1 is slightly better than them, but how they prepared for the playoffs were just phenomenal. Like their strategy, their draft was on point. So I have no doubt that they prepared for something for today as well.
Well, these teams are loaded with experience, specifically in the finals, as these squads have rosters and organizational history here with championships abound. Hanwha Life Esports, the reigning champ, last time they were in it, back in summer 2016, they won as well, and obviously Gen G, their 7th finals appearance in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that streak from Gen G is just absolutely insane. Obviously, HLE starting to develop, trying to make a little bit of a streak, but I feel like Gen G's dominance, that big run, those 4 championships in a row, and the fact they've had such a long just appearances in the finals is just unprecedented.
Wait. Don't you remember who stopped that unbeatable record from Gen G?
You tell me.
That was HLE last year.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Everyone expected Gen G to win the final.
Everyone expected.
Everyone, hold on.
Literally everyone, I would say.
Literally everyone? There was one man who knew. One man who wagered it. And we'll see what that prediction is later on in just a bit. But again, it was that Hanwha Life Esports squad that stopped Gen G and put that dash aside for Zeka. And now he's labeled a champion, 4 of them returning part of that roster. Zeus comes on in. He does have an LCK championship, but he's won all the other trophies more recently.
I think it's also interesting to see how like Peanut and Delight were big parts of that Gen G win streak, and you see those championship streaks they've had. Zeus, when he was on T1, obviously matching up against Gen G, but regularly being that runner-up. And then Zeka, just a Giga Chad, 1 appearance, 1 win. That's all he does.
And that was against Gen G, so that's more special.
Yeah, and we saw this one yesterday. It's littered with experience, specifically in the mid lane. Chovy has been there time and time again. However, the last time it was there for Ruler, he did win back in summer 2022 before making that move over to JDG and Duro. He'll have something in there, whether it's finalist, whether it's champion, but it'll be up to that Gen G squad to try and change things up here.
I mean, I think it's crazy, Duro, with just so much less experience and all the counterparts, but also Keen, so much smaller than so many of the other players. It's hard to think of, obviously, because he's had such a long career, but he really hasn't been in these finals that often in comparison, but it doesn't show when you look at his play.
I mean, I don't consider Duro as a rookie player anymore because like it was only LCK, right? So when you consider international tournaments, like he was just insane in the finals as well. So I have no doubt that he's not gonna have any pressure in this matchup.
Well, when you think about experience in finals, it starts with the 2 most experienced players on these squads. It is Peanut and it's Chovy. I mean, Peanut has been here throughout his career, back in summer 16 with the Tigers, and then moving on through all the different organizations he's been able to bring to the finals. And then Chovy on the opposite side, having to do that through multiple different chapters in his career as well.
You know, we've seen these two players have great performances individually and together, and now going up against each other as well. I feel like both of them having such fantastic legacies. Chovy's been such a main character since he came onto the scene, but Peanut has been a part of so many amazing rosters, so many amazing stories, really, as such a fantastic player that we've been lucky to have in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so rare that it's gonna be his last final in the LCK. I mean, after the military, maybe he comes back, but yeah, anyways, it's probably the last one. And yeah, Chovy, he already proved a lot in the LCK, especially like how he was good in the regular split, and like he's just the icon of the LCK right now. And yeah, he's probably the best mid laner in the world right now.
Yeah, and to help build that, Peanut was a part of it back in the 2023 year.
Yeah.
They rose to the top, and then it was in 2024 where they made the switch over to Canyon and Peanut over to Hanwha Life Esports. They found success early, did Gen G in spring, but then in summer, it was Peanut's chance to get revenge and turn the script on over. Just a great rivalry between these two squads. When we take a look how it's been head-to-head against each other, because in 2025, these two teams, they go the distance. They always bring the best out of each other, and no one ever lands a knockout punch when it comes between Chovy and Peanut, when it comes between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G.
It's been just so many battles. I feel like especially the LCK Cup was where we saw just absolute bloodbaths between these two teams, and it was the narrow advantage for HLE that put them ahead. But it's just been non-stop back and forth between these two teams that I see no reason to suggest that that's going to end today.
Oh, definitely not. Here's the head-to-head. It started out great for Hanwha Life Esports, that LCK Cup win. And then it's been all Gen G as they've solidified themselves as the most dominant team in the world, until recently a couple of the hiccups. But I mean, that 7-2 series record is pretty huge.
I mean, I only mentioned about the last year finals, but you gotta remember that the recent BO5 that happened against HLE, Gen G won against that, and it was road to MSI, and it was insane like bounce back after them losing 2 games in a row. We didn't expect them to have those kind of insane series, because Gen G, they were never like come back after 2 games losing streak, right? So it was insane series. Just
I feel like we haven't seen that many reverse sweeps in Fearless. It's been hard to pull off.
Oh yeah,
that was a big moment, and I think HLE suffered as a result of that. The next series they then got 3-0'd, and we haven't really seen that return to form until this playoffs. It really felt like they were off kilter until recently. They took that series hit hard. We even spoke to Zeus in an interview, and he said that was a big loss. That was a really big loss for them, and as a result of that, they lost to T1, they didn't go to MSI, and it felt like they were reeling for a while.
Yeah, and let's take a look on how they've been able to do that with our first point of the match. It has been Chef Hanwha Life Esports with a team-by-team recipe. They focused their strategy against T1, they focused their strategy against KT, and let's see what they got left to cook here against Gen G, who has been the best team in the LCK, the most dominant team of the world in 2025 until that hiccup against KT.
I mean, I think they're the best team when it comes to the lane kingdom. So I think the reason why HLE was struggling is because even though they win a lot of lane matchups, normally though they don't get the objective. So that was the issue, because the main meta is all about getting the objective, getting the dragon cycle correct to your tempo. So I think it's really important to think about the objective, but they were not good at it. But right now, they're back in form with the laning phase, and also on top of that, Peanut is controlling all the objectives of the map. So that's why HLE is just so good as a team right now.
I think something to me as well is the fact that very clearly HLE has 2 really strong side lanes they can play around with Zeus and Viper, and depending on their opponent, they can really leverage heavily who they want to support, who they want to set up. If they do want to heavily punish Doran, they can do that. Whereas if they want to lean on Dokdam when they were going up against KT, that's also really viable. And the fact that when they go deeper in Fearless, they can lean on either side really gives them a lot of strength.
Yeah, not many teams are able to do that, and that is one of the strengths of Gen G. You can play towards Keen, you can give him counter pick, or you can put him on a tank and play towards Ruler. You can also play towards Chovy in the mid lane, whereas there hasn't been many teams that have been able to do that consistently. Hanwha Life Esports showing that they have the strategy to be able to do that in both the T1 match and the KT match. Now, on the opposite side, which is going to be a huge, huge task for this Hanwha Life Esports squad, it is Gen G who are one of the best preparers of strategies in the world. Head coach Kim saying we prep tier picks over counter picks, and let's see how they adjust the draft against Hanwha Life Esports.
I do feel like with the loss against KT, there were definitely some holes in some of the drafts that they brought out, and I think that sometimes Gen G has gotten away with some drafts which have had some issues, but they've kind of made them work just because they have such excellent players. I really think the team has kind of shown that they've reevaluated a lot of things coming on the back of their loss to KT. I think it's honestly been a positive overall because they've gone, okay, maybe there are some weaknesses that we have to look at. I think often Gen G benefits from being such a strong team, but then doesn't have to reflect as much. And going into the series, particularly against T1, you can see they refined their drafts in a lot of ways, and it felt like they had big draft advantage. Some of the engaged compositions they were playing, things like that. Camille Galio, again, not too complicated, but just so straightforward to play and really shut down T1 very effectively.
Yeah, so, and also they try to use red side more to have more counter picks, and I think that helps a lot because you have Duro who wants to pick Blitzcrank or Pike in the BO5, and I think that definitely helps in the draft. But also, Anna mentioned that maybe in the regular split they had the different playstyle, but in terms of like playoffs, I feel like they just rely on team fights more. So I don't think they're good on like snowballing from the laning phase. I think the game goes like 50-50 until like 20 minutes whenever you watch a Gen G game, you know? But after one objective team fight, they're just so far ahead. So I feel like it's two different team playstyle team is playing against each other. So I just wonder what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't watch the KT series, that's basically what happened. KT had the choice of the first fight almost every time.
Oh yeah.
And then after that, Gen G shut the door and never let them back in. Now let's go in through lane by lane because these are two star-studded rosters, and we start on the top side of the map. And we're claiming this one as the dream matchup because you have the coach's dream in Keen. You can pick him anything. You can peek him strong side, weak side. He'll be there in the draft. The opposite side for Zeus, he's the ultimate question because everyone has to answer his moves.
I mean, his ultimate dream for every single top laner, by the way. How he plays his lane is just insane. So his snowballing skills are just so good, so you can't really match him. But if you like mention one player that who can actually match against Zeus, is actually Keen. And it's just battle of spear and shield, in my opinion.
I feel like for me, Keen's so impressive because you get a lot of players who they're like the carry player, but they can play tanks, or they're the more tank-focused weak side player, but they can play carries. For me, Keen's so impressive because I feel like he's like a chameleon that he can play tanks or carries so effectively. It never feels like he's one playing the other, that he can play, but he's kind of just doing what he's not as good at and he's forced to. It feels like he's so good and he can flip a switch, and whatever the coach gives him, he's confident, and it's just so powerful in Fearless to have that ability to flip between the two styles at any time.
Now in the jungle, it's all about trends, and we've got two very different trending jungles here, especially when we take a look at the stats. Kenyon was the league. He was running the league in rounds 3 through 5 and early on in the year. However, in playoffs, he's the biggest question mark and probably one of the greatest opportunities for Hanwha Life Esports to take advantage of. And on the opposite side, Peanut, he's peaked. He was struggling during the regular season and has found his form in the last 6 games.
I think the issue comes from the champion pool mainly. The reason why like Peanut was struggling in the regular split is because he couldn't handle the AD meta junglers that well. So like you have to give up something in the draft, so it didn't work out. But in the playoffs, they prepared the draft, they prepared the champions, so that's why Peanut looks so much better. But in the opposite side, yeah, Gen G, they need more poke picks, right? So that's why they tried to do some Kiana pick, but it didn't work out. So he's definitely struggling. So I wonder how they figure it out, because after game 3, I think they're gonna pinch the jungle pool. So I feel like they prefer like tank engaged champions. So it really depends on how they build up the mid jungle champion.
Yeah, let's take a look. There it is, the defending champs and the reigning MSI champs. A lot of questions going to be answered in just a little bit for those squads. How the drafts are going to go, how the players are feeling. Speaking of how they're feeling, let's take a look at the mid lane, because these two guys are the heartbeats of their team. Chovy is Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's been so fantastic for this team. Looking first though, Zeka I think has had a big resurgence for the side of HLE, and it's been super important because I think he has generally been one of the bigger underperformers. But in that series, particularly against T1, he was a massive factor. You know, I think the mid jungle was really important because Owen has been having an absolute tear, and Zeka started to show some of the redemption. I think he struggled a bit, especially in terms of champion pool in the latter parts of the year, but we started to see, especially him and Peanut being a stronger pairing. We're seeing things like the Silas, some of those picks really come to fruition. And I think if Zeka is on his picks, he can still do those phenomenal performances that we saw bring him to that World Championship title he won before.
I mean, I'm still impressed by Chovy because like he called it off that he didn't want to pick Mel in Game 5. He picked Vex over Mel right there, and that was correct choice. So it showcases that even though coaching staff knows about the draft and prepared for the draft, players is the last one who calls it off. And I think that decision making can change the history. And I think this series is also really important to be awake in the draft.
I think it just shows so much confidence from these players, especially since there was talk about how it wasn't practiced, and bringing out things like the Cassiopeia, which he hadn't played in the LCK before. I think Fearless we're seeing is really testing players, and it's players like Chovy who just have so much confidence, so much ability to just bring out these picks and be like, you know what, I am ready. I think this is the right position for it in Game 5, and are willing to do so. Very impressive performance from him.
Now down to the bottom side of the map, the big narrative here that's been happening with Did is the lane swap meta. It is returned in a different way, whether it's top laners going bot, it's bot laners solo top, it's the supports making sure they're there after 3 minutes. It's been all over the LCK.
Yeah, I already explained yesterday like why it's good in this meta, because you can actually enable the matchup that you want. But the one thing I really want to see today is how you want to react to it, you know? So I'm expecting them to actually match AD carry on the top lane, because normally when the lane swap is happening, if you want to still play that matchup, then you match the bot lane on the top lane, right? But it's not happening right now with the Viper swap. So both teams are really good on this swap situation, so I really want to see if they are gonna like battle on the top lane, one versus one.
Yeah, which then allows the supports then to have a lot of agency around the map here.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen two different sides from the supports in this series, because I feel like Duro has honestly just been so phenomenal. I can't sing his praises enough, and I feel like so much he has just really been in the right place at the right time. So often we see him honestly serving as like the second jungler for Gen G when Canyon maybe hasn't been as proactive. It's been Duro the one setting up the plays, or when the enemy team is trying to make a proactive play and punish one of the members of Gen G, it's Duro turning up and counteracting that and getting a massive advantage for the side of Gen G as a result. So often he's there when the team needs, and here's another great example, turning up with a heal for Canyon, and as much as Canyon goes down, it sets up a favorable play for Gen G once again. Yeah, and then here as well, Delight. I think for me, he's always been such a good team fighter, and we often talked about Rakan being a phenomenal pick for him, but I think it's like Rakan, Alistair, Rel, all these engaged supports, if he gets his hands on them, he's just so good at setting up plays, so good at engaging, and I feel like it's so hard to team fight against him, particularly protecting your backline when he has these. It just feels like his engage abilities are longer range. It feels like his AoE, unlike his Alistair Q, is bigger, and I just feel like his engage capabilities are so much better than any other support. And I feel like that's like the kind of difference between these two. Both phenomenal players, both able to do so much.
Quick point we did.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's two different style of players, right? Team fighter or tempo master.
Yeah, all right. Well, there it is. We've gone lane by lane, the strategy of the teams. Nothing left to do except the predictions of us here on the desk. So let's get to it. What do we have, y'all? Any believers? Oh, it's just me? Ooh. I don't, that's not good. Ox is the one that got it right last time. He was all alone against the dominant Gen G Tiger Nation, and he called it correct, but he goes 3-2 this time.
Yeah, so the reason I'm going Gen G this time is if you actually look back at how the series has sort of played out for HLE, it's been such a long time since they've actually won a Game 4, a game, or Game 5. It's been LCK Cup, because they obviously had that 5-game series against Gen G in the road to MSI, but they got reverse swept, and then it was losing 3-0 to T1, and then their recent series have been 3-0 wins, so we haven't seen them win deep in Fearless in a very long time, and that worries me because I feel like we're not going to have a 3-0 today. I feel like it's going to go deep in the series. It's going to be a big test, and when you look at Gen G, they've consistently proven themselves when it's gone deep in Fearless. We've seen them do it domestically, we've seen them do it at MSI, going up against teams like AL and T1, and for that reason, I give them the edge today.
All right, Wadid, how about yourself? Gen G voter as well.
I mean, I was thinking about the key point of the today, and I think it's actually red side. So I have no doubt that the first game, I think blue side is better because you can prepare something to first pick. But when it comes to game 2, I think it's red side benefits more because Gen G already proved themselves that they prefer red side, so they can actually like counter pick the top lane. And also, I think the reason why they prefer red side is because the mid lane champions are not good enough right now. It's just Orianna, and you just ban out Azir, and rest of the champions are just whatever. You can trade for it, and I think Gen G already showed so many times that the red side counter pick works well, and that's why they picked so many times last series. They just put key on the R4 and R5, and the win rate already shows that red side is OP in the playoffs especially.
I think for me, after doing the interview with Peanut, it's just a great reminder that it's one final time to see Peanut climb the mountain and have the opportunity to do something great. And they are standing by right now with the captain's interview.
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명에서 정글러 맡고 있는 피넛 한왕호입니다. 저희가 결승전에서 자리할 수 있을까를 상상하곤 했었는데 그것도 제일 먼저 결승전에 오게 돼서 너무 좋고, 그리고 그 상상을 실현시켜가지고 굉장히 좋은 것 같습니다. 여기 경기장에 적응하기 위해서 직관도 하고 그랬는데 일단 젠지가 어떤 뱀픽으로 하는지에 대해서 좀 더 이야기를 많이 나눴고 그런 걸로 오늘 잘 준비할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 장점은 이 피어리스 뱀픽에서 저희가 준비했던 픽들을 좀 많이 안 보여준 게 장점인 것 같고, 단점 같은 경우는 이제 저희가 무대 감각이나 경기 수가 젠지보다는 떨어지다 보니까 젠지가 좀 더 경험이 좀 더 있지 않을까, 그게 좀 단점일 것 같아요. 앞선 플레이오프에서 3대0, 3대0으로 이기고 올라왔기 때문에 결승전도 3대0으로 해서 9대0까지라는 이런 기록도 세워보고 싶은데, 그래도 젠지가 워낙 저력이 있는 팀이라 3대1 정도 생각하고 있겠습니다. LCK 마지막을 결승전에서 치를 수 있게 됐다는 게 굉장히 너무 좋고요. 네, 굉장히 운이 좋은 선수라고 많이 자각하고 있고, 운이 오늘 하루만 더 좋았으면 좋겠고 마무리까지 잘해서 꼭 우승으로 마무리하고 싶습니다. 하나생명 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재혁이라고 합니다. 이제 시즌이 시작하고 나서 좀 좋은 성적이 나와서 결승은 무조건 넣어야 된다라고 생각을 하고 있었는데 이렇게 힘들게 올라올 줄은 몰랐는데 되게 올라와서 많이 기쁩니다. 뭔가 의미보다는 그냥 선수로서 이제 최선을 그냥 다 하고 그냥 좀 뭐라 할까요, 그냥 되게 엄청 큰 의미가 있다 생각합니다. 일단 선수들 컨디션은 막 체크를 한 건 아니어서 잘 모르겠는데 제가 조금 잠을 설쳐가지고 그렇게 컨디션이 좋진 않다고 생각합니다. 한 3대1로 이기는 걸로 생각하고 있습니다. 솔직히 오늘도 좀 되게 자신감이 있는 편이라서 저도 그렇고 저희 팀원들도 그렇고 오늘 팬분들 많이 오셨을 텐데 되게 기분 좋게 귀가하실 수 있게 오늘 꼭 이겨서 멋있는 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 항상 감사합니다. 젠지 화이팅!
Great to hear from those legacy players. One final time for those players and an opportunity to etch their name in the history books here in 2025. It is a packed Inspire Arena here in Incheon. And I know my comment before was one final time. It's not just for Peanut. It's for our friend Chronicler as well. It's for our friend Kyan as well. The last time that we will have them here in 2025. So thank you to them. So for everyone, sit back and enjoy the greatest league, the greatest players, and the greatest champion. Write a new chapter in the One legacy. It is Hanwha Life Esports. It is Gen G in the 2025 LCK Finals. Get your phones out and join us. We'll see you in game number 1.
I like it when the blind words cut through the skin. I like it when the blind words cut through the skin. Tell me the words are closing in into the fire and burn again. Taste the pain and dream
for one legacy. 단 하나의 전설이 되기 위해 오늘 하루를 기다렸습니다. 1년 중 단 한 번뿐인 이 순간, 이 무대를 영원히 무한히 밝혀줄 오늘의 주인공들을 여러분께 소개합니다. 밴쿠버 MSI 우승, 리아드 EWC 우승, 정규 시즌 29승 단 1패, 글로벌 파워랭킹 당연히 1위. 하지만 영혼까지 베인 승자전의 상처, 그 상처를 견뎌낸 호랑이는 더 날카로운 이빨로 돌아왔습니다. 너희 오늘 잘 걸렸다. 오늘 우리의 재물이 되어라. LCK의 호랑이 범 내려온다. 그 누구도 막을 수 없는 파괴전차, 불타는 바퀴, 강철로 무장한 본체는 그 어느 때보다 단단하게 완성되었습니다. 왜냐? 오늘의 피넛의 마지막 LCK, 그가 10년간 몸담았던 LCK의 마무리는 무조건 반드시 우승이어야만 한다는 강한 의지로 끝까지 밀어붙여 디펜딩 챔피언 한화생명. 과연 LCK에 군림하던 젠지가 다시 한번 그 영광을 되찾을 수 있을지, 아니면 디펜딩 챔피언 한화생명이 창단 첫 연속 우승에 성공할지. Let the finals begin. 한화생명과 젠지와 한화생명의 우리은행 2025 LCK 그랜드 파이널, 사상 첫 단일 챔피언을 가리는 대결을 여기 이 순간 인스파이어 아레나를 가득 메운 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
Don't wait on me, 'cause I'm already done. There's a chemistry, I see it, madness lies.
이제 서머 때 한화랑 만났었는데 그때 좀 아쉽게 졌어가지고
내용적으로도 너무 완벽했던 것 같고요. 실제로 젠지가 엄청 우세할 거라고 많은 사람들의 이제 생각 속에서 저희가 3대2로 우승한 거여가지고 굉장히 기뻤던 것 같습니다.
젠지가 패자조에서 되게 고생을 많이 하다가 오긴 했지만 그래도 정규리그에서 항상 강한 모습 많이 보여줬었고 결승전도 항상 가는 팀이기 때문에 가장 확률이 높을 거라고 생각은 했고 역시 또 살아서 돌아왔네요.
남은 일정이 빡빡하다 타이트하다 이런 느낌을 받아서 확실히 압박감이 좀 있다 그런 생각을 좀 했고 좀 부럽다. 하나생명 되게 부럽다 생각을 좀 했습니다.
근데 힘겹게 올라오셨을 텐데 결승전에 저희가 있기 때문에 되게 막막할 것 같고 작년에 이어서 또 그런 상황이 연출되는 게 좀 미안하기도 하고 저희가 미리 사과의 말씀을 드립니다.
그때는 사실 제가 없었어가지고 좀 아쉽게 이번에 다시 젠지로 돌아온 만큼 CD 보여드리겠습니다.
제우스 선수랑은 23년부터 되게 많이 만났던 것 같아서 크게 별다른 감정은 없는 것 같습니다.
인정. 김 선수가 단단하게 좀 묵직하게 잘하시기 때문에 배우는 점도 많은 것 같습니다.
사람들이 좀 제우스 나이가 오면 구도 알고 계세요?
아니요.
그런가요? 금시초문인데? 그랬더니?
한나랑 장원영까지 나오던데.
그 약간 예시가요?
그건 아닌 것 같은데.
넘어가시죠.
제가 김 선수보다 이제 나이도 좀 어리고 하니까 피지컬적인 부분에 자신 있는 것 같습니다.
경험 자체는 오래돼서 짬바나 뭐 그런 나오는 게 제가 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
제가 이제 중학생일 때부터 프로를 하셨던 것 같은데 사실 김 선수가 되게 좀 교과서적인 플레이를 많이 하고 좀 노잼
서로 똑같은 우승 1위긴 하지만 그래도 정규 시즌 성적은 제가 더 좋다고 생각을 해서 LCK에서는 제가 더 미라는 걸 증명하겠습니다.
짓궂으시네? 이해는 가지만 안 되는 건 또 안 되는 거고
뭐 제우스 선수 별명이 뭐 신이라던데 제가 신 위에 서겠습니다.
나중에 기회 되면 제가 한번 업어드리도록 하겠습니다.
저는 일단 정글러들 중에서 뻔하지 않은 정글러라고 자신 있게 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 캐니언 선수가 그래도 잘하는 장점들이 워낙 다양하지만 설계를 잘 한다는 거는 잘 모르겠어서 설계보다는 좀 더 성장형 스타일이라고 생각하고
그렇게 보인다고 해도 저는 제가 맞는 플레이를 한다 생각하면은 크게 개의치 않아서 그냥 신호 선수님이 뭐 3렙갱을 간다던가 그동안에 좀 변수 플레이를 하시면 제가 정글몹 다 털어먹겠습니다.
걱정이 되네요. 네. 그것까지 감안해서 잘 판단해서 하겠습니다.
신호 선수님이 이제 마지막 LCK라고 들었는데
아쉬워요. 이제 왕호는 어떻게 보면 나이도 똑같고 폼도 굉장히 좀 좋다고 생각을 하는데 그래도 결승은 제가 우승해야 된다는 생각을 해서 미안하지만 잘 가고
갈 땐 가더라도 우승 한번 괜찮지 않나. 네.
이번에 꼭 잘 준비해서 인스파이어 찢어놓겠습니다.
예상했던 것보다 이제 플레이오프에서 좀 도전을 많이 하시던데
스크림을 아무리 많이 해봐야 연습 1번이고 실전 경기력이 중요하다고 생각을 해서 경기를 많이 하는 것도 좋다고 생각을 해요.
뭐 사실 그런 장점도 있지만 그냥 경기 다 이기고 이렇게 편안하게 먼저 와 있는 게 개꿀이긴 하죠. 뭐 작년도 그렇고 올해 초에도 그렇고 결승전에서 많이 만난 것 같은데 뭐 잘하는 선수이기 때문에 저도 잘해야 된다 생각하고 있어서
제카 선수가 큰 무대에서 강점이 있는 선수란 건 맞는 것 같습니다. 이미 큰 무대에서 증명을 한 선수니까 그 부분 별로 이슈가 아닌 것 같습니다.
신경을 좀 써주셨으면 좋겠는데 그렇게 방심하시다가 작년 때처럼 조비상 납니다. 조심하세요.
저희가 질만해서 졌다고 생각을 해가지고 이번에 결승에서 다시 이길 수 있도록 하는 게 중요하다고 생각을 해요. 뽀핏은 과거의 영광이고 저희 발등에 불이 떨어져가지고 이게 솔직히 그걸 생각해 본 적이 없어요.
그럴 여유도 안 가지고 올라오셨으니까 그렇게 이제 빨리 집에 돌아가시는 겁니다.
HK 결승전 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 아무래도 결과가 증명해주겠죠. 작년에도 그렇고 올해도 그렇고 결승전에서 일단 저희가 다 이겼기 때문에 이번에도 또 이기도록 하겠습니다.
바이퍼와 룰러는 취향 차이다. 저는 조금 룰러 쪽 취향입니다.
저는 그런 취향은 아닙니다.
도윤이 형이 더 어깨가 넓고 도윤이 형이 더 키가 크고요. 도윤이 형이 게임 더 잘하는 것 같습니다.
뭐 말 안 해도 이거는 다 아실 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
저는 개인적으로 제가 더 잘한다고 생각하고요.
바이퍼 선수는 플레이적으로는 사실 폭발력 있는 선수라고 생각을 해요.
통찰력이 있으십니다.
저는 좀 뭐랄까요. 그래도 노련하지 않나. 피지컬은 그렇게 좋지 않지만 늙은 여우 같은 뭔가 좀 능구렁이 같은 그런 느낌?
룰러 선수는 상대방을 되게 힘들게 하는 상대를 좀 열받게 플레이를 잘 하시는 것 같아요.
원딜의 신? 제가 경력이 제가 조금 더 기니까 어떻게 보면 제가 그쪽에 불려되지 않나?
요즘에 되게 견제하는 분들이 많은 것 같아요. 그래서 진짜로 한번 범접할 수 없는 그런 높이까지 한번 가보고 싶습니다. 늙은 여우의 목을 확 그냥 뱀처럼 물어 뜯어드리겠습니다.
결승전을 가면 일단 승률이 좋더라고요. 왠지는 모르겠는데
민규가 확실히 실력이 많이 늘었어가지고 LCK컵 때 비교하면은 진짜 사람이 180도가 바뀌었잖아요. 딜라이트랑 하는 대결이 그렇게 걱정되진 않다고 생각합니다.
딜라이트의 압승을 예상합니다. 모든 부분에서.
첫 풀주전으로 데뷔해서 결승을 오게 됐는데 당연히 기쁘고요. 기대도 됩니다. 제가 큰 무대에서 그래도 약간 1세트 때는 긴장하는 모습이 많이 보였었는데 긴장을 빨리 떨쳐내는 게 중요할 것 같아요.
뭐 그건 안타까운 거고 긴장 풀리기 전에 뭐 제가 다 이겨놔야죠.
딜라이트 선수 특징 이니시에 특화되어 있는 선수인데 그거 말고는 뭐 딱히 생각이 안 나는 것 같아요. 임팩트가 없었어가지고. 딜라이트 선수가 렐을 잘하시긴 하지만 썸네일로는 못 본 것 같아서 제가 이긴 것 같습니다.
썸네일 정도만 기억하는 것 같고 플레이는 기억이 잘 안 나네요.
썸네일은 금지. 그만 나올 때가 됐습니다.
결승전에서는 제가 대머리가 되고 제가 말이 되겠습니다.
딜라이트 선수 지금까지 결승전 전승이신데 이젠 그 기록이 깨질 때가 된 것 같습니다.
LCK 우승은 먹어도 배고프다.
하나생명 뒤로 와.
작년에 하나생명에게 너무 아쉽게 패배해서 너무 슬퍼하는데 이번 LCK 결승전은 꼭 기쁘고 싶습니다.
이번에도 작년에 했던 것처럼 똑같이 작년의 기억이 나게 해주겠습니다.
사실 LCK 이제 대회 자체가 이제 바뀌어가지고 1년에 한 번밖에 우승을 못해서 다시 한번 그 감정을 느끼고 싶은 것 같습니다.
하나생명 e스포츠의 2회 우승과 저 개인의 4회 우승을 위해 꼭 열심히 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
이번 LCK 결승 이겨서 5번째 우승 만들 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
오랜만에 온 소중한 기회이기도 하고요. 왕호 형의 이제 또 마지막 LCK 결승전이기 때문에 저희 팀한테 되게 간절한 기회라고 생각하고 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 제우스 화이팅!
하나생명이 이번에 만약에 우승하게 되면은 2연속 우승이라는 그런 타이틀을 얻게 됐는데 좀 배 아프잖아요, 그런 거. 그래서 이번에 좀 맞고 싶네요. 내 손으로 뭔가 널 보낸다는 게 좀 되게 슬프지만 잘 가라.
잔인하네요. 잔인한 친구네. 마지막 경기를 결승전에서 치를 수 있다는 게 저는 진짜 운이 좋은 선수라고 생각하고요. 그거를 또 우승으로 마무리 지으면 더할 나위 없이 좋을 것 같고 좋은 마지막 장이 되지 않을까 싶어서 우승하고 싶습니다.
Greetings, one and all, to the Woori 2025 LCK Grand Finals. We are here at the Inspire Arena in Incheon. I am Valdez, today joined by Wolf and Chronicler for the final cast of the year to crown our true champion of the year. How are you guys feeling today? It is a glorious day here at the LCK.
It's a year of LCK in the making, no longer spring and summer seasons that led us to this moment. Ups and downs, a lot of upsets along the way here in these playoffs, and yet we still end up with the same finals matchup we ended the year in 2024 with. A chance for revenge here for Gen G and a chance to defend for Hanwha Life Esports.
These two teams narrowly entwined throughout the history of the players, history of the orgs. I can't wait to see who is going to take it today. I think also one of the finals where for the first time in a long time it really doesn't feel like there is a clear favorite, and I think the predictions will reflect that.
Let's take a look at the predictions. You're getting a little spoiler behind us, but you can see that it's very close here. We got some 3-2s, 3-1s, no 3-0s across the board, but it is pretty heavily in favor of Gen.G still.
Yep, 10-4 in favor of Gen.G, but as you mentioned, no 3-0s. No one's expecting this to be a one-sided grand finals here. If you Hanwha Life voters, myself included, I think judging the form of these two teams coming to this is very difficult, but Gen.G come off of the most recent victory yesterday against KT Rolster, where they looked extremely dominant. I think that tilted the scales for a lot of people.
There is also the fact that Gen.G this year has just been the LCK team, right? They were exceptionally at anything besides the very start of the year. LCK Cup at this point is ancient history, doesn't really feel that relevant anymore. And if Gen.G still looked shaky yesterday, I think this would have been a very different prediction round. But they dispatched off KT just as handily as Hanwha Life did, so the predictions make sense.
And KT wasn't the best opponent for sure, but I like to give a slight edge to the team that's coming up from the lower finals. You know, we heard a lot of the Hanwha Life esports players even mention that, you know, it's nice to be up here and have all this extra time, but at the same time to have that presence on stage, to have all that experience up there the day before. I think that's going to help Gen.G here as they're slowly building up to the finals.
At the same time, what impressed me most for Hanwha was their prep, the level 1s, the lane swaps, and the drafts, and they do have a good amount of extra tape compared to what Gen.G is sitting on.
Yeah, remember also Hanwha Life Esports were able to dispatch of T1 with a one-sided victory as well. If you take only the KT Rolster thermometer, a temperature gauge for these two teams coming in, sure, they both took a one-sided victory over KT, but it was a much cleaner victory for Hanwha Life Esports where they showed a little bit of strategy there, but it was a quick series. And I do think that the reads that Hanwha have in this meta seem overall stronger, but Gen.G haven't shown all their cards just yet.
We're getting into game one of this draft, and just this entire best of 5, I think, is going to be a very close one. If we get a 3-0, that would be the most surprising result. Nobody predicted it. Only a couple of people went for 3-1s here and there, and it really will come down to the preparation that you guys are talking about as we go into this draft here. Galio and Azir taken away already.
Just feels wrong to expect one of these teams to sweep, even with Hanwha Life obviously thus far not losing a game. There's just too much tape of these teams going the distance. And with the performances of Canyon and Chovy, which was the biggest weakness of Gen.G at the beginning of the playoffs, I think Canyon still a little bit on thin ice, but Chovy in that last series against BDD, who have been performing exceptionally, was just incredible. As the Jarvan ban is actually going to come through here, which has been one of the most highly prioritized junglers in the playoffs.
That does weaken something like an Orianna, but still going to lock it in here first. This has been the most common mid lane pick on B1 through the playoffs. So flexible, so much zone control, and a strong laning phase to boot. Now on red side here, Gen.G will be able to snap up 2 picks. Will they grab their own mid jungle, or will they look for some bottom priority? The Nico is available, and it's quite rare to be up, especially in game 1 of a best of 5 like this. The Rise to be prioritized here for Chovy instead, so looking for that mid counter right away.
Yeah, the Rise coming out here early. They're spending a lot of time thinking about maybe what their next pick is going to be to go with the Rise. We've seen a lot of Annie as well in response to the Orianna, but not here in this game number 1. They're going to save that for a different type of draft.
And I like the Rise a lot more, even though I do think the early laning phase still will be a bit rough. Rise to me does become very beefy later on, and Chovy, I think his biggest strength has been navigating rough early lane matchups to then turn that pressure. This is a big surprise to me though, because we have seen the priority on the Vi really go down. I do think Vi, that specifically with Rise, is a strong combo. Ooh. And it makes me wonder if they want to prioritize something like an Mbessa on top, because we've seen that specific combo come through a lot.
Yeah, and it's not a strong mid-jungle synergy. It's not the strongest we've seen, right, in terms of Rise Vi, but it feels like a great denial for Peanut because he's relied on this pick a lot more heavily. But it looks like he might be going to one of his old favorites here in the Poppy early. So often banned in the first phase. He's going to bring it out here in game 1. Could technically still be a flex for Delight in the bottom lane, but likely to go into the hands of Hanwha Life's jungler here in his final LCK series. See what that third pick is going to be. They have the mid flex jungle on lock, and the Corki still available. Will get locked down, and now I think that Nico priority is jumping through the roof.
There's also the fact that we denied a Corki from Ruler that he has been absolutely devastating on, and with Peanut on the Poppy, Peanut's biggest edge, as he himself mentioned, is his early jungle pathing. That's been something where he historically has been great, and him being able to be on a champion like Poppy that has some of the best level 3 dives in the game, I think is definitely a showcase of what Hanwha Life are going to be looking for. And as you highlight, Wolf, I like the Nico pickup here because it both denies the Corki and Nico, which is insanely strong, and I think it provide some flexibility in the bans.
There's definitely some neutralization as well that you can get in the Nico into the Corki there in the bottom side. Really takes a lane that can be quite dominant, especially if it has a Nico in its own hands, and neutralizes it quite heavily. So difficult here for Gen G to ban efficiently now. They could protect a pick here for Keen in the top side if they want to, but again, that flex Poppy is still looming. I don't think you want to be playing Poppy in the support role though anymore with Nico now already on lock, because you're going to be playing melee. Gen G agree, and we'll take away Delight's Alistair here and focus on support instead.
Yeah, I do like that these two comps are already beginning to form somewhat of an identity between the two of them. You've got Vi and Nico for the heavy engage, the Rise for the follow-up damage, and then you've got a lot of zone control with Orianna, Poppy, the Corki, who can always create some room for himself. So the Alistair gets banned away for more zone creation denial, and the Kai'Sa for that follow-up on the engage will be denied away from Gen G.
And my guess is that they're going to ban another AD carry. We're probably saving Keen counterpick for R5. Just pick up an AD carry on 4 here. There's still a good amount of picks left that are okay into Corki, but obviously it really depends on what matchup Delight will get. Knowing Delight, I don't really think that he's going to be playing for Ling too much. Just going to be looking, I imagine, for maybe like the Rel, just any engage support that synergizes well with the Orianna and allows you to really go for these big wombo combos.
Gen G right now have a strong big engage tool in the Nico ultimate, as well as single target with the Vi. So they can lock this Corki down even though it has good escape here. Having a stable AD carry that can scale well and help, you know, front to back in these team fights, regardless of what Zeus is playing, is going to fit the bill. They took the Kai'Sa away, which is super safe with the Nico. Now the Sivir is gone here for Ruler. So Ruler's pool thinned out a little bit here in terms of consistent damage he could look for. And the Ezreal is the safe pick he'll opt for. Very difficult to get value into this pick as Orianna because of his Arcane Shift and his ability to do damage from so far away. You know, normally you see this into a more clear dive composition, but with the expectation that something like that Rel is coming through, feels a lot safer here to lock the Ezreal now.
Also means that it frees up Duro to make plays on the map on the Nico. Nico can be really obnoxious to deal with when you go to other lanes. And there is now the blind pick to come through here for Zeus. Aurora makes sense. It's one of the hardest champions to actually shut down. It takes away a lot of power from some of the expected picks that normally Keen will go towards. The Rumble, I think, is always the biggest giveaway, as Rel for Delight should come to the surprise of no one.
I think Hanwha Life's draft has really strong identity. It's got a lot of upfront burst damage and the Corki to follow up from range and then clean up house. Great engage, plus the extra stability that the early game Poppy can give you, and the objective control that Peanut will be able to provide with his ultimate. It's going to take a lot of convincing for me for this final pick here for Keen to think that Gen G can actually turn the tides. And they will look for just the robust front line here of the Scion. This draft does a lot of different things for Gen G. You can front to back a little bit. You can poke for objective control with the Ezreal. But when Hanwha Life press the R buttons, when they press go, even a Scion isn't going to be safe. Even a Scion can be burst down so quickly into this composition. I think Gen G are really going to need to operate with a lead because they don't even have a strong side lane setup here for this Rise to play through. You know, you're not going to be able to realm warp on top of somebody, collapse easily through, say, a side laning Camille or even Aurora that's on the other side. Gen G, Coach Kim said, we look for tier in our drafts more than counter picks. I don't think they got counter picks here, and they didn't really get too much tier outside of the Rise and the Nico.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Wolf. I think Hanwha Life Esports definitely a more solid identity. It feels like Gen G somewhat got lost along the way. They definitely still have very strong tier picks, but even our desk was talking about counter pick and how strong it can be. Wanted really nailing that point home about how red side is very strong right now, but they banned the Ambessa. The Scion was a little bit face up, and they're like, well, Aurora's still up. We can just pick that and have an awesome lane into Scion and be totally fine. So for me, I do agree. I think Hanwha Life got the edge in this one.
I do think that Gen G have shown us that they're the only team that's consistently been able to pull off 2 carry compositions, right? And that for me is kind of the X factor here. What is the laning phase going to look like, both for mid and jungle specifically? Eventually Keen will be fine, right? Early levels against Aurora are going to be hard, but once you finish your first item, I do think you're okay in that lane. Can't wait to see.
Well, we got it going right here, guys. Game number 1 starts right now. 하나생명 하나 둘 셋. 젠지 하나 둘 셋. The stage is set and we are ready for this best of 5 to decide who will be the champions of the LCK for this entire year. It all comes down to this after the format change. It's one grand finals at the end of the year. Will Life get the back-to-back from last year's summer, or will Gen.G look to shut down that streak?
Our 2 international title defenders as well, with Gen.G being able to win MSI and then Life being the first stand champions.
Yeah, and LCK before that, the LCK Cup, that is, and of course last year's LCK, we had Hanwha Life start off the year with a big, continuation of the form we saw from them at the end of 2024, but there was a bit of a dip and it became Gen.G dominance through the middle, and yet Hanwha coming as the stronger seed here in the grand finals. So it feels like we have a lot of balance here amongst these two squads who, as is already previously mentioned, have a lot of shared history amongst players as well. So people I think forget the Hanwha Life Esports Chovy days, but it wasn't that long ago. This guy was representing Korea on a lower seed LCK team alongside Morgan.
I still can't believe that lineup is real, and the fact they made quarterfinals at Worlds.
Yeah.
Very silly.
Well, they did have Chovy on the team, and he's here on this team, and I think his role as the Rise in this draft, it was the first pick on red side to handle the Orianna, and to be a farming menace and to just control the side lanes. I think a lot of the onus in this game will come down to Chovy as one of the 2 carries of the composition of Gen.G.
The one advantage that I do think is there early for Gen.G is that outside of the Poppy, I think their single target lockdown with Vi, Rise, and Nico specifically is really lethal. I'm also going to be looking closely. As I say that, look at that, already in the bot lane. Peanut is waiting, just clear the spot side jungle. This should come as no surprise. He's been very consistent with this, but I think that Gen.G, I have a suspicion.
The flash comes in, Duro is in a bit of trouble. He is going to get away, but now the follow-up from Peanut is right there. And Duro, with the red buff ticking, they'll give this kill right over to Viper, and immediately Hanwha Life Esports are on the board.
This is what Peanut does best. He sees a lane that has prio, and he heads straight there in his early pathing, heads down here to the bottom lane, knows the pushing Nico is there, and even though there's a ward there for Gen.G, they're unable to react quickly enough. A little bit of greed with that strong push in the bottom lane is punished heavily by Peanut. Now, they did have to commit summoners in order to get this done, but they got both of Duros as well as the kill.
And now we got Hex Flash maybe in the mid lane. Peanut setting up for this one. Chovy probably gonna have to flash. Doesn't even do it. Accepts his fate, and Zeka picks up a kill. Both the carries already online for Hanwha Life.
And in the trash talk video, Kenya said, "That's fine, Peanut. You can do whatever you want. I'll finish your jungle." He can't. Peanut just gonna finish his entire top side. He's gonna clear without a care in the world. And already Hanwha Life popping off. And I was talking about the expectation for Gen. This is a 2-carry composition. You need your AD carry and your mid laner to do well. They've both been killed already.
You can see Peanut's stats on the Poppy, but it doesn't tell the full story of how much experience he has on this pick. It is an iconic Peanut pick over the years. Has the flash here to catch Duro, post flash, and he gives the kill over to Viper. And then the immediate follow-up in mid with the Hex Flash. He catches Chovy off guard here as well. And secondly, not taking the kill, giving it right over, hand-feeding it to Zeka. So as you mentioned, both of these carries already accelerated here pre-4 minutes in the beginning of this series.
But you should have known. It's being the Poppy. He did this on Gen.G for the entirety of 2023.
But why does it feel like every time he plays Poppy, the opponents just don't seem to get a read? It's like, oh, well, yeah, he's playing Poppy. We don't know where he's going to come in. We don't know where he's going to gank. It's like he's invisible.
It's an additional passive. It's just, we forget about Peanut Poppy. He appears on the Rift, never seen it before.
We didn't forget.
we
knew about it in the draft, yeah.
And the thing is, he does this so consistently, but it's both the lanes that had the pressure point, right, where Gen.G were pushing a little bit too far, and he's just like, no, you can't be there. And now we have the teleport here for Zeus, who's also winning his lane. He doesn't need help. He gets back up here to the top side to continue that advantage. Canyon is going to try to start this Dragon up here. Does not have the backup of Chovy, but it looks like with the control that Nico provides in this bottom lane, he will get away with it.
Interestingly enough, the stats we just had on your screen was that Rel is on a 5-game winning streak, whereas Nico's on a 5-game losing streak. So in playoffs, that's kind of been the way it has been rolling for both of those supports. Doesn't necessarily mean that it'll continue, but either the streak continues or it gets broken right here for both of those support picks.
We also have Keen just struggling against Zaze, which again is to be expected. That's just a given in this matchup. Again, I think that once you finish your first item, you're in a much better spot. Once you get Hollow Radiance, I don't think Keen is really going to be too bothered, and when you have enough stacks on the W. But that means that basically right now there's 3 losing lanes for Gen G, and that's where we've really seen them struggle, when they're still trying to make those classic Gen G plays, play aggressively for objectives. And I think that they're still in a position now where we could see them go for the trades, where we could see them go for the cross map. But a couple more kills go in the way of Humba, and this composition is just going to get stat checked really hard.
I mean, look at how much is already going to be lost here for Keen. He does not commit his ultimate, at least not initially here, to get back to that bottom lane. He is going to use it now, but still a lot of farm lost here in a lane where he's already 15 CS behind. I think the idea with this Scion pick, we know it's not going to beat the Aurora. Obviously, you need to go Grasp here. You're not going to get that many stacks, but you know, a lot of melees will actually go Electrocute to counter like Ambessa does in this matchup, but you can't do that as Scion. And he's like, well, I'm going to have 2 winning lanes, so I can just be the rock here in the top lane. But Peanut said, you're not having 2 winning lanes because I visited both of them and took that advantage away. And so the Scion is not functioning in the draft as it was supposed to here for Gen G in this early game.
Yeah, no, we didn't have any Viper swap in this game, so the 2 bottom lanes are just going to end up in the top lane at this point in time, just joining each other. Gen G did end up with the first Drake. They got that first Hextech Drake on the board. And so that is one thing they've got for themselves, but still a pretty big deficit early on.
The 6 spikes for Gen G are really strong, right? Vi in particular, but even Chovy being able to make a quick roam. So I imagine Gen G is going to be looking, even though right now their position isn't great, to try and get a numbers advantage, use the crazy amount of CC and single target burst that they have available to kind of play from there. There's also the fact that we have seen mid lane has actually been equalized decently because Chovy has been Chovying, so even with the kill, gold lead has shrunk a little bit. We'll see whether Zeka can utilize that. Chovy was also looking for a play on top earlier, but Humble Life did respect that very nicely.
Ooh, Peanut.
Yeah, he's not going to see this on time, I don't think, as he's clearing out a ward. And actually, Canyon decides to just back off of the play. I mean, Zeka is Orianna, but he's got Flash, and with the jungler right there, they don't want to commit to it, so...
You think the composition for Humble Life is so reliant on setup here? It's going to be difficult for them to actually gain access to these grubs here. Chovy does not have prio in mid for the moment, although that will change in just a second here. But if Gen G gets set up with those strong level 6s that you mentioned, Chronicler, it's tough for Humble Life, but instead, looking for a bit of a wraparound here on the Vi, setting a trap for Peanut.
Yeah, I mean, they should know that he has started this one up, as now Chovy going to be spotted. They just go on a delight here as the follow-up just not there. And now in comes Humble Life Esports, just going to knock away the one guy, the support. And now the follow-up here on a Canyon, who is in a lot of trouble. Does get that shield up, though, and a bit of health on the follow-up. The damage not quite there, and finally they get it, but Zeka is going to immediately bite the dust. Viper also on the run as Chovy looking for more. Needs a Q, needs something, and they finally do get him down. Chovy collects the kill, and Gen G do strike back.
Just like that, Gen G back on the board here. A big win in the fight after the initial setup looked pretty good for Humble Life when the engage was on to Delight. They get the chase down kill there, pick up a ton of much needed gold.
And I do love that it ended with Duro just stealing away the crab. As we take another look, they don't want to invest too much, as might have a steal imminent here, but because of the Nico being knocked away at first, it looks a little bit rough here for Gen G. Canyon's able to stall us. They're still going.
Yeah, we got a fight in here. It looks like Canyon wanted to fight for the grubs, but he's by himself against 4 people. Says, I can take the 1v1, but not the 1v4. And eventually, we see that he gets 1 grub, but he loses his life. That's not worth it.
There's just no support for him here, even though Chovy had TP on the back, doesn't commit it. He's walking back to lane here, and just gets kind of unceremoniously collapsed on there and taken out. Fairly greedy play from him, but he thought he had the space. He thought he was safe. Instead, it's another kill going over to Viper here on the cleanup.
My guess is that he made a misread on the timing of the roams here, because going in on this and just stealing the grub would have been fine, but it must have been a miscommunication. Maybe they thought that the light was going to try and catch the wave.
He's interrupted on the charged Q.
Yeah, but let's be real. You know Poppy is going to try and block you. You should see the collapse coming. So to me, that must be a miscommunication, because obviously big mistake by Canyon. but it also doesn't really make sense for him to go in there and try and fight when it's very clear that he is getting collapsed on.
And Chovy, was backing at the start of that, and like he had teleport, but obviously the timing wasn't going to work out for him to join. So I agree with you. Definitely feels like a bit of a miscommunication, as you said.
It's a big mistake though, because now the gold lead is growing again, which Hanwha is going to be very happy about.
Yeah, all of a sudden, just a bit of a weird play from Canyon ends up making it Hanwha Life Esports' game to control at this point in time.
Grubs are super valuable when you have a strong side lane threat like the Aurora as well, so this can be a huge issue for Gen G later on.
I guess they did get 2. I mean, I'm not going to call Worth, but...
Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports did pick up 2, so at the end of the day...
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm looking at the roses.
It's all good.
Pranked.
Yeah, the roses are very pretty. Easily distractible is Chronicler as well.
It's also because it's 2
to
1 on the other
yeah,
one.
yeah, sure.
Fine.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Chronicler.
Come on.
It's game 1.
Be nice to me. Be nice to me. I'm like, Dur, I gotta
What, is
warm
today
up.
like kind of a special day for some reason?
No.
I didn't hear anything about that.
No, it's fine.
It's just a normal average grand finals.
Is it okay?
Delight
Yeah,
is
it's okay.
wrapping around here with his ultimate, and we'll be able to clear this ward. It's very difficult to challenge this as Gen G right now, although Chovy has a little bit of a window.
That river control.
Yeah, looks like Zeus is going to hop away, so he's fine there, but denying the TP is what's important, if possible. And Keen is just running down here with his ult, so he can join the fight if necessary. As now, we do have the teleport coming out, and the Scion is going to be ulting in. They try to go in onto the front line here. A ton of damage into Canyon, and he will be going down, but it's in a trade for the support as Peanut super low himself. Keen frontlining for the team. As Zeus kind of just has to get out of here. Zeka just zoning the rise, but not good enough. And Zeus will have to flash away, looking for the double dragon. Is Gen G. And can they actually lock it down? It's a massive shockwave comes in from Zeka. He only gets the 1 though. And it is going to be the Dragon going the way of Gen G's for double Dragon.
And it was almost a potential steal away there by Viper there at the end. He's not quite able to secure it against the smiteless squad, but very, very close to really backfiring there. Massive shockwave from Zeka. If Viper was on the other side of the fight, that could have been more disastrous for Gen G. Instead, they take the double Dragon here. As we move into this fight, you can see Delight has a pretty good angle here onto Canyon. They're looking for the single target blow up. The problem is the fight is otherwise very split here for Hanwha Life.
And the big difference maker is Keen, because this early on, he doesn't really take that much damage. As we can see, tanks multiple people, and even though Canyon goes down and that target fire is nice, the damage dealers of Gen G are still alive. And that's what it always is going to boil down to. As the fact that Zeka lives there as well is kind of perfect. With Gen G, they can't afford to get out there because then Viper would probably steal the Dragon. And this is what I want in my game 1 in the Grand Finals. Both teams back and forth, a lot of fighting, but Ocean Soul, particularly on champions like Ezreal and Sion that are going to be looking for these more drawn-out fights, kind of crazy. Even Ryze is going to become really beefy as the game goes on.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like this should favor Gen G. The Soul, it's not the strongest, but we're going to like it, especially with these 2 Drakes that they have picked up. And you take a look at where the gold is here for Gen G, even though they're behind overall. Ruler's getting really fed. He's 2-0-2. He's got double buff, and this Ezreal's going to hit his 2-item spike very early on. Right as I say that, maybe I cursed him, is now trying to go in and take down Viper, trying to take the 1v2, does get the kill, and now Zeus is like, well, I guess maybe I'll take him out eventually here, but still, the fact that he was able to get a kill in that circumstance is big.
When you have a 2 carry composition, it's looking pretty good if Ruler's one of them as he gets the trade, and that allows the cross map to be favorable for Gen G.
Didn't end up being a caster curse at all there, Chronicler. He just outplays it.
Yeah, of course, they're not real.
They're not real, sure, whatever you say, Cronny. Pretty little crazy.
You're outnumbered here on this desk, Chronicler. Be careful.
Oh, normally it's 1-1. Oh, no.
Yeah. So Viper goes in here, and Ruler ends up doing a ton of damage. He loses his barrier. Ruler looks for the fancy play with a redirect on the True Shot Barrage to try to trip them up. Ends up getting the kill because he has enough damage here with the lead he has to take Viper out. Is, of course, a trade in kills, but ideally for Hanwha, you kill him and nobody dies.
Feels like a bit of a over-eager play from Viper there as well. If he plays that a little bit more respectful and doesn't face tank the Ezreal that was already really chunking him, I think that just with the damage from Zeus, who is sitting at a really big spike with his first item and Electrocute, probably could have been enough. But Ruler able to find the kill. The rest of the map still looking good for Hanwha though. But it's these fights. I think in the last fight we saw as well, if Peanut can't find anyone to ult, and Keen can just draw attention in the backline. They don't have necessarily the best tools to kill a Sion in mid-game, particularly now that the first item is finished.
Yeah, might end up going back to that tier list versus counterpick conversation from Coach Kim. If he feels like the Sion is just that good and it felt good in this draft, he says, well, I don't necessarily need a counterpick if we have Sion.
I think it gets a lot easier when we get a little bit later into the game, and the Leandries that Zeus has picked up here already will really help. But man, Keen has gotten so much alone time with his turret. He's actually almost taken the whole thing out here, by the way. First brick on the line.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get it, and that means that they're one objective away from the feats of strength, as now he got an engage coming in, but that's on a ruler. He's totally fine, and now they just turn on a Peanut. The damage is huge. They can't quite take him out, and finally they do. Canyon gonna pick up that kill. And Genji immediately turned the fight around, and Keen is having a ball down here in bot lane.
He's just ulting Zeka. He's like, I took your turn, I'm gonna take your health bar too.
I think he might have actually interrupted Zeka's ult, because Zeka's TP, or Zeka's teleport rather, is on cooldown.
Yeah.
I don't think he was able to join. Maybe that was why Humble Life played that aggressive, because they got the ult on Duro, and then if Zeka's able to join the fight, they could have played with a numbers advantage. Now Genji takes the gold lead.
Genji really just taking this game, grabbing it by the horns and forcing it into their favor. We didn't like their draft identity as much here, but they do have a really strong mid game, and they are powering through it despite some of the early advantages Peanut gave. See if that teleport does come through. As you say, you can see, in fact, it is available now. It's going to be interrupted in the minimap, you guys can see, by Keen's ultimate, so he's unable to join the fight as Peanut goes in a bit too deep here, and is kind of unceremoniously chunked out of the fight.
Yeah, I think the interrupt on the TP was great. The fact that he TP'd in front of a Sion is another question, but it felt very forced, that fight. You know, Peanut went in very far ahead, and I think even if the TP comes through for Zeka, I don't think he gets there on time. I think Peanut just dies anyway.
Maybe they could have looked for something on the exit. Delight did have sums available, could have chased a bit further, but I agree. I think that was and it's a big deal because Dragon is about to spawn, and now Genji have tempo.
I think Zeka might not have even had ult, right? Because he ulted the wave to try to defend the turret moments before. Either way, going to be a big charge here.
Well, that's going to be a Canyon right in the middle of all of them. Doesn't seem to care, though, as everybody's here for Genji, and they want another turret. They will get it. Zeus does not join up for a fight. He's just going to take his time on this top turret, but maybe now another Drake.
They have to.
Genji, get the free bottom turret, stop the teleport, win the fight in mid, get Herald, push it into mid, and then now have Dragon Prio as well. Won't necessarily be able to keep it, in fact, with some retreating members here in Canyon. Not quite in the area just yet, but Genji can absolutely fight for the contest here, which would be sole point for them. What a turnaround in this game.
And you can see as well, Keen, with the itemization that he has, doesn't care about either Zeus or Zeka. But at least Zeus has the tools to get away from him easily, as we can see there with the dodges, and the longer trades are still okay, but particularly with this build, Zeka is just not going to damage Keen. It's just not happening. He's looking to go for a build that makes him really strong when he's focused, but he's not going to be able to chew through the Sion's health bar unless you get like 15 free rotations as Genji trying to play for soul point.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, just on that point, what tanks can do when they're kind of unchecked and unbothered, especially Sion and Cassante. Those are the two I feel that really can take over games if there's no threat onto them. As, yeah, a lot of setup here once again. Prio on the Drake for the side of Genji. We do have push in top, and so Zeus with TP is just going to rotate up there. And it's just the Salt Point Ocean Drake, so Genji aren't going to take any big strides toward this unless they have a perfect setup, which is what they're looking for right now.
I mean, they have it with this, they have a flash on their Nico, right? Ruler used True Shot Barrage to gain mid prio. They have full control of both entryways, and Chovy can roam up to the other side of the fight. And so basically they're saying, Hanwha Life Esports, we're not going to start this Dragon just yet, but eventually you will have to respond. You will have to force your way through. Both top laners with teleport available at a moment's notice here, but Genji, so much power with this control because it means that Ruler can poke, he can chunk. It's so hard for Delight to find the engage angle here when everyone is so split.
And it's kind of insane that Genji was able to take that early game deficit, get a couple of really good skirmishes, and be consistent in their objective setups, because their lanes were struggling early on, right? Peanut actually had a really big impact. But now what we're seeing is that in many plays, Duro's the one that's there first. Chovy's able to get prio consistently.
Duro kind of an interesting spot here, but they don't want to go all in, just onto the support. This damage
TPs
done for this Dragon. The TPs are coming in. The Sion from the left side is Delight not really finding an engage angle. He's just rooted forever, and now Keen is in the front line, and Delight is just dead. He's just out of the fight, and now the front line is immediately burst down. Down goes Peanut. as a bunch of damage coming in from the side of Zeus, but he can't do it all by himself. Canyon gonna get the Drake. Only Duro goes down. Viper hits the ground as well. It's a triple kill for Chovy.
This is the fight Gen.G was looking for. They are able to eventually force Hanwha Life Esports to make a call, make a decision. Delight's trying to find the engage angle, but can't find anything, is rooted and blown up. Gen.G gets soul point, they get the team fight win, and they'll take an Otacon on top of all of it.
And Hanwha Life was aware they are the ones that need to pull the trigger, right? Because you will actually get poked down into Nico, into Ezreal, particularly in Ezreal as fed as this. You can't afford to just sit around. But as you look here, I want you to pay attention to how well Gen.G is splitting up this fight. Even though Keen doesn't find anyone, it doesn't really matter. Peanut doesn't hit the ult, and with Keen there, the turn is inevitable. Duro creates so much backline space, and despite Zeus' best efforts, can't do enough because the fight setup is so Gen.G favored.
Yeah, and this is another example of Gen.G piling a 2-threat 2-carry composition incredibly well there, dismantling Hanwha Life's engage, picking them apart piece by piece, utilizing that prio, that control over the objective to allow the damage to come through from Chovy and Ruler, even though Zeus got into the backline, even though he's looking for the big ult, the big burst there, just not able to pull it off.
I believe this is our performer, Minju. Minju from Islet, who did do the performance earlier on today. Hope you guys did enjoy that. She's here watching the games. And we'll see if her favorite team ends up winning.
And for Hanwha Life, the big thing now is finding multi-man engages. We're talking combos for Delight. We're talking Zeka finding a big shockwave. The damage is still there. The team fighting power is still something that needs to be respected. But it feels like Hanwha Life haven't perfectly been on the same page in a lot of these fights. And it kind of started with that mid moment where Peanut went in too deep. The interrupt came through. And now Gen.G in control. It doesn't allow you to really play the game.
I love how Gen.G are playing this.
All right, Peanut again trying to make something happen. They turn on him, but it is a trade for Canyon at least. But still, this mid lane turret is going to go down. And the damage is being done by Zeus into this Sion. He's got that Leandries, but it's just not enough, especially when Zeka's not here.
This is one of those trademark Gen.G moments where, like, okay, Sion doesn't have TP. We got to play around mid and bottom lane here. Sure, they're going to push. They're going to get that top bounty. We're not just going to give it up for free. Let's hard commit mid. King can actually rotate over. He has his ultimate available. He can split Hanwha Life in half if they try to defend the mid turret. So we'll either get a fight win there, or we'll get more. We'll get the inner turret, and Hanwha Life Esports are forced to respond. Sure, they were able to get that bounty gold for Zeka in the top side of the map, but Gen.G gets so much more.
The big thing for Gen.G right now is to keep using the power of the sign. I think he's the strongest now that he's going to be, unless they get Ocean Soul, because I think we're seeing Viper is going to go for LDR. We see Crypt Bloom coming through for Zeka. I think this was an attempt at trying to save the turret. Obviously didn't end up working out. They're still down a member, and as highlighted, I think they do make the right call, just keeping Zeka in that side lane. But they need to win this soul fight, because I think that Keen eventually, once those pan items are going to be finished, is not going to be as beefy as he is now. You still have to deal with Chovy and Ruler, but at least Keen, I think, is a little bit more manageable. If he gets Ocean Soul, though, I don't think that'll really apply.
Hanwha Life, if they can win this next dragon fight or secure the dragon itself, it buys them a little bit of time. It doesn't outright win them the armor pen and the big damage that's going to come through later for Viper, some of the magic pen that's coming through from Zeka. But this is definitely going to be the first step they'll need of many to get back into this game with the double AP comp that they have. And I'm most worried about the carries here for Gen.G, how well they've been played for here by Keen, by Canyon, and Duro, who's had some incredible zoning ultimates, as well as just really good position, threatening roots, threatening collapses, and has been able to get away with it most of the time here. That's so threatening. Like, if you have these fed carries protected so well, set up so well, it's so hard to fight for Hanwha Life. It's so hard to find those burst angles.
And it's good zoning ultimates, you know? It's not us going, oh, that was... They're actually creating space.
Real ones, yeah.
Real ones, Valdez.
Real zoning ultimates. The real battle.
I mean, we just showed here Keen zoning ultimate in that dragon fight. I mean, it was sick. He's split them in half. He denies their entry, and this is a situation now where Gen.G are just cleaning up house before that dragon fight. Chovy can clear this top wave because the turret was taken earlier with the bounty. He needs to clear this up. He has TP.
This is such a good showcase of why Gen.G is so oppressive to play against when they get ahead. So Chovy, make sure that they get Prio towards top side. They're going to set up for Drake now. I don't think anyone for Hanwha is going to really play towards this. Gen.G doesn't need to play for this Drake, and they're generating a gold lead just through the fact that that top lane is going to be pushing. and we'll see. They can just play for Nash.
Yeah, look at the level difference that was just highlighted there. Zeka not level 16 for this fight. Gen.G looking to fight a straight up front to back here, it looks like. Zeus is going to be found on the flank here. Gen.G looking to push in and looking to declare this Ocean Soul theirs. Will they be able to do this? This looks like maybe the most straight up fight we're going to have in this game.
The Ruler.
But it really comes down to Homalife Esports. Ruler is doing a very nice job of poking down, but Keen has taken a decent chunk here from the Corki, who is online. Peanut goes in, but again, that's onto the Scion. They're trying to chip him away. They're not quite able to do it just yet, as this one is going to be engaged right onto the front line. Duro is going to flash away. The Scion is taking everything up. Duro is down, and the Redemption is huge. The ult finally gets cannoned away, but Chovy accesses the backline. Peanut steals away the Drake, and Chovy is unaccounted for. The Shockwave, though, is pretty gigantic. But look at Ruler on the left side. Nobody looks at him. The fight is heavily won by Gen.G.
You finally got the Scion down so low. You're finally able to take out Chovy, but the second threat comes in. Ruler's over the wall, and he's at full health, and he is just going to clean up the fight. That's the win for Gen.G there. They lose the Dragon, but they've got their eyes on a bigger prize here in the Baron.
And Chovy, for me, was the difference maker. He was the one that set it up. I want you to look at how much threat he generates onto the backline here. Continuously knows he's on vision. The amount of damage that he does here onto Zeka, meaning that he can play as far forward. Viper can't really join the fight. Goes in aggressively, gets the kill, then Zhonya's, and then here flashes forward. And yes, that is into a Shockwave. And then Ruler sees a bunch of tasty treats prepared for him by his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just the flanking rise is the scariest. On vision, as you mentioned, they saw it coming, but they had to overextend just to be in position to deal with the Ocean Drake. And yeah, they got it, but now they're 5,000 gold behind, down a Baron buff. The Rebel Baron power play very much online. You've got these gigantic carries on the side of Gen.G. The Rise, the Ezreal especially, has the largest gold lead.
And Chovy
has just been untouched this game.
He wasn't able to buy Zhonya's before that fight, but he had the Arm Guard. He has the Zhonya's now, so he's got that available again. But with his composition, also is able to get insane value out of Merc Treads. He's already so tanky, right? Because he has the Zhonya's on top of course, his Seraphs. This is the Rise build, right? He has Rod of Ages, but he also has that extra shield on top into this double AP threat. Like, the guy is just going to be so difficult to kill, nigh impossible. And you still have the safe Ezreal that you have to deal with on the other side.
We're also, look, it's 44-6 petals.
That might be the biggest lead we've had.
I'm pretty sure, obviously, they got Otacon, but that is kind of insane.
I mean, they were a far cry from the 2-1 petals we had after Grubs.
Yeah. Exactly. And I want to also highlight that unless Chovy and Ruler are standing on the same spot, I do think Hanwha Life's comp struggle to deal with both of them in an effective manner, right? So as long as Chovy and Ruler just ensure that they're never in the same position in a fight, the combo from the Light, from Zeka, might not be able to find them both, and I think at this point that's what they're going to be relying on. If they can just kill Chovy or Ruler, they'd be great, but these are either extremely slippery or tanky and with an Arm Guard.
Yeah, and you see how Gen.G is really able to tear open the map. As Canyon said, he's going to rip open the rift. They're kind of doing it here. They got the TP in the top lane from Zeus, who, by the way, still level 15. He's going up against solo laners who are 17 and 18 respectfully. And it's just really not online, it feels like. He hasn't had a big impact in this game as the team has been behind. The Scion has been much more of an impact in this one, we can easily say. But yeah, they just put their Baron into the other lanes. They're like, okay, you're going to TP top, we go mid and bot.
And sure, the LDR is online into the Frozen Heart that Keen's now been able to put together here, but it still takes so long to kill this Scion. It just gets bigger and bigger as time goes on in this game that if you're killing Scion front to back from a deficit like this, it just isn't going to work. As Chronicler said, you have to get the backline targets. You basically have to cheat the team fight, or you are just not winning game one here. They have been able to stave off this Baron for the most part here. Base is still intact, 30 seconds to go. Hanwha Life hoping for another fight on Dragon, but man, Gen.G are not giving up any control. No vision here for Hanwha on the map.
Well, Peanut's going to find some. He's not going to like what he sees as he runs straight into Gen.G. And the amount of lockdown that they have with the Nico, the Vi, the Rise, it's just not able to get away.
And it's been kind of the inverse. Peanut had an incredible start to this game, but I think as often is the case with Poppy, if you ever do lose control and you're playing Poppy from behind, it's not very fun.
Just gonna Scion ult straight into the front, and everybody gets delivered to the back line with the Realm Warp. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Over the wall they go. Zeus goes down, and Gen.G are just rolling Hanwha Life Esports now. It is an ace, and they might just end the game right here, 30 minutes in.
this is such a big shift of momentum here for Gen G already in this first game. Bit of a rougher early game, but they turned it around so hard and crushed Hanwha Life Esports with a 10,000 gold lead here at 30 minutes.
Ends up being not a very close game if you look at 15 minutes onwards or so as Gen G run it from there on, and they take down game number 1 here at the 2025 Woori Bank LCK Grand Finals.
And early on, Hanwha Life showcased again the prep, the look at the draft, the prioritization. It all felt like it made sense. But once Gen G was able to find just a skirmish or two that was going their way, they really were able to run away with the game. And it kind of, again, reminds us, Gen G is one of the few teams that can run these 2 carry compositions. Now, Hanwha Life, losing on side selection is always rough, but particularly with Fearless, particularly with these 2 teams, it's a good start for Gen G, but I would expect Hanwha to be able to bounce back in game 2.
And I really underestimated the power of building magic resistance into this double AP composition on the side, and it worked out so much better in team fights than I expected it was going to mid-game and on because of the burst damage available. But with the itemization there from Keen, the fact that the Corki wasn't going to be able to really do a whole lot to the Scion early on, this allowed Gen G to, if they played it right, team fight nearly perfectly through the mid-game and onwards. You could see that clear spot that you were mentioning, Valdez, around 15, 16 minutes in where Gen G took control of the game. They never relented after that. And Gen G, they mastered this composition coming into this series. They knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and you don't see a lot of Ezreals in game number 1s nowadays, especially with Fearless, but Ruler, he picks it up alongside of the Rise and shows its power, especially when it's just unhindered. They really had no answer into the Ezreal. The Rel couldn't do anything, the Poppy couldn't do anything, and they just didn't have enough of a lead to, do enough damage to push him away. And so Ruler took over the game alongside of the team, and Gen G will take the lead in the series 1-0. We'll have a break and have the desk to break it down. We'll be right back.
Yo, we about to make history, so clear the air of the mystery, just so you know what the mission be. We positive with the energy, minutes still we never lost the vision. Sometimes you gotta take a second just to reposition and leverage every inch of opportunity to win it. We sow it for the future generations benefited. Let me flip it, yo. Ha. Everybody ain't equipped, we harness rawness. Ain't nobody on my team gon' quit, we all in. With our backs on the wall, we still be ballin'. I suggest calmness before testing all this. Shoulda stay ready, no need to get. And if you ain't ready, you need to get. We are the timeless, no need to make hits. And we be everlasting so all can benefit. Walk in my shoes, sit up and talk with my dudes. Running how I talk and what it do. We stay fresh, it ain't nothing new. Rule number 1, keep it true. Really that's it, just the rules of engagement. Only real ones in it, so the party gon' stay lit. So right here, you can feel it burn. And everybody only getting what they earn. This is for the love, sweat, tears. Years going hard, Lord, finally we here. This is made it here, yo, we gotta take it there. Remember where you from or you going nowhere. My people in the back, put them up where you at. And in the front, what's poppin', get them up. Cause ain't nobody going home, let's we all go. One for one, one for all, make them all know.
옆에 막고. 야 이거 니코 내공 타고 사이온이랑 앞뒤로 할래? 아 오케이. 야 이거 니코를 여쯤에 떨고 테니까 사이온이 앞에서 박아봐.
오케이. 나 간다.
라인 들어갈 때. 얘네 막으면 하고 아니면 그냥 밀.
볼게 이거.
가자 보내줘. 야 나이스.
야 좋은데? 괜찮아.
천천히.
탑 있자. 큐대.
탑 밀게.
야 끝낼만해.
나 집 가다 텔러 올게.
우리 피 관리하자요.
노플. 여기서 끝내자. 밀었어. 텔러 올게.
탑 가면 끝날 때.
W 봐줄게.
아쉽게 진출하지 못한 MSI. 하지만 멈춰 있을 순 없기에 우린 다시 앞으로 나아갔습니다. 항상 같은 자리에서 응원해주신 팬분들이 있었기에 많은 승부를 지나 여기까지 올 수 있었습니다. 이제 오늘 팬분들과 다시 한번 위대한 도전을 하려고 합니다.
전기를 축구합니다. 너무 비디디 막다 들어갔고요. 트리플킥 비넛 한정이 히트 아니 지금 데카 아니 데카 음식 뭐예요? 누가 먼저 전매직 딜라이트가 딜라이트 정말 근데 지금
우리의 목표는 우승입니다.
It was going to be a battle of styles in game number 1, and it happened to be action-packed as well. But Gen.G come out on top in game number 1. Digon here alongside Wadid and Ox, and there was so much to cover. Let's get straight onto it, guys. It was the early ganks that really took over the narrative here in the early game for Hanwha Life Esports and Peanut.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about the difference between these two junglers. Peanut definitely the more proactive jungler when it comes to ganks. Canyon definitely more focused on farming, and we saw that come out. Peanut immediately got going with his gank towards the bot lane, where with some initial flashes coming out, they're able to catch Duro a little bit overextended, and you see even Ruler goes for this ward in the river, but the cooldowns are used by Duro initially. Delight goes for this play, and we even saw Duro talking in a bit of the banter back and forth how he was nervous in game 1. He ends up throwing the root the wrong way, goes down, and then Peanut then, after getting this gank, transitions it into another gank in the mid lane. So being super proactive with these and really making a lot happen. You can see here Chovy pretty low, and even without the flash, now has the Hex flash enabled. Chovy low, you can clearly see he wants to get the wave in, reset, and go. The counterpoint is, because he does this, he now clears the Scuttle Crab, he goes down towards Wolves, takes those, he then moves towards his Raptors, and then has to clear his top side, and this means Canyon, he can actually just move towards the Dragon. He ends up being a little bit behind on tempo because of these ganks, and this ends up sacrificing the Dragons, which we saw HLE really prioritize in the series against KT.
Yeah, this is the stats that we showed in the pre-show, that they are so good in the early games, and the difference between regular split and playoffs is that HLE, they actually control the objective, but this game, even though they had so much more in the early game, they couldn't manage to control the objective, and that's the reason why we showed up the highlight. Yeah, I think that was great gank on the bot side, but on the mid lane, even though you got the kill, it was too much of tempo.
Yeah, and I think the reason why this is important is because Canyon feels like he's been under a lot of criticism for not being proactive as you watch Peanut make these plays, but Canyon playing the larger game, playing to the team's identity, which is being the immovable object. They don't have to take fights they don't want, so that in the first fight they take, they're ready to go.
So yeah, you can see the positioning as well. The setup from HLE was not optimal. You can see Zeka here, he cannot really enter the river from that position. And also look at the bottom side as well. Viper, he cannot really face check Vi. So here's the issue. Orianna cannot join the fight. Viper cannot hit freely. Sion is gonna zone your damage dealer again as well. So the setup from Gen.G was so much better. And the team fight is the key that we mentioned in the pre-show as well.
I think also Zeus blew a lot of his combo onto Duro. It's a great sidestep from Duro to avoid it. And Zeka, when eventually he can join the fight, does get this massive shockwave, but it just feels a little bit too little too late.
Yeah.
I feel like if we play this fight again, but Zeka and Zeus' position was swapped, Zeus on the flank and Zeka grouped with Viper, I think this could be a very different team fight. And the thing is, because they sacrificed that first Dragon to play for those ganks, it puts even more emphasis on these Dragon fights.
Yeah, they lost the second Drake right there, so that means I think HLE, they're kind of in rush into the game.
Yeah, and so again, the game slows down. It's about the team fights here. Hanwha Life trying to find a way back on in. So then here, third Drake, they're forced in. They don't want to be on soul point, so they try to take another fight that they're not ready for.
And I feel like Gen.G just had such good target selection here. The confidence for Chovy just to TP in, instantly going for the Rel, removing that engaged threat, and then Peanut goes for the ult, misses it, and immediately the Vi just slams him. Two of the frontliners dead immediately, and then it's just shambles from there for HLE, because without your frontliners you can't really contest. They're trying to disengage, they lose another, and this is Gen.G's fight in the bag. I love the decisiveness to immediately target those frontliners you typically aren't looking for in a fight.
It's all about the itemization as well, because in that fight, I don't think HLE wanted to take the fight because their item was not ready. The item spike was in the Gen.G's favor, but you have to take the fight because of what happened in the early game, because you lost the Drakes in the early game. So it was all about the objective. Gen.G was just so good in the team fight.
Yeah, from there, it then snowballed out of control, a couple of close fights, but it ultimately goes the way of Gen.G. Hanwha Life Esports, they regroup, they have their strategy ready, they try to bounce back as we move towards game number 2.
Thank you so much, Stigan, Wadid, and Ox for the breakdown. We are back here for game number 2. And Gen G, they slammed them down from minute 15 onwards. It was not a very close bout after that fact. Humble Life with a great start, but not really able to continue with that momentum. And so I think we're going to learn a lot here in game number 2 about what this series might look like and the future of these grand finals.
Some great artwork there. Obviously, Chovy himself has been continuously tweeting and posting his bleach shot. That was from Demon Slayer. Love to see the diversity in all the different animes here coming through, as there is... I thought I saw a Peanut punch down Jen Rungi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I thought that the early game looked really strong. I think there were 2 big turning points, that dragon fight, but before that, the fight that we initially had on Grubs that was nearly Hanwha sweeping it. And you know, when you look at how the game ended and how much Gen G controlled mid-game and onwards, if a few fights go differently, that could have been a very different game 1. I think Hanwha Life fans should not despair. After what was ultimately a one-sided game 1 here, there were really strong angles for them in this game. The early game went incredibly well. But I think moving forward in this series, we could see a little bit more strategical depth here for Hanwha instead of our traditional game 1 top-tier champion picks, the Blind Aurora, those types of moments that we saw. I'm expecting a lot more strategical depth when we move into 2, 3, and potentially 4 and 5.
And this was also the first game that Hanwha lost this playoffs. Now, obviously, Hanwha is a team full of experienced players. I don't really think that would impact them too much, but it is something that we should think about. They had side selection. They had been winning throughout the entirety, and the early game did kind of go their way. So we'll see how they bounce back in game number 2.
Yeah, they really need to. They're going to select the blue side here to start off game number 2. And the blue side didn't necessarily help them out in game number 1, even though we thought their draft was pretty good. As we're going to start with the same bands here. And we'll see what this draft does look like as we get into it. There's that Annie I was talking about that we saw often into Orianna. But now with Orianna and Ryze gone, Annie also going to be banned away.
We'll see what the draft holds in store for us. A lot of those first pick threats, the jungles continue to be banned away. The Wukong is gone. The Pantheon was banned in game 1. See if that or the Yunara do get taken away here once again as we finish off our first round of bans. There's the Pantheon here on blue side. I imagine the Yunara will follow on red side for Gen G as that final.
I am also kind of curious. Last time they banned Jarvan, Orianna is obviously gone. We'll see if they just prioritized the Jarvan as heavily because of the combo that was available, or because they think that is just a type of jungle pick for which there really isn't a great way to play into it.
I think it's a trade, right, of the Jarvan and the Yunara here. They'll give the Yunara while banning the Jarvan. So it's up to Hanwha Life Esports if they're confident to put this pick to Viper. We've seen so many attempted counter picks by Ruler himself, even with the Smolder, press the attack in the bottom lane response. Gen G definitely have something ready for this, or they would not have given it over.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to. It's very obvious that this comes through. Already Annie and Wukong banned away, even Pantheon as well, the Jarvan. So many answers from the jungle that you might see into the Yunara and from the mid lane. So it's just going to be Taliyah. But what else? This is definitely still a high-tier pick, but what will we see paired with it?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's just Taliyah's in. They have had a crazy track record. Even though when I think of Canyon, I don't even know if he's in the top 3 of Xinzhao's when we think about Owner. Obviously is the standout. We had things like the crazy Lucid game, but I did peek Canyon's win rate on the champion, and it is simply ridiculous. This is a solid counter pick into it. It's good into Taliyah as well, but there's a reason why Xinzhao Taliyah for a large part of this year was basically just not allowed to ever come through.
I'd rather see something else than the Trundle, though, in this situation. Only really Canyon's been able to pull off that Skarner counter pick, but they're going to still commit this Trundle pick here for Peanut. There's just not a lot of lockdown or frontline for this Yunara in this draft, so you kind of have to scrap early and try to get her online a little bit quicker with this draft here for Hanwha Life Esports.
It's got to be Mbessa, right? We're playing into Rumble. That matchup has been pretty manageable. This is a really big show of confidence, both in Keen's Champion and in Duro's impact on Rakan.
Yeah, I think, Duro wasn't really the highlight player of game number 1. He had a couple of knockups, but it was mostly kind of just follow-up. He wasn't really leading the play. I think Rakan into Nara now. The onus is going to be on him to make some of these big engaged plays. We'll see if they get any more engaged, because as you mentioned, the Mbessa is probably going to be banned away at this point as we move into the second phase here. Should be denied away from Keen.
See how many tanks end up making it through, because you don't really want to play a tank
anymore here on Gen G's side with a Trundle on the other side, but if you want to try to Viper swap away from the Yunara lane, you probably need one. So ends up being kind of tricky here in terms of the 2v2. The Rakan will help you and sustain in that bottom lane 2v2 to kind of stave off the pressure in those first few levels where the Yunara can take over with her Q. See what the bans are going to look like here. Obviously, the Nico is already off the table here, so you don't have that insane Yunara kill lane that is never going to be allowed, and it's obviously Fearless ban here. The Sivir makes a lot of sense because the Jarvan was not a factor in this game, was banned once again.
It's kind of interesting that the priority on Ruler's Champion pool continues, not because I think that Sivir isn't a good ban, especially when you're playing a pretty short-range composition thus far, but I would really expect them to pay at least a little bit of respect to Keen's champion pool because of the fact that the matchup is already known. That said, Gen G can also just slam an AD carry again here and kind of keep hidden what Keen is going to play.
There's not a lot of engage here for Hanwha Life thus far, and they banned the Lulu away because they don't want that losing lane. This kind of does feel like it could be a Smolder angle. They've tried it once before. You have a decent front line here. There's not a lot of great ways to lock the Smolder down. I'm going to save that pick for last, though, and instead pick the Gwen into the Rumble.
They want to know 100% what they're playing into in the bottom lane. They already know the Rumble is top. They pick the Gwen here. For Keen, it's a tier list pick, and you know, especially after Rumble's nerfs and stuff, Gwen has done pretty well, and it's a whole heaping helping of extra damage for this team.
I was wondering whether they wanted to go towards something like a Ziggs, just to try and have an additional layer to the composition and just have something that doesn't really need to interact. But with the Gwen, that is kind of off the table. Obviously, it would be way too much AP. Is okay. Coming through here, the Akali for Zeka. That's a big risk. Into Talia Rakan.
I can't say I support this choice. You know, in terms of the mid lane matchup, it's tough alone. But you're also now just trying to all in into getting this Yunara online early, getting this Akali online early. You have really no other robust frontline here for Viper in this game. It's all damage as your frontline. The best defense for this Yunara, I suppose, is going to be an offense in Hanwha Life's mind with this Leona lock-in here as well. A strong counterpick to the Rakan in terms of the laning phase, but you don't know what AD carry you're up against just yet. Now, Smolder, I mentioned earlier, is still a possibility here for Ruler, but instead opting for that Kai'Sa hover, and it will lock it in. It was banned in Game 1, available here in the second. Gen G have already won one game on red side. Here in Game 2, opt to wait and see what the full composition is before locking in that Kai'Sa. And in Game 1, overall, I think the three of us liked Hanwha Life's draft. It had a clear identity. I don't think I could say the same about their Game 2 draft here. And on the side of Gen G, they have so many answers.
Really does feel like this is two very short-range compositions with some ultimates notwithstanding. And it's going to be whoever pulls ahead first. If you are playing either of these compositions behind, I think you're just going to be feeling miserable. It's going to be really hard to contest. I gotta be very, very suspicious, though, of this choice for the Akali. I'm pretty sure we saw Cousin BDD run this exact mid-jungle 2v2. It was not pretty. Now, that did also involve BDD getting solo killed, kind of by his own volition. But that was just into Talia. This is into Rakan as well. So I think that it's going to be a very, very narrow tightrope to walk here for Hanwha Life. And we'll have to see if they can pull it off.
It's Zeka. You know, that's the thing we haven't mentioned. It is one of his most iconic picks, right? Like, this is Zeka, one of the people who can get it done on Akali, has gotten it done at Worlds, his World Championship through an Akali meta. I just don't know if it suits in this draft here.
So we have someone here cheering for maybe the side of Gen G. I see a lot of Gen G signs there, but also signs for Zeus, so we're not going to know who, but either way, it does feel like Hanwha Life have, they've thrown the gauntlet, and we'll see if they can do it here on Comfort in game number 2.
하나 생명, 하나, 둘, 셋. 젠지, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Game number 2 already beginning. Gen G taking a strong lead with the first win. Hanwha Life Esports picking Akali for Zeka alongside of Peanuts Trundle. Not the strongest mid-jungle duo, but will require Zeka to not get too far behind and also to have an impact. At least they have 3 threats, so even if Zeka isn't doing too much, maybe the other 2 can pull the weight, but same thing on the side of Gen G with the Gwen, Talia, and Kai'Sa.
The exhaust picked up here for Keen. It's a common tech in this matchup, and will also help him out into the Akali later on in the game as well. Very powerful to shut down the Akali in team fights, and even the Yunara is a great exhaust target, so do like this choice from Keen quite a bit.
Just the more I think about it, if I could pick as a three-man unit of Xin Zhao, Talia, and Rakan versus Leona, Trundle, Akali, I feel like Gen G really gave themselves a great angle here again. The lanes obviously have to play out the way that they like as well. Kai'Sa to me is such an interesting character as Viper and the Light actually putting the hurt on here because she is a really interesting kind of hybrid carry that obviously has a ton of damage late game, but also has really good self-heal between the empowered E as well as the ultimate, and we'll see how Ruler can use that to try and play into the amount of backline threat that's there for Hanwha.
I like how aggressively Delight and Viper are playing this, knowing that at level 1, the Leona feels very strong here. It is a Yunara lane, committing the barrier to try to chunk that health out so they can maintain tempo pressure, because if you just trade evenly, the Rakan just nullifies a lot of that. And Kai'Sa is relatively weak in these early levels, so trying to make sure they have that prio guaranteed here is going to make things a lot easier. Here in the mid lane, however, it's going to take a while before Zeka is no longer bullied.
Yeah, Tovi undefeated here on the Talia 6-0. Hasn't even played that much. I feel like it was banned a lot against him. And for a lot of the early parts of the LCK as well, when it was very strong, alongside of the Xin Zhao. But the Xin Zhao, 16 games for Canyon played. And Tovi is 19-2 in the LCK on Talia. So that's even more impressive when we look at his entire LCK career.
With a KD of 9. That's...
They didn't lose a lot of those games, so I suppose...
I guess your KDA would be high.
Still very impressive stuff. He missed the cannon though, so we can throw those stats out the window.
How good is he really?
Yeah.
Zeka got hit.
He's not Tovying very well.
Well, I do see a bit of a potential opportunity here for Peanut to make an impact in the mid lane. Oh, just going to grab Scuttle. It looked like he was going to potentially wrap around, but Chovy's positioning difficult to punish. Canyon a little bit behind the curve in terms of the jungle clear, but should be able to pick his Scuttle up.
I didn't actually catch what happened, whether he took a specific path and was trying to cover somewhere. Because this is an exceptionally slow jungle clear, right? Like normally, even on the slowest junglers, you're generally be done around the time that Scuttle Crab spawns. So almost gets double scuttled here, Canyon.
We're going to maybe turn this one around as the max range. Wind becomes lightning. He's going on in, but they're not fully committing to this. And now the slow is there on a Canyon. Make that a pillar follow-up as the flash away, but still they flash jump on in. The exhaust going to help out big time. And now Peanut's taking so much damage in this front line, but so is Keen. But at the end of the day, Canyon going to turn this one around as his flashes in, tries to take it 1v2, but instead gets sat down by Canyon.
At least he was able to get the kill very, very close there in the final moments. It's a really strong 2v2 here for Zeus and Peanut if they get to fight second there, but they're not quite able to get it done. Peanut goes back in to the waiting arms of Keen. As you can see, the start here looks good for Gen G, but they end up kind of overextending here. This is where it looks like, okay, Zeus has enough heat here. They actually have the damage. The pillar goes down, but Peanut critically going a bit too deep.
And for me, Zeus is a little bit too early there, and he didn't actually get a lot of empowered autos off while he was overheated. And then especially with Red Buff, especially with Conqueror for Canyon and for Keen, like they have so much sustain early on. The Xin Zhao passive actually does a big number. I know he doesn't have Sundered Sky yet, but you still got to be careful in these longer fights.
Well, it's going to happen pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
2-0 already. Canyon wasn't necessarily the main character last game. Started off 0-2. Now he's got the exact opposite scoreline. And just comes from being in the right place at the right time and winning a good 2v2.
Now, I don't want to be a game one, Andy, obviously.
How about a game two, Andy?
Yeah, I'm starting. Well, hey, the Hanwha Live struggles this year did start when Gen G reverse swept them. Yeah. So we're also not going to be a game. Maybe we'll have to be game 3 Andy's by necessity, though, if it continues this way.
I mean, the scary thing is since that moment, since Gen G's reverse sweep, they have never beaten Gen G this year. And yes, that is a kind of staggering stat, but Gen G's dominance makes it very believable.
And this big moment here in the second game, Gen G already taking a small lead. Now Hanwha Life will get this first dragon, maybe more, looking for more.
Yeah, Delay really trying to exert a lot of pressure down there and push them away. Zeus does not have his flash. Now the needles are coming in. Keen taking an aggressive trade as he is getting low, but not low enough as Kenny gets in, picks up a third kill. As Hanwha Life get the Drake, but now you've got a 3-0 Xin Zhao.
And Zeus disrespecting there. You are on the weak side. Your team is taking the dragon. And I'm sorry, Canyon, I did slander your Xin Zhao a little bit, if only, you know, relative to some of your compatriots. I apologize. I should have been familiar with your game. You're currently 3-0 and about 850 gold up on Xin Zhao, a champion that notoriously snowballs insanely well.
Yeah, he's refamiliarizing all of us with his game at the moment, and this is a misread from Zeus, right? Ult's here to help clear the wave, but does a bunch of damage to Keen, so he's like, maybe I have an angle here? He's a little bit indecisive with it, but as you mentioned, you're on the wrong side of the map to make this exchange while your jungler is taking Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, he was just too close. I think eventually once the needles hit him, maybe he realized, hey, I can't get out. I'm just slow to Xin Zhao's here, I'm dead. That's me giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think he can't be that close to get hit, though, because he needs to be playing carefully, as you guys have pointed out.
It's also a good sell by Keen. I think Keen purposefully takes a little bit of extra damage on the equalizer there, which is, together with Zeus just being a little bit too eager, what prompted him to go in. And that means that the gold lead towards the top side of the map, absolutely ludicrous. The upside for Hanwha is that this does mean that bot lane hasn't really been bothered whatsoever, which means we are starting to see a Viper build a bit of a lead. And I do think Rumble, as far as picks that can be put behind and still have an impact go, is still pretty solid. But then I look at the CC, there isn't actually that much lockdown to enable this equalizer.
Yeah, that's the thing about this draft to me that I have serious issue with, and why I often have issue with Akali in this meta is you need to have a lot of lockdown in most compositions in professional play here at the LCK, and the Akali just doesn't give you any of that. She gives you burst damage. If she gets accelerated, her CC is deleting people, as we're going to see a potential all-in here, but once Duro shows up, Viper thinks better of it.
That is good CC.
Yeah, it is, but now he got some needles coming on in. Keen taking an aggressive trade once again. The overheat comes out as Exhaust utilized. Keen, he wants the kill, and he wants it now. He will pick it up, but he does go down in the trade. Has to utilize Exhaust as well for that one, so I suppose Zeus will be happy with the way that one went. As, by the way, as that was all happening, all the grubs go over to Peanut and Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly the outcome Keen was hoping for there, as Viper sitting on his ultimate here with Peanut on top side. This is definitely a diveable situation with the wave they have, but it's too high risk. I think they were con with Flash and ultimate available, and Canyon now spotted in the vicinity. They definitely wanted to go for it, but they think better of it.
I think they were kind of testing the waters there. We also saw Zaka roam up halfway through the jungle to maybe try and go for a collapse, but if Canyon's there, you just can't go for that play. 4v2, I think you can pull that off. When you're 4v3, especially if Fed's in Zhao, that's just not going to work.
Zeus here in this bottom lane, trying to make something happen again. The wave's not in a great spot. Equalizer here ends up getting a decent amount of value as he tries to trade back. Again, he's forced into this, gets exhausted. Now, could have, you know, if he had Flash here, maybe turned this away and gotten away, but I think his Flash had just come back up at that moment, so it doesn't have it. Doesn't opt to have it if he did have it, or doesn't opt to use it. And he has Flash still now, but you can see in this collapse that we have on the bottom side, maybe there's an angle. Now, Canyon is rotating down at the same time, so is Duro. And what Hanwha Life want to do right now is get some kills on either this Akali or Yunara as soon as possible, so they're constantly trying to set up these dives. They're constantly trying to set up pinches here, but Gen G have had so far good answers, and Canyon's here once again.
Canyon is here, and I don't think that you can fight against Canyon. He got a 9.5-minute Sundered Sky. This Xin Zhao is unkillable. They have the man advantage, but they're not going to be able to dive this turret by any means. Well, I say that, they're trying to look for it actually, but the Kai'Sa's coming down. The turn coming out here from Gen G is cautious, especially with the Akali out on the map, but they'll prevent any kind of dive from happening on the bottom lane as TP almost interrupted there actually. But Zeus does get back up to the top lane and no dive or fight even occurs.
Yeah, I really liked, even though Keen ends up trading 1-for-1, I think that was still him going that aggressive was because Zeus's Flash was like 9 seconds off as that play came through. So he was just trying to look for the punish. I think he did still take too much damage. I just don't think he goes for the final dash in if that Flash is available as Ruler.
Yeah, a bit of an all-in on here. We do get the charm. It's basically just for peel. You can see that Viper is still continuing to be as aggressive as possible, and Ruler and Duro giving him the respect he deserves.
I think they were trying to punish the fact that Viper used ult in the previous exchange, but doesn't really go their way because Viper has Kraken Slayer. And Ruler has a cause. Oh, Canyon.
We got full summoners here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see if Viper can get away. He's not going to flash the knock-up, uses the barrier, and at the end of the day, he just goes down, and now the Talia's in. That's 2 kills now for Gen G.
They have to get something cross-map here. They have to, or they're in big trouble.
They might just be able to exhaust is still on cooldown, and 3v1, they will be able to at least take down Keen, but that is 2 kills. 1 more in a Canyon's pockets, 1 for Ruler to help catch him up, and the Dragon on top of it.
And the Canyon was able to get so much in this exchange. Like, during that fight in the bottom lane, he was able to get Raptors, then wrap around to get into the bottom there. I think Hanwha Life just did not account for it, then rushed to make the play topside. They will be able to get this turret as well, so that's a lot of gold injected here into Hanwha Life.
I do actually think that this play isn't all that bad for Hanwha. They get first turret, and the gold swing is pretty sizable because Chovy also TPs the bot lane here. In hindsight, might not really have been necessary if you look at how the play shakes out, because it means that that is what frees up the play towards topside. And this is 3 plates, a turret, and about 3 full waves that are just gonna get blown up. There isn't a response ready as the dive from Hanwha Life is clean. And that does mean that Zeka is actually off to a great start in this game.
Yeah, he's been spending some time alone, getting some additional farm. He has that kill there as well, and he does pick up a lead that he so desperately needed. And the question is, what happens in these next few fights here for Hanwha Life? Are they able to use this slim lead that he has right now, you know, maybe on this Herald fight, for example, to explode and get into this position where Viper is a threat faster than he otherwise would be? Because I think that's how this composition has to work for Hanwha. If they lose control of this game, I don't think they ever get it back. If game 1 is anything to go by, but if compositions are anything to go by as well.
See a bit of a freeze up in the top lane. Zeka going to join Keen up here and try to break the freeze. Should be successful. But a little bit of golden XP denied away from Hanwha Life Esports, but a nice little freeze from Keen. And it feels like, you know, somewhat of an even game at this point, but certainly the gold where you'd want it, I would say, here for Hanwha Life Esports, on that Akali, on the Rumble. Yes, the Xingqiao very strong, but it's just one guy, and your Kai'Sa is going to take a little while to get online.
It's a really important Herald here because it's a lot of map control that be gained by taking out that mid turret. They already have the topside turret. It's also feats of strength, so these are reasons why Gen G might want to opt into this fight. But Hanwha Life absolutely want to fight right now with this Akali and try to win a clean fight to get Viper further ahead here. So this is a really important timing here where Gen G need to make a clean decision. Do we outplay them with a Weaver's Wall? Do we try to force this fight, or do we simply give it up and try to get something elsewhere? Because this fight could blow up in the game.
Trying to go on a Ruler here that's already a ton of damage as in goes to Leona, but Duro is there for the peel. Takes a bunch himself, but the follow-up from Chovy gets there on time. The equalizer only hitting Canyon as eventually Ruler doesn't have any way to get out, and they do collapse onto him. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Lots of damage done here by HLE, and they're pushing bot at the same time.
That's a big win for Hanwha because they're also able to, again, get Zeka even more gold. Make the player good punish there on the flashless Kai'Sa. Don't think it's going to lead to an objective, so it does mean that Hanwha Life isn't able to further build upon the lead if they got bot lane turret as well, but they still get the TP out of Keen. That's going to be TP advantage now. The only downside is Viper flashed in that play, as did Zeus, and those are 2 very valuable cooldowns.
Yeah,
it's a delight that starts us up.
And I was talking about, you know, the Herald, but Hanwha Life, like, forget that. We're going to look for any pick that we can, and they end up getting Ruler's ultimate here early. The re-engage looks like it's actually potentially going to be able to save or peel, but it's unsuccessful. Ruler gets blown up here in the end, and it's more money to these carries here for Hanwha Life. Now we're on this fight here for the Herald. Zeus does not have his ultimate back online just yet, though.
It was Zeus' ultimate, though, that killed Ruler there, because he couldn't actually walk it off the way that he wanted to.
They're committing to a fight on the bottom side here with the exhaust. They want to take down Zeka, but he's Akali. This is very difficult to lock down. Toby doesn't have his ult. And meanwhile, Hanwha Life Esports were just getting the Rift Herald, so that's going to feel very good once again to get another TP out of Gen G.
Canyon wants to try to stop his back here.
He'll be able to.
Might be able to just take him down at this point. No ult available for Zeka. We got redemptions coming in as Canyon says, I want this kill. And I want it now, but the flash is going to come out as there's the W! Follow-up kill from Ruler from downtown in the jungle. Going to take him out.
And thank you for the delivery, says Ruler. I'll be taking that kill as the Kaisa now 3-1.
Oh, Ruler loving that moment there. Grabs the kill. A nice punish to come through from Canyon, so at least they were able to get something in return. It looked like the heavy commitment had failed there right here on this play from Keen on the bottom side, because they're getting Herald and they're also getting a turret. You cannot allow this Akali to get away with it. Zeka's able to ult over the wall here. Chovy shows up, and if they don't get him here after that much of a commitment, it's a disaster. But somewhat of a greedy back location here for Zeka. Canyon gets the punish, and then watch Ruler on the angle here. Post flash. Snipes him. Ooh. And Delight tries to flash for the interrupt, but is unsuccessful.
Yeah, I think Canyon probably would have always gotten him, but denying the kill to Ruler would have definitely been a worthwhile endeavor. Does mean Humble Life have tempo on the next Dragon spawn, and they are a dangerous team if they can get access to a Cloud Soul. Genji, though, it's only the second Dragon, so they're going to get this one up.
Yeah, just one Cloud Drake for now is what they're going to say. It didn't look like Gen2 were really in a position to reset and get there on time anyway, so just kind of had to give it away. Humble Life Esports will very much enjoy that objective. Viper in the mid lane, he's down at 1,000 gold, but still his presence is felt, and they haven't even used the Rift Herald yet, so they want to chip away at this mid lane turret, take it down. We got a wall coming in, but the charge is still going to come down, as it does not block the Rift Heralds, unfortunately for Chovy.
And that critical Herald that we talked about wasn't the team fight that they got. There wasn't a big swimming win there, but the Herald itself was picked up. They got the turret in the bottom side, and Hanwha Life down in gold technically, but have so much map control.
All right, really trying to lock down Ruler. He does have his flash. They use so much to get the flash, but it is definitely very worth it, especially when there's no objectives and your lack of ultimates don't really matter.
It's really big, because it means that the pillar gets so much more value. It means Akali's life becomes a lot easier. Kaisa has good self-peel, but it really is relying on actually getting plasma stacks. And if the rest of Genji isn't in a position to provide this for Ruler to reposition amidst the fight, could end up really struggling, as this long-range engage from Hanwha Life actually ends up being really successful, right? Like the pillar, the Light's ultimate, and these equalizers.
The way that Genji's comp can work from behind oftentimes relies on you to set up picks with the shove, or a really nice catch on a single target where you can see the follow-up from Ruler, but he's never really going to be able to match Viper's damage later on. Even with a 1,100 gold lead and an item lead right now, that advantage feels temporary in this draft here for Genji, especially when Hanwha Life Esports have those turrets down and can make those big dive plays happen with this Akali that's relatively accelerated still in this game. So Genji, kill lead, gold lead, which is somewhat neutralized here. So will maybe try to grab back some map control with a pick onto Zeus, but he's got Delight nearby, and I don't think Genji will be able to make the pick happen. But I do think that for Genji here, you need to really figure out where you want to fight your battles now, because you only have a few left before Viper just becomes out of control, impossible to stop.
Now we'll see if they can make it to that point in time. You can see Canyon is roaming the map. He's trying to find a big impact on the very fed Xinjiao from early on in the game, the 4-0 at like 10 minutes or something ridiculous. And that's Under Sky at 9.5 minutes. But hasn't really been able to. It feels like Hanwha Life have been able to control the flow and really take the fights that will benefit them so far.
Viper has to be careful, though, because if he ever does get touched by any CC from Canyon, from Chovy, or from Duro, if Ruler in a late-game teamfight does get on top of him, Viper having one dash isn't going to change the fact that he will just get blown up by the Kaisa in a matter of seconds. And Viper now with PD done as well.
And also the Shadow Flame for Zeka coming in at the exact same time. The item buy times here right as the Otacon does spawn. Means that Genji need to be very wary of a potential take and or turn off of it, as they're just going to go straight to it. I mean, Viper does an insane amount of damage, and they don't have to start this right now, but the fact that vision is cleared means Genji need to pay attention, need to be in the area.
Second item here finished for Chovy, just picked up that Rylai's and TP'd into mid. So, as you mentioned, Wolf, they need to be in the area, they need to be checking in, as they don't quite have the vision control of this objective. But I think the fact that they come in here, and it's still very early on in this game, it's not going to be any ability for them to just rush this down at this point. So they're going to take this opportunity as Genji group up to send their side laners to top and mid.
Feels like Chovy's teleport is constantly under threat by Hanwha. He keeps having to teleport in to try to support plays, and then Hanwha Life either are able to turn into an even play or just escape entirely, and now they actually have teleport advantage here, and The push in the top lane is free for Zeus. He can take a free back right now, and that threat on the Otacon is still there. I mean, they do a lot of damage. Genji have to respond. There's the TP from Zeus. Keen will likely have to match here.
Yeah, Keen will definitely have to match. You can see that Duro's going in, but he's going to be locked down. He kind of gets denied his way out. Still has the quickness, but zoned away very low on HP now. As you see the flank coming in, has to flash the seismic shove already. And now the engage is going to be forced here by Delight. It's in onto Canyon and onto Ruler in that backline, but they have so much damage onto that Leona. They can't take out Ruler as look at Zeka goes so deep, but eventually just goes down and Ruler survives this entire fight. Viper doing an excellent job of kiting it out, but he's the only one alive. And Chovy goes in and shuts him down. Takes the kill, and Genji take a gigantic fight.
Chovy will take no chances, even though it's just Viper. He's bloodthirsty for the kill, not allowing Viper to try and get something around this Otacon. And Genji find a colossal fight.
And Hanwha Life Esports on the turn here, a little bit sloppy. Duro's initially caught. They could have slow played this, but instead they think they have an opportunity to collapse onto Canyon. Of all players here, they look for the engage. The Light flashes in for the stun, Solar Flare follow-up, and try to taxi his way onto Ruler. But Ruler is too well protected, and you can see the woes of the composition here for Hanwha Life in that they don't have that much follow-up, they don't have great CC, and even though Ruler is initially kind of caught there after they taxi through Canyon, it's just not enough, and there's just way more consistent damage here when you actually all in on one player. Viper can't get it done alone when there's no front line and everyone else has already just disappeared.
And again, it's the combination of that reap. Oh, hold up.
Yeah, we got another fight here. Looks like Hanwha Life Esports kind of half-heartedly just kind of running in there as Duro's going to get away. It's a big equalizer, though. They take out Keen. The follow-up is there for HLE. They want to get Duro, but it's not enough. Finally, they do get him on the backside there, but in goes Ruler with the assassination. But this time, Viper has tons of room. Gets the shutdown on the Xin Zhao. And Chovy here on the run, trying to take the disengage cone, but the follow-up from the Yunara is just too big. It's 2 shutdowns for Viper's Yunara.
A good counter punch, though, coming through from Hanwha Life, taking a little bit of tempo out of Genji Sills that really wanted that mid lane turret. Ruler, though, stays alive, as I think Genji, just like us, getting a little bit caught off guard by this fight.
Yeah, unlike the last game 1 attempt here to defend turrets, this ends up being a correct sacrifice. Delight goes in, dies. The equalizer is massive value, but Keen is also cut off, and Genji can't heal because they have to deal with that equalizer burn. And from here, Viper is just like, no one can touch me. I'm a Yunara, I'm online, and even though his team doesn't have a robust front line, when Genji are this split up and you have a ton of tempo in the fight, the engage was enough to actually get him into position to do massive amounts of damage alongside his 2 carries there. And now Viper becoming a really big problem here for Genji later and later in this game as we get to more 5v5s.
Ooh, and something we haven't talked about yet, but I do actually think is now worth to mention. As Ruler, he's there?
It's the Ruler spot. He's by himself in the Ruler spot. Who could have predicted this? He just goes down essentially for free. No flash, no way to get out, uses his cleanse. And yeah, he just got flanked by the Trundle and had no idea, was kind of in no man's land.
And 3 out of these Hanwha Life members have been in the LP. I think you see it right there. Ruler getting caught off guard, but also the immediate attempted collapse from Zeka to catch them in the rotation. And the fact that they were able to take down Ruler is a really big deal. The gold lead that Genji fought with a bot lane fight now gone. But the fact that there is additionally the Akali, which is such a good counter pick into the Gwen, is why we see Zeka getting to display first. Why he's able to catch him in the rotation.
And you can see the value of the mid-turret take, right? Yep. Like, that allows you to wrap around. They know Ruler doesn't have flash. You mentioned it earlier. A lack of flash on this Kai'Sa makes it so difficult to get away from the Trundle. It's a really good proactive play there from Peanut. And Ruler just thought he was safe, just did not know about that wraparound. Is punished there. Had to drop his cleanse as well. Well, arguably didn't have to, but opted to late on in that fight. Did not save him. Hanwha Life take a gold lead here again. We're dead even on Dragons. But I do think that some of the hardest parts of this game here for Hanwha Life are behind them now.
I think for Genji, they have to be very decisive about how they take these fights. It can't be Ruler being caught out. You know, Hanwha Life, if they play this guerrilla warfare and they get these picks, it's always going to favor them with the Akali, with the Yunara, with space. But if you have a Genji that engages with the Rakan, the Xin Zhao going in, you've got the Kai'Sa to lock on to the weakest target in the backline, then you're feeling good. But a couple of fights in a row, Home Life Esports catching Gen G off guard, and they have scrapped their way back into this game.
And Gen G, they need the prep, because I think we saw in that last fight that they won towards the bottom end of the map, as we do see both Viper and Zayas pumping some insane numbers.
7,000 up for Viper, 1,500 gold behind earlier, doesn't matter.
Additionally, particularly with you, when we saw how that bot lane fight played out, if Ruler gets to reposition, if Chovy gets to just get rotation after rotation, I think their composition still works, but both these comps are kind of finicky. I think the Gen G comp is a little bit easier, but they do need to not be caught off guard, in that combination of the Pillar, the Light's ultimate, and Zayas' ultimate is such a deadly threat for a Gen G, unless they're willing to heavily invest tools.
And the Gwen's behind, they don't have map control, and so it's hard to make plays. I think map control is so important for a composition like what Gen G have. They have 0 grubs on this Gwen. If the Gwen was ahead, maybe she could do a little bit more insides here and start to threaten turrets, but that mid turret still being alive for Han, that defense of the turret still plagues Gen G in this game. Less agency for Duro to look for wraparound plays, and Hanwha Life just continue to force those scrappy fights you were talking about, the guerrilla warfare, Valdez, that has been so successful for them in this mid and now nearly late game.
You see a fight brewing here. Delight kind of by himself. You see Viper not really able to help him out. That's the flash on in. Will they overcommit is really the only question I have, as this is just a Leona, but they are going so deep to try to kill Delight, and yes, they will. But Ruler by himself behind the play as they look to collapse. He goes Zayas over the wall, tons of damage, but they turn onto him. Immediate double kill comes in for Keen, and now it's 5v3. Yes, some low health bars here for Gen G. But they're still liking the way. They're still liking the numbers. Chovy going in by himself, but he knows he's tanky. The damage from Viper is way too much for them to handle. As the flash shuriken is going to miss, Chovy has to flash away. Gen G barely get ahead of this fight.
This game is crazy! It's actually Gen G to try to Hanwha Life.
They've got control vision. They've got control vision. They're going to try to force Gen G to rotate over. There's
Gen G know about it, yeah.
They have to peel off. The peanut is just too low. So Gen G will get the dragon. And there's just no response, unfortunately, for Hanwha Life fans here on the other side of the map. What
It's just a Drake.
Fight. Yeah,
it's just a Drake.
Just a dragon.
It's just a dragon.
It is Soul Point, on the other hand.
Such a wonky fight. They go so deep to kill just a Leona.
And in this moment, you could see the power, though, of the flexibility that Gen G have in their composition. Like, the Gwen can just rip through health bars here, and now they're set up. The only person who's not is Ruler, but he has Duro doing an insane amount of work here to peel, because if Ruler dies here, I think this fight looks completely different. And then Chovy's near death on the re-engage was very scary, but he knows he has to do something, otherwise Viper can just hound them down and take them out.
We saw Chovy, I think, justifiably so, get a lot of flack after the game against KT. That series, he didn't have enough impact. That's no longer the case. He's playing for max impact.
You mean the first series against KT?
Sorry, the first series against KT. Very good.
A bit of a
very important
yeah.
clarification. What I want to highlight, though, is that exhaust from Keen. I think that Zayas knew that he was going to die there no matter what. If he doesn't get exhausted and his health bars are a little bit lower, that could have actually been the difference. The immediate exhaust from Keen cuts so much damage from that rumble.
And the follow-up of Chovy's ultimate there from Cannon instantly on the Viper forces him to flash. Now there's no Yunara flash for an upcoming fight here. And so Viper is definitely a much easier target in this upcoming skirmish that we're going to have around the next objective, which could very well be this Baron here. And so Gen G's main goal, and will be for the rest of this game, is to blow up this Yunara, who does have a shield bow, is very difficult to kill, but doesn't have much of a front line. So if you just get access to her one time, she can't flash that engage, the Rakan coming through, or a seismic shove, or even a Xin Zhao, Hanwha Life Esports fall apart at the seams once Viper is dead in these team fights. And that flash grab from Chovy, absolutely massive.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be liking that, especially if they can force a fight sometime soon, as at least the cooldown is about halfway through, so should have it for the Drake fight. But if we sit around for 3 minutes and they don't force a Baron, maybe he could have that flashback on time, as we'll see what Keen's going to get on his back here.
Zeka might end up being the big difference maker. If he actually can get on top of the back line, can get on top of Ruler, even with the reposition, with how much money this Akali has, can blow up Ruler in seconds. The exhaust from Keen, again, I think is going to be a big big tool, though, that is available here for Gen G. So Humble Life's engage needs to be very deliberate. I really don't think you can give over a possible Cloud Storm. I think they know.
No light. Okay, he's going to get away this time.
The Ghost actually saving him.
Yeah, the Grand Entrance
are we
looks
Nashing?
pretty good as we got maybe a flank coming in here. Yeah, the Akali's got an angle. Zeka looking for it. They want to turn onto him. And so Zeka's angle going to be denied. And now the follow-up comes in and Zeka's just by himself. He gets taken out essentially for free in the flank. It immediately backfires.
Throws the flash and ult there to help secure the kill before Zeka can get out there. And that's a huge pick for Gen G, and they'll finally take out this mid turret.
Rula turns around and says, I am the danger, as Zeka is trying to find the flank, gets spotted. Gen G read the play, and now they start up Nash.
Okay, this is still not a free Nash by any means. Viper doesn't have that flashback, but he is ready to fight.
It's going to be up to Peanut, but they immediately turn onto him as they burst him down. The burst out of this comp is just insane from Gen G, and with no jungler, that just means Gen G get a free objective, and this game was so close, but immediately it's ripped open again by Gen G.
Ruler turning onto the flanking Akali may be what won this game here for Gen G. That choice alone. However, it's the play from Duro that guarantees the kill, and I think we've seen so many of these moments here for Duro in this first game, in game 2 here as well, and have gone, I think, appreciated by us, but man, those types of moments, you have to be snap on the flash. He was, and then here, brilliant turn, so 2 turns back-to-back on this Baron secure, and suddenly Gen G have map control foreseeably for the rest of this game.
It's just insane. There's so many things that come together there. There's whoever used the Scryer to spot, then there is Canyon with the immediate turn, then there's Ruler already pumping damage numbers. It really is the entirety of Gen G, and then in the fight afterwards, Keen leads with the exhaust, which sets up the slow, which sets up for the guaranteed lockdown from Duro. They're just a well-oiled machine. Humble Life still in this game technically, but I do think they need to win this next fight. They need to find a way to take down these Freds. Because otherwise they're going to not be able to play the game for the rest of it.
And I agree, and the timing of these backs here for Gen G gives them just enough time to rush back over as this dragon spawns with the Baron waves pushing. That bought them enough space. They get their back. Zonya's done for Keen now. It's a huge spike for him. GA's up for Canyon. They want this soul. All they have to do is stop Viper in one fight. Viper got his IE for this one. This is likely the fight to decide the game.
Yeah, it might just be all up to Viper as the guerrilla tactics not necessarily working out as frontlining now. The light goes in, but look at the damage on the Peanut as that's a big stun. Gets Ruler down, and now Viper's got it. The spike comes in as Peanut lives and takes down the dragon, denies the soul once again. Trophy's gonna go down. And the Zunara unchecked in the fight means that HLE will win it big time.
They might be able to end.
We'll
The
see
death
if they
time is on like
can.
50 seconds.
Keen, though, he's gonna stop the mid wave at least. They're trying to go for bot wave.
Oh, that's hard.
I don't know
Really
if they've
hard.
got enough time.
I don't think so. I mean, it's still really long death timers here, but they have to spend so much time pushing this wave through an entire turret here. The inner turret's still up. Peanut's going to tank it to try to rush this down. I think Gen G will have a defense.
Baron left minions
It's
too.
close.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's 15 seconds, 10 seconds on Ruler. I don't think they can end. They can definitely get an inhib though, and the gold lead is gone. Ruler, I must not have had flash there. He got caught. He literally tanked a full equalizer. Are we still going? Guys, we need a moment.
They do not have Baron.
They denied the inhibitor take, actually. So they're able to get up, and the Baron buff helping. But yeah, Ruler just kind of gets caught here.
Watch this. So Ruler also kind of trolled by his own teammate, but even without that, if he had the flash available, you just need to flash over the wall immediately. You just can't take that much damage.
I mean, getting caught by a solar flare on top of it all. And you know, when the fight goes like this, where you have so many threats getting through quickly, then the untouched Yunara is just going to make it impossible for you to look for anything else, any sort of follow-up. You don't have your damage threat anymore, your main damage threat in the Kaisa, and Keen's all left alone. And that was a really decisive fight for Hanwha Life there. Snap engage onto the AD carry, and now, we're in terms of gold here, we're at 35 minutes in, practically even, just 1,000 gold in it for Gen G.
And you can feel how much this match matters, because even though it would be just match point, Humble Life would still be able to fight back. Humble Life also must know, if this happens and Gen G in a fearless setting get free opportunities to find a better draft and are able to rely on the powers that they've shown throughout the entirety of the year, it is possible. Gen G showed it to us way back in the road to MSI, but it's so hard, and Hanwha Life's resilience cannot be overstated here.
Yeah, and just the fact that we've seen many times in this series and in this game especially a team take a big lead. Like Gen.G had the Baron push, they had the setup for the Cloud Soul fight, and yet still Hanwha Life Esports were able to fight back is just true testament to how hard these guys are fighting and the excellent setup from HLE in that last fight.
Chovy is looking for a potential punish here of a collapse onto Keen, but it will not come through. Keen has the Verdant Barrier now as well, which gives him a little bit of additional safety, actually, when he is kind of spacewalking his way alone out to these turrets. And the next objective is going to be the next Baron, right? In 90 seconds time or 80 seconds or so, Hanwha Life Esports nearly fully set to fight. I mean, they don't really get much stronger than this. There's one more item in the tank here for Viper, who obviously has tier 3 boots on top of it. And for them, they're ready to look for one of those fights where they can either collapse onto someone or just play it slow and front to back, because the composition now at this point has the damage. Their carries are so online that they don't actually have to have tanks to win it. They can just win through sure damage alone with all these items coming through.
It's so telling to me that Ruler was sitting on a BF start. I assumed he was going to buy GA. He bought IE. He is sending a signal there, and as you highlight, we're getting close to full build territory across the board. We've seen the win conditions for both of these teams consistently come into fruition. For Hanwha Life, it's the chaos. It's taking Ruler out of the fight early, and it's the amount of long-range engage and power that they have, plus the burst from Zeka and the consistent damage from Viper. Looking at the setup for the objective, we have Baron and Dragon on relatively close timers. Gen.G have full control of the top side with impeccable vision. They should be able to hold on to that.
I feel like Delight has done so much heavy lifting in this game, you know? Like, he sacrificed himself so much in these fights, because if you're shooting at a Leona, you're not shooting at Viper, you're not shooting at Zeka, right? And that means those carries can close the gap. And in almost every one of these fights, he's either gotten a kill alone or has used his health bar to let Hanwha Life get into position or set up that proper equalizer. He gave Duro a lot of credit earlier. He has 15 of 19 KP, but I do think Delight is such an incredibly strong factor here for Hanwha Life. If they didn't have that Leona pick, fighting these neutrals becomes so much tougher.
And see so much setup here for the Dragon, actually. It doesn't look like either team decisively wants to go for the Baron at this point in time. Not a huge amount of vision around there, but it is Gen.G favored around the Baron. I feel like maybe they could have started it up and looked for a turn, but again, that's a little bit risky with how close this game is. And the fact that, of course, Cloud Soul is on the line for both teams. They try to get Peanut, but he's just going to flash away, and now Duro does get the double dash out of there. But that's going to be down a flash, but that's just on the Trundle as another pick on a Peanut. He's taking a bunch of damage. And they're looking for the Solar Flare. That's not even going to hit Chovy. He holds on to his Summoners.
So worried about this Keen flank as well, the sandwich. Hanwha Life have to make a choice, collapse on the Keen or fight for the Dragon.
Oh, look at the damage here onto this one. The wall's coming down, but it gets fighted by Peanut as Canyon goes into his GA. The equalizer is big. Ruler trying to frontline, but Canyon going to be the first casualty, but Ruler untouched as his Viper. It's so much on a thin edge here. Ruler going in with the ultimate. Wants to execute Viper to get his GA. And Ruler survives at the end of the fight. He will not be denied this fight. Gen.G take it down with a Ruler triple kill.
He doesn't need a GA. Only his flash and ult necessary to get Gen.G to teamfight win.
Look at his face. The reaction on the player cam is priceless as well, because he knows the risk paid off, and he was able to carry his team to this final team fight victory. It took 30 in the first, but in the second it'll be a nearly 40-minute game that Gen.G wrestle away from Hanwha Life Esports to go up match point, one game away from getting revenge from the summer finals from last year.
Cloud Soul doesn't do anything. The steal does not matter. What it came down to was the 80 carry doing more damage than the other side, and Ruler is able to get on in there with the Zult, get the big shield, isolate Viper, take him down, and survive with the rest of his team. And again, Gen.G, now they are up 2-0 in this best of 5.
And how poetic that this was the position that Hanwha Life was in at the road to MSI. And either we are heading towards what it thus far has been in results, not in gameplay, a very one-sided Gen.G victory, or Hanwha Life have the chance to repay them for the trauma inflicted during the road to MSI.
Ruler making such a huge impact in that game, despite being caught at times.
It's just a quintessential ruler game. You know that maybe he's going to greed. You know that maybe he's going to buy that IE instead. But more often than not, it will be worth it. The risks will pay off. And yes, he's 10,000 damage down on a Yunara, but did so much more in the final fight that mattered most. And Hanwha Life Esports' comp, I didn't trust it. They were able to get map control. They were able to actually wrestle it back. But in the end, it's Gen G who are victorious. Look at these giant dips in the
gold graph, man! And the first game, once Gen G took control, they were the better team. This game, too, was so much more a back and forth, a constant struggle. I can only hope that Hanwha Life can continue that in this series, because it would be a disservice if this is a 3-0 to Gen G.
You see, it's huge tension on the side of HLE. Meanwhile, in the Gen G locker room, it is all laughs. Everybody having a fantastic time. Gen G leading the series 2-0. We'll take a break and be back.
I'm hammer, bring the coolies out. Don't make me bring the foolie out. Back in time, I saw you with a rookie bow. Bang, bang, time to pull the hoodies out. Circle full of actors. Y'all should put a movie out. Night Rider, King Kong, shoulders, I'm a monster. Dear team, bar problem, you gon' need a doctor. Hold her behind me, raw formers on the roster. Go back, y'all get down like a helicopter. Don't ever stress a king out. Chains wrapped in miserable, critical, pitiful condition is specific. You, I'm in the living room in the mother rooms, happening new too. Hitman, lyrical, murderous, same visuals, racking the bottles. Wow, all of my enemies in the air with the follow. You don't really wanna know what I've been through to get here to the top of their mountain. I was everything that they wanted, been loyal, a rider, rocking the fighter, but I've been better in my own time. A time for them, I cannot lose. Can't walking out in my shoes, better than my life.
벽줄 생각해.
들어갈 때 말해줘. 기다려봐. 이번에 벽 쳤어. 야, 먹으면서 보자. 천천히. 높을.
뺏겼어. 자, 이거 천천히 쌈 볼래?
네, 빼면서 볼래 이거. 야, 천천히 봐. 야, 가리.
자, 괜찮아. 천천히 해.
천천히.
빨리지 마.
빨리지 마. 마지막. 너 봐줄래? 상태 안 좋다.
빨리지 마.
야, 유나라 높을.
유나라 잡았고 천천히.
야, 유나라.
천천히 해.
야, 유나라 봐줘야 돼. 노플이야. 야, 미드. 야, 끝내.
잘 싸웠다.
라인 빨리 살려. 나이스. 나이스. 진짜.
너무 잘 싸웠다.
재혁이 형 공사 중 표지파. 미안하다. 아니 뭐야 이 개트롤? 미안하다.
And he will be able to just zap down Faker. There's the pentakill! What a journey for this team. Every challenge they met with skill. They did not falter. They have chased perfection. And now they found it. Gen G.
You gotta love it there from coaches Lin, Helper, and Coach Kim there for Gen G. Gen G, you saw it after game number 2. One of the most dominant runs in the history of League of Legends. Just one game away from being completed. And if Hanwha Life Esports are going to make a comeback, they're going to have to do it in the revenge that was served to them in the road to MSI in a reverse sweep. It's 2-0 Gen G over Hanwha Life Esports here at the LCK 2025 Finals. Tigon alongside Wadid and Ox. And what a fight fest. We're talking about some of the ways that they were going to win, but it's only been through fighting here in game number 2.
This was such an intense game, and it came down to such small moments in the team fights, individual members from Gen G stepping up to just bolster this unit who really delivered when it came to those 5v5s.
I mean, if you have time, we can make 30 minutes of analyst test, to be honest. Like, every team fight was so good, so we picked like only 3 highlights, but it feels so bad, you know?
Yeah, we were leaving out so many different moments, and so let's start here. 20 minutes into the game at Otacon, we are at team fight territory, but there had been scraps all throughout.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how Gen G gives up the wave and setting up for the team fight. So they don't care about the side wave. They see them trying Otacon. So Chovy and Ruler instantly opens up the way to have a better positioning for Gen G here. And I think that was really great setup from Gen G because that makes Viper isolated.
And what actually ends up happening in the fight is Gen G get pushed into this uncomfortable position on the back end where they get pushed into the terrain and the equalizer comes down. Look how low Duro is and the value he ends up getting because he's half HP. He ends up popping the ultimate. He charms the light. He gets Zeka and then he ends up moving up, getting this knock-up that hits both the Akali and the Trundle as he goes down, and that gives space. So despite the fact Gen G were kind of corralled into the wall, they fight their way out. And Viper, despite being such a threat, isn't able to follow up clearly on his front line who go down.
Yeah, and there was some focus there on Delight possibly trying to target the wrong unit there in terms of the jungler. But you could see what he was thinking. It was try to catch someone out, blow them up before the Otacon could happen. However, he does have a bit of redemption. Hanwha Life Esports able to battle back 33 minutes into this one at the Soul Point.
I mean, this one just shows the power. If you can really execute around the Trundle pillar and the equalizer. We see here, Ruler gets bounced into a really uncomfortable spot, getting burned by the equalizer, uses his cleanse, and then the solar flare comes down, has the flash. I think maybe thought the cleanse tenacity would be enough to keep him up. Goes down, and without Ruler, with him being down, they're just in such an uncomfortable position, and HLE smell blood in the water, and this was from such a deficit, and the fact that Gen G had Baron, they found a way back into this game.
So yeah, difference between Highlight 1 and Highlight 2 is that how you set up and build around your AD carry. So I think in team fight, it's really important to let your damage dealer do their job, you know. So I think it's really important to just set up and tank for them so they can have their zone.
Yeah, and you have multiple different damage dealers, so trying to figure out which one is the priority in this fight as it's evolving, the landscape is evolving, which then led us to 3 Drakes to 3 Drakes, time to fight for the soul, and Hanwha Life get it, but they get wiped afterwards.
So this started off really good for Gen G, getting the flash out of Peanut, and you know, Duro's able to disengage from it. But it then ends up not going so hard because Canyon gets kind of exploded on the offset when we set up for this dragon. You can see Zeka and Zeus trying to just force Keen away, keep him off their backline, keep him at a distance. Solar Flare's been, so that's another tool down. But it's this initial fight over the dragon. We see it's Canyon who just gets exploded into his GA. The burst damage that comes through with the power of the Trundle and the fact that the dragon gets secured, this should be a lot of things going right for the side of HLE.
Yeah.
But Keen's on the flank, and then as the fight starts, a lot of things get thrown out. We see Zeka get exploded, and then I want you to focus on Keen here. He starts throwing out the ultimate, and he actually throws the final ult charge into Viper, and then he dashes in to exhaust him and set up for Ruler.
Yeah, and Ruler instantly dashes in with the Kaisa ultimate and calling the target and flashing out from the Peanut right there. That was the playmaking. Also, on top of that, the keen setup on the enemy AD carry was just on point.
And it goes back to our points that we set up. The team fighting has gone the way of Gen G when they get to call the fights. And it was one of the first times in this playoff since they lost to KT where we did see Gen G lose a team fight. Hanwha Life were able to call their shot, and in the final moment, they fall at the final hurdle, do Hanwha Life Esports, and now find themselves up against the wall. Their reign as LCK champions might be over, and Gen G might solidify themselves as one of the greatest teams in the history of the LCK, but it does require one more game. It's time for game number 3.
Thank you so much, guys, as we prepare ourselves for game number 3 and see what we have in store. Does Hanwha Life Esports stay on the blue side after 2 losses in a row? Do they decide to try their luck at red? Do they feel mentally prepared to pull off the reverse sweep just like Gen G were able to do to them at Road to MSI? We'll find out here in this game 3.
And there is obviously, I think as we saw the camera focus on Peanut, the knowledge that as reigning LCK champion, this could be his final LCK game. Now Hanwha, with what they've shown here today, still will be one of the titans going into Worlds. This game 2 in particular, we saw their resilience, we saw the playmaking, but there is a chance that it is the one result no one predicted. A quick 3-0 for Gen G, but we were in game 1, Andes. I think after that game 2, I'm even more uncertain, because even though Gen G is up 2-0, there's still the hope that Hanwha Life bounced back, because that second game in particular was such a roller coaster.
If Gen G get an early lead in this third game, as Hanwha has picked, again, blue side here, Gen G get an early lead in this game, snowball this one, and it becomes the most one-sided game of the series. It doesn't matter how close the leads were for Hanwha in game 1, with Peanut's early advantages, doesn't matter how close that game 2 was. People will remember this as a 3-0 Gen G stop where they won 3 games on red side to take their title back from Hanwha Life. And Peanut's final series will definitely not be a memorable one, at least not in a happy way for Hanwha Life Esports fans. Hanwha, they've got to bring us to 4 for sure, Chronicler. I think they can do it. I think it's definitely viable. I mean, we've seen the gameplay today has backed it up. Gen G have just been that much, a little bit more consistent. See if Hanwha in this potential last chance can bring it back.
I'm going to be a little selfish. I would like more games, personally. I think that would be cool.
I think you deserve it,
I'd like to go
honestly.
Oh, wait, I don't know about that. But
Yeah.
I'd like to go the distance, and at least, as you're saying, get us that extra game. Would also mean that my prediction is correct, which I feel like would be a fitting ending. And Hanwha Life shown they have the skill, it just hasn't come together, because Gen G, when it matters most, has been able to outperform them.
Yeah, it really just comes down to the little things. I loved how our desk pointed out Keen's little things that he did in that final fight to really isolate and kill Viper and make it possible. Because, you know, even though Ruler got the flashiest moments, it really does come down to everybody doing their job, and that's what Keen is known for.
Duro's turn is charm in that fight as well.
Yeah.
Every single player has a role to play, a part to play in these team fights. You know, Chovy getting the flash of Viper we mentioned earlier. These types of small moments stack up to big advantages. So once again, the Wukong will be taken away. Annie banned one more time for Hanwha, but they take away Keen's Renekton. Bit of a shift here in this third game. The Pantheon ban will remain.
No Galio ban this time.
Not this time.
Probably for the best, I would say. They used 2 of those against Chovy in games 1 and 2, where you generally don't see the Galio that early on in a Fearless draft. So gonna ban away the Renekton instead, as the Renekton becomes more likely as we come along in games.
Also might mean that the Ambassador Prio is going to be high. That is one of the A-tier champions that is still up. So Lucian going to get taken away from Viper here. The bot lane matchup has been heavily prioritized. Gen G saving a lot of counter picks to try and ensure that they have been able to find the matchup where they can generate that prio, allowing them to play for those objective setups.
A lot of discussion about this first pick. It might be your last. I mean, it will be your last of this series if Gen G, even if you win, if Gen G pick blue side for the remainder of the games. We'll see what that choice will be. It'll shape the draft.
Graves? Wait. Okay, Jarvan. I thought we were gonna see some crazy kind of it's backs
the
against
time.
the wall. We gotta
I
pull
get
out
it.
It's the first time it's left open.
I get it. We make Canyon watch, and he thinks it's top lane Graves, and it's 2021 all over again. Because that's what the Graves Hover did to me. The Delight Alistair needs to be denied, and Duro's Alistair is amazing. We're getting deeper into the drafts. There's less and less tools available to deal with this. Does mean Silas needs to be taken into consideration.
Absolutely, especially with Zeka on the playing field here. One of the best Silases that we've ever had. The Galio is going to come through, which means the Silas is even more likely to potentially get locked up here. Toby is what, 16-0, 17-0 on this pick, by the way?
That's disrespect.
It's, I mean, it was banned for a reason.
Okay, but Galio has a lot of matchups that aren't very good for him, right? So this is really, I think, a very, very, depending on the result, confident or arrogant move here to just slam down that Galio.
The Silas that you mentioned,
yeah,
it's so obvious here, and it is just going to come through. And obviously Galio is a flex pick in some niche circumstances. I don't think this is going to be one of them, especially not now with the Ambessa locked in here for Zeus. And this composition has so much lockdown, no matter what ruler's playing. He's not going to be feeling comfortable in this one.
Is it Camille?
The skill matchup in the top lane with Camille Galio.
Camille Galio?
It's tough though when you don't know what Viper's playing to commit to that just here, just now.
No, that's worse.
Well, you got three tanky boys if they do go for this, but 3 picks that are very good into the low range of Humble Life Esports so far. I mean, yes, obviously Ambessa's fantastic here, even blind with all the fearless bans we have and the Silas, which you guys pointed out, but now you got to play all these melee champs straight into Alistair, Galio, Cassante. So is it a bait at the end of the day?
I think the Xayah stocks are pretty high here for Ruler, just simply because there's a lot to lock down. Sivir feels pretty unplayable here. Don't think they'll have to ban that this time around, as they did do that in games 1 and 2.
I agree with you, because obviously Sivir into Jarvan alone is really tough. Same for Xayah, honestly, because you can't actually get out of the ultimate. They might still bend him away just to deny Ruler hyper carries, right? Because that is the one thing you do look towards.
You have to have one as this competition.
Exactly. There is the chance that Chovy goes for the more aggressive build, but that isn't what he's done historically. He has always preferred the more bruiser slash, not just in Galio, but just in general, bruisery or just straight up tank builds. There is also Canyon's pick here, which is not known as... That's a little Kalista Renata not. I do think they're coming out.
I mean, if they go...
Okay, come on now. That's not a top side. There's no way we get away with... Even Gen G.
I mean, that's like, he's locks Ophelio, so they lose the game.
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, an interesting
one.
Locked
in.
But I mean, it's into Silas as well. And I do worry about... What Ruler is
What is Ruler playing?
You know,
just Ophelios?
I mean, it might be something like Ziggs as well.
If the Xayah gets locked in here, it's certainly a potential angle, but I don't know if the Ziggs damage alone is enough. It has a lot of huge range advantage, but
I don't know if anything is enough to.
And if they take the Smolder here, that could have been another late game scaling option that has a big front line here that they're not going to have either. I actually really like the Smolder pick here for Hanwha Life, and Viper is arguably our best Smolder. I don't even know if it's arguable at this point. Insanely fast stacking.
So, does Ruler not just slam Kalista here?
You just go hyper all in.
Ruler. Oh, the Tristana. We've seen him play it before.
Well.
Would have an incredible amount of laning power. And Tristana Alistair, that's a classic bouncy house combo.
Decades with
He's a
that
hyper
duo.
carry, actually has a lot of safety and range. I kind of love this.
Or it's just Ziggs.
It is.
Okay, it's just Ziggs. And we've loved Ziggs nowadays. I mean, we even saw it picked earlier on in some drafts, but
I don't love it that much here, though.
It's Ziggs solo damage. I don't know if it's enough.
No, guys, we're not falling for it. I fought this in game 1. I'm like, oh, I don't know if they have enough. They'll have enough damage. It's Gen G.
And it is Keen Sante. I mean, there's some damage there. It's Canyon Lee Sin. It's like ultimate comfort. Chovy's undefeated on Galio, right? I mean, Duro, Alistair. I mean, this composition has I mean, they have such insane mastery of all of these champions. They have great range with the Ziggs into a mostly melee composition here for Hanwha Life. Outside of the Smolder that scales incredibly well, I just don't know if you get access to the Smolder when the Sylas has Alistar ult.
Yeah, I don't think they have access to Smolder unless they're gonna 100-0 him. They have a decent amount of CC, but if you just play Cleanse Smolder and keep your distance and scale, I think should be good. I'm kind of liking what Hanwha Life Esports have in this one. Or maybe it's a bit of a dislike for what Gen G are missing.
My only issue with the Hanwha Life composition is that I think that they are putting Smolder in a position where it doesn't feel like he gets the most value. I actually think Smolder will struggle, even with Braum later in the game, because the rest of his team has to play so far forward to have any value, meaning that he might be susceptible. If Gen G do fall behind, though, I think all our concerns about damage will be warranted, and Canyon needs to have a better performance than he did in Lee last time.
He needs to here as we hop into the Rift for game number 3.
하나 팀명 하나 둘 셋. 젠지 하나 둘 셋.
Fans have come out and forced big time. Keen being bullied up in the top lane. Might have to flash here. There it is.
And that's some stacks for Viper picked up early as well in this initial skirmish. So big win here. You mentioned the Lee Sin previous performance was against Cuz in that loss to KT Rolster. A rare Canyon Lee Sin loss. He's another one of those champions that has the mobility to potentially find that backline access onto the Smolder. It's only one stack Viper picks up in this initial fight. I thought he was able to get 2.
I'm just
And it's the Viper swap.
Yeah, we do see it, and look at this, Gen G, the prep is there.
Oh, they know.
They actually have already preemptively swapped. You love to see it. To me, these early skirmishes are going to decide the game, because as good as I think the Hanwha Life scaling is, that top side is lethal, but you do actually need to be able to play against what I think is also a very dangerous top side. The setup for Lee is amazing in longer fights, as Gen G, they read the play. We'll see if Keen really waits to show until the last second, as they already know the lanes are locked in, and that is the case.
This is so funny. Smolder versus Ziggs in the top lane here in 2025. If you just only look at this, you might be very confused. Obviously, we know it's because of double Viper swap, but like, it just looks so hilarious. 2 minutes into the game, we got this as the top lane.
It's very predictable that they would go for this. I think this is in part why Hanwha then thought even further ahead, went for that aggressive topside play to try to guarantee they can get this to happen. But still read by Gen G as supportal combat, Do is watching
So much damage!
What are we doing here? What is happening?
The Light, you are in the enemy jungle.
It's okay. They have Prio from mid. A bit of extra damage on a Chovy. And so he's going to have to back away from that one, as now we're just going to have the full-on lane swap, which
Let's be honest,
happen.
Both supports know they're not really going to have a huge impact in the Ambessa Kazante lane. As Canyon 0-1, as mentioned, Chovy 13-0 on the Galio.
Human ingenuity truly knows no bounds. We will find a way to lane swap. It'll keep happening. We are not giving up on it. It's gonna, at this point.
Professionals want to avoid bad matchups. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's just the way it goes. And we have figured it out. Jarvan on a 5-game winning streak. As you're going to have TP coming in here early from Chovy, and the lane swap will complete. Chovy all-time 16
Okay, so I was still right,
in a row.
16, yeah. Including all-time. This stat came up in the KT series. It was a tough game. He was able to win it there and maintain that perfect win rate.
Never wins, guys. I got nothing more to that. It's just, that's insane. That's 16 games.
Yeah,
in internationals, in LCK.
He doesn't have any wins in Challenger League, though. That is the hardest league in the world, as we know.
Oh, I mean, everyone knows that. But like,
yeah.
I'm not.
So I'm a little bit worried.
Well, we can't always bring that up.
I just thought you were baiting that's Challenger's baby one last time.
One last
Maybe.
time.
We'll see what happens in this game. I feel like there were moments in last game, you know, when Ruler just died on the full equalizer. That could have been one.
No Mirage Group baby either. So.
Well, we don't have to remind me of that, okay? That's I've dealt with that. Fine.
Keep the memes alive.
They will. Oh, don't you worry. Well, I say don't you worry. I'm kind of relying on you guys for that. But I'm not worried about you guys doing it.
No.
Yeah. We'll keep it alive.
This game is obviously going to, with the initial plays not leading to too much, kind of slow down here. Teleport advantage went to Zeka early because of the early trades he took. He keeps it. And this is really good for Hanwha Life Esports because the slower the game is and the inability for Ruler to punish really with the Ziggs in the 1v1, you're just kind of chilling. You know, you eliminated one target to stack on initially when you matched the Viper swap, and now that it's a 2v2 again, Viper's just back to business as usual here. It will hit that first breakpoint at 25. And then start to continue to scale. I cannot stress enough, Viper's speed of getting those stacks is actually insane. One of the most consistent smolders in the LCK. Uh-oh.
Knocking the prominent turret range. Delight, he's like, oh no, not the mines! As first blood goes over to Ruler already. And that is so early on in the game. 5 minutes is, we got to see how that even happened. Delight now down both summoners as well.
It has to be a satchel setup,
It's
right?
gotta be, right?
There's otherwise no way.
Didn't even flash.
Yeah, I had no idea. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that. That is a really big unforced error in the roll 2v2. Just Duro and Ruler giving over an early kill to the Ziggs is always going to be a big deal, as it's probably a bouncy house combo.
Oh, man.
Oh,
no, it's even simpler than we thought.
No.
It's even simpler than we thought, and I don't even want to put it to words. You saw it visually there. Judgment error, you could say, by Delight. The veteran into Duro.
And if Duro had to invest Flash, I think you would feel a little bit less bad about that. But he didn't even use his sums.
They were just sitting there looking at him like, are you serious? I mean, it's Braum going into melee range of Alistair. Not to mention that the Ziggs is there. You're just going to get punished, and it's kind of
it's a bait!
It's a big bait here, as in goes Canyon and out goes Canyon.
Okay, I got baited.
It was 3v2, that's just the Braum, but...
Cannon denied.
Yeah.
A little disappointed. I thought we were going to have a brawl. That would have been fun. It's fine. I'm sure it'll happen. Any second now, right?
Well, Duro is wrapping around here. Delight is down summoners. Not quite a ton of damage on the Ziggs just yet.
You know, one way you can deny Viper some big stacks is just poke him out of the game. If he can't lane against the Ziggs, if the Ziggs gets too powerful early on, then you don't really have to worry about the Smolder ever. If he just gets behind enough.
I mean, if Ruler also was able to get bigger and larger and they play through him in mid, and then he is able to get rid of the mid turret, for example, with Satchel, then you can really remove a lot of the safety of the Smolder. But I do think once you hit 125, like the stacks just kind of come no matter what. But slowing that down, as they have a little bit here in this early game, is certainly a big win for Gen G.
Ruler hasn't really been able to hit a lot of those bouncing bumps, though. We do see Duro using the phase rush nicely there to just go for these short trades, do a little bit of poke, but as long as Viper doesn't really go too low, he's not going to be too butted in the lane. Does also still have TP advantage. There's 4 teleports on Hanwha, which I do feel warrants mentioning.
Yeah, Teleport will never not be the best summoner in the game.
Well, I think Flash is kind of giving it a run.
I guess, yeah.
But secondary summoner.
Flash
Secondary
is number one.
You sillies. What about Smite? Are we just ignoring junglers? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, well, there's only one of them, so, you know.
Well,
Yeah, how many smites in this game right now?
How many
Ronnie?
games do you think you're going to win if you don't have Smite, huh?
Count me the smites,
What about Spellbook?
You don't see Nunu all that often, do you? He's got Smite in his kit.
Yeah, so does Cho'Gath, but that doesn't mean that you don't need Smite on your jungle. Look at this, you think he goes to this without Smite?
Anyways, back to the
I
gameplay.
think you are forced to have Smite nowadays
Peanut?
anyway, so...
Peanut has his ult
That's
here.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of a skirmish. It's a 3-on-3 for now, but the Galio comes in a bit sooner.
Mom?
As, okay, Mom does come down the turn immediately on a Viper, but he just flaps away as the follow-up Galio ult stolen by Zeka, who is in the thick of it behind enemy lines. And Tovi's actually the one that's in the most danger as the kick is gigantic. But nobody has gone down yet. Finally, Duro bites the dust. As the damage comes in, they take out the Smolder. But now the Silas just loves these scrappy fights as Delight will not go down the flash through, and finally Ruler gets him. But it's still a win in the fight going to HLE.
That is Challengers, baby! Let's go!
We got it one more time! In this fight, though, the setup is very strong for Hanwha Life Esports, and even though the execution of it from Zeka isn't the cleanest, he's still able to follow Chovi's Galio and get into the back line, tries to focus down Duro, but he buys so much space for Viper.
Flash.
And Delight's looking for it.
Flash on in, and Viper is, the stun comes down, and I think Chovy will be okay. Gets the level up, but eventually you just auto-attack him to death. Not seeing the Braum TP for some reason. Chovy gets baited and dies.
Viper is at 71 stacks, and fights like this for Smolder are incredibly powerful if you have the right setup, and you're not playing against the traditional AD carry, right? Ziggs can do a decent amount here, but Viper has so much setup, there's so much frontline here. Look at this ult from Zeka. Gets on top of Duro as well, and so much resources have to be committed to Zeka that Viper's just tossing out rotations of spells here, doing an insane amount of damage. Smolder's a scaling pick, right, but does a decent amount in these skirmishes, and even though he's killed here, even though he goes down, he gets so many stacks, does so much damage. The fight is won for Hanwha Life. Ruler also having to commit his flash here is another win for Hanwha. This is looking really good for us not having a 3-0 here, at least in the outset of this one.
And then this is one that I think is very straightforward. Just a nice TP from Delight, kind of making up for his early mistake, gets his AD carry a kill. Want to highlight in that previous fight as well that Ziggs is a lot more rotation-based. Early on, I think, even though Smolder isn't that strong either, at least Smolder gets to auto. And the Jarvan value was actually crazy, which allowed Hanwha Life to kind of slow down the fight. Viper didn't end up going down, and these constant flag and drags in these early skirmishes are really annoying to deal with.
For me, it was the Sylas as well. I mean, he was totally unchecked. He had basically no items, right? He's got cooldown boots and a catalyst now. I don't even know what he had in the last fight. Maybe just like some crystals and a dark seal. And yet he was never in any danger of dying. They just don't have enough consistent damage to ever take him down. As now, maybe they have enough as the kick is good onto 2. They're trying to burst down Peanut, and they will be able to do so. That's a shutdown here for the Ziggs. We got TP coming in as King Sante maybe a bit in trouble, but he's just going in. As now this TP, they're trying to actually punish him for it.
He's in trouble.
As Keen is still going in, still eventually will be taken out by the Smolder. As in goes Zeus 1v3, just trying to taxi his way out. The big bomb, and Delight is going to block the damage. Gets away from that one as Chovy just solo in the top lane.
Yeah, it's a Chovy moment, but there's nothing he could have done. He doesn't have teleport, not an ult range, and we'll be able to get some plate gold here in his pockets, but it's another fight for Viper where he gets a kill, he does insane damage, takes out the Keen Sante, but he's stacking out of control, and this is another part of this Viper, or rather Smolder, piloted by Viper here, composition. If you keep scrapping early into this melee comp here for Gen G, you're just stacking on stacking on stacking, and Viper, like I said, he's one of the fastest Smolders, if not the fastest, but in this game, he might break a record with the skirmishes they're giving him.
And if Keen hits that W onto Viper, that might actually have been enough, because there was still the ultimate available from the Ziggs. Instead, Delight kites it out nicely. Viper is fine, as this time Ruler can't get in position to flash. Drake will go over, and because Chovy got a giant shove in, I don't think it'll be too impactful when it comes to gold. But this is exactly the type of early game you'd want to see if you have Ambessa, if you have Jarvan, any of you have the Silence. And as you've been highlighting as well, Wolf, if there is a lot of scrapping and Smolder, even if he ends up dying, as long as he stays alive, which he's been able to do in most of these, you're chilling. You're just scaling into that win condition.
Yeah, the gold lead is Rulers, but how much does that really mean in terms of...
He's very behind enemy lines. Duro still has his ult and heal. We got a Ziggs coming up here, a 4-1 Ziggs, and they can keep him around basically forever. Zeus has nowhere to go. He's trying to dash his way to victory. That's not the best satchel, and eventually he just flashes out. So they get the flash out of Zeus. They have to bring 3 people up to get it, and Viper, he's just stacking up in mid essentially for free.
And he's so close to hitting that first real break point of 125. You know, the first one obviously at 25, but when you get 125, you just start stacking out of control. You're stacking off champions anytime you queue anywhere near anybody, and it just becomes so easy from there. And that's why even though Ruler has 4 kills here and has that 700 gold lead, it feels like the position here in terms of AD carry value is so much higher for Hanwha Life Esports right now. You can see even Zeka's, because he can steal the Alistroll, he can TP deep like he did in that skirmish around Dragon just moments before. There's just so many different win cons here for Hanwha Life in these early fights that Smolder doesn't need to scale to have an impact, but guess what? He still scales!
Yeah, I will give credit at least to the Ziggs, just up against essentially full melee plus the Smolder. They have the Ambessa for engage, but besides that, you've got like engage Silas and Braum kind of. We got another follow-up here in the top lane, but Zeus just turning it 1v2.
And I'm glad you highlighted Veldas, because the one thing I am worried about is that all engage from Hanwha is purely hard commit, right? I think they have really great ways to start fights. You have Jarvan, Ambessa, and Silas. but they all do involve you actually hard committing to the fight. Ziggs, as fed as he is, might not be able to chew through tanks as quickly as Viper is going to chew through Cassante and through Chovy. But I do think it's important to note that the range advantage, funnily enough, in this game, I think is still going to be in favor of Gen G, whereas Viper later in the game is only going to be able to play off of his RFC procs, right? When you have the extra range, the bombs are going to be basically consistent. The big saving grace for Hanwha is that if you do kill Ruler, this comp does actually just immediately fall apart, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a one-threat composition. They cut the two-threat in half.
Oh, hey, Keen Sante is there, which is fine for like the first two items.
Chovy's building damage, okay, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Well, he kind of has to in this comp, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Doing more AP damage
It's
alongside of this.
Guys, there's a Sundered Sky. That's enough 80 damage, right? Yeah. Guys?
Yeah, for sure, Chronicle.
You don't lie to me just because I lost.
Yeah,
don't
definitely.
do that. No.
Anything you say goes today.
Sure, Chronicler, yeah. Well, anything goes, yeah.
This is the worst.
Ruler in the Ruler spot. He has a TP, or a turret rather, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to die.
Even if there's a turret there, it's still the Ruler spot. And this game is very quickly...
This Ziggs is supposed to be unkillable.
Well...
he's dead, though.
He is dead. Supposed to be unkillable.
So what are you talking about, Feldes?
Supposed to be. Supposed to be.
But he's dead.
He was dead a second time, yeah.
Yeah, and
TP's available, though.
Maybe he goes in and tries to seal the kick away and eventually doesn't get onto the eye. So it's just an easy one for Peanut. And, you know, Cannon doesn't really use anything to get that done as he is Lee Sin. Just the flash had a delight, I suppose.
All right, well, you know, there's control vision in the brush. Ruler's just trying to clear this ward. It's that simple. Viper picks up the kill, by the way, and some additional stacks for his troubles. And this Smolder's sitting at 160 at 16 minutes into the game, and he's just continuing to stack. And they keep trying to kill this Ambessa. It's not working.
Yeah, the Sonic Wave not going to land, but the Lee Sin does get in. As do they have enough damage to take out Zeus? This double TP coming down from HLE. Keen just flashing away as Keen and Canyon realizing they're in a lot of trouble trying to get out here with this Cassante. As Zeka with the chains gets under the turret, but they don't have the damage to take out Keen. As he still not enough. Another redemption gonna get Keen down. The turret 6 bomb, and Cassante is just so dumb. He's still alive. How is he? Okay, finally the flash 2 comes in, and Viper takes him out. As Duro makes his way up, but look at the health bars now. And now really the Ziggs is unkillable. Nobody can get onto him as Peanut is desperate to do so. As Duro trying to frontline him, maybe they just have enough people to push him away from the fight. As the damage is there, the damage is done. The Rift Herald also thrown down in the top lane.
I guess with the Keen Sante that's so unkillable, maybe the real 80 carry all along was the top turret trying his best to get the damage done. Ruler tries to show up and make an impact there in the end, but it's too little, too late, and despite Keen's best efforts, it's still a successful play here after Zeus does go down.
I don't want to repeat myself, but that did feel like a very Challenger-esque sequence as, oh my god, it starts off with the kill onto Zeus, then the extension comes through, and Viper obviously really wants this kill, and they remember up. Watch this, Canyon actually tries to redirect Zeka, not able to, but Keen still doesn't go down, dodges enough damage, then gets redemptions, and this is where I thought they were in serious trouble. Viper ends up flashing for the kill with the Q, but it's Canyon actually getting interrupted in just a moment here, because I think that Gen G thought that they could turn the fight here. Even though Ruler is able to get a lot of damage down, right there, the ultimate from Delight, plus the knockup from Peanut means that there is no Sundered Skying for you, Canyon. He goes down, and Hanwha Live building a bigger lead.
Yeah, this is just getting bigger and bigger. The snowball as well, and truly running down the hill here in Gen G. One last fight, one last opportunity on this Dragon.
I mean, Canyon's right here looking for the steal, but Peanut has been so good on his smites. Let's see what it comes down to. Just gonna be kind of a flip as Ingo's the Lee Sin down to 35, and it goes to Peanut anyway. As he's been so good on the smites. And the follow-up here, the bomb is big, but these guys live basically forever. And accessing the backline, Ruler in a lot of trouble. They're trying to peel for him. But now your front line is just gone as well. Ruler, no escape for him. Does go down even after the satchel used defensively. As this one threat comp not necessarily working out for them. Duro in a lot of trouble here as well. They give that kill over to Viper, and HLE are running away with the game.
5,200 damage in the fight. He doesn't even have 225. He's got a lot of kills. He's sitting on rapid fire cannon, but there's just too much frontline. The one threat for Gen G is really struggling to get consistent damage done here because he's spell-based, right? He's skill-based, skill shots tossing through, not always hitting the prio targets, trying to break through that front line, but it's an easy front to back here for the side of Hanwha Life. The timing of the smite, little bit early, just slightly here for the side of Canyon, but it doesn't change the end result of the fight. Even if he gets that smite, Gen G would just get cleared here, and Viper is untouched.
And this comp might be too Gen G, even for Gen G, as the damage seems to be lacking. The comfort for Hanwha Life comes through, and it's the split nature of the calls from Gen G. Chovy going in aggressively, whereas the rest of the team is trying to turn into Zeus, who ends up really stalling for so long. And one has got to imagine that the dreadful fate of a 3-0, at least for now, seems to be slowly pushed back, as Hanwha Life, I'm sure, are going to be looking... Oh, never mind. I guess Gen G are going to be looking for Otacon?
Viper just is about to hit his threshold as he TPs in 225 on the dot.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it, and Gen G, they say, well, might as well throw in a risk. A big one, that is, as Zeus doing a bunch of poke damage, funnily enough, on this Ambessa. And so is Viper. The Redemption can only do so much. They're trying to get that engaged, and the access to the backline is there once again. Zeus gets it. Canyon just trying to zone them away. And it was so desperate from Gen G. Eventually, Ruler will just be run down here as the one threat is gone. And King Sante maybe takes out Zeus, but it's not looking good in that aspect either. Finally does, but he's the only one to get a kill. As Viper has so much room, and Chovy runs tail between his legs, and Hanwha Life should be able to pick up this objective.
It's only 21 minutes into the game. Baron hasn't spawned yet, but it's nearly the full wipe here for Gen G. Hanwha Life will be able to take the Otacon that Gen G so desperately tried to take moments before and further their lead. And I think this looks to be the most one-sided game in this series thus far.
Speaks volumes to the fact that Gen G are starting this Otacon, right? This is a pure desperation play, knowing that they're not going to be able to win the game, but the Hanwha Life response is great. The teleports are available, everyone is ready. Canyon tries to give his life to ensure that it's a man-up fight with Viper not there, but at this point, they don't even need Viper. There's a fed Silas, a fed Jarvan, and an Ambessa wreaking havoc in their backline. And the win streak for Chovy on this Galio sure to end. The Keen Sante, not enough. And this series, let's not forget, I'm going to keep repeating it, Hanwha Life was in the exact position where Gen G was during Road to MSI.
Yeah, and that was the win for Gen G that made it so that Hanwha thus far until potentially this series has not beaten them for the rest of the year. Could be another similar turning point here. Remember, this draft is relatively expensive for Gen G as well. They lose Canyon's Lee Sin, which is kind of a tech pick that you could see later on in the series, but the Galio, the Keen Sante, these stable picks, Duro, losing the Alistair, and even that counter pick for Viper Xayah in the Ziggs is now no longer an option here. I think this draft for Gen G was a big gamble, and let's face it, it simply did not pay off.
It did not pay off at all, and a lot of scraps go in the way of HLE. They've been able to fight all of the fights on their terms, force fights where Gen G have to come into them. Canyon looking for steals, and you just leave your back door wide open, essentially. It has not worked out for them at all. And HLE, it's very nice to see them showing some signs of life in this series, because this could have easily been a done deal and kind of a disappointing 3-0. So we're happy here on the caster desk.
So it could be worse for Gen G because they do have wave clear in Ziggs, you know, and it can be basically in two lanes at the same time. Now, I don't think that they can fight for Drake, so they are going to be down Infernal Soul Point. They also shouldn't be able to contest for Baron, and at that point, it does kind of become a problem.
So where's the good news, Cronny, for Gen G here?
I mean, I wouldn't call it good news necessarily. You know, I think that if they didn't have Ziggs and this was something else, then it'd be a little harder to clear waves. They're going to contest. Anyway, by the way, 2-item spike have been hit for Ruler.
Oh, the ult on in. Zeus wants the 1v1 as Taunt comes down, and Zeus sits him down once again. and picks up the solo kill. You are not fighting over this dragon now.
I mean, he can...
You weren't fighting over it before.
He could TP down as well. It's going to force a TP out of Keen to the top side. There's just no way, no chance to contest this dragon anymore. And this draft really didn't give Gen G a whole lot of win cons, especially face up into the Silas pick. The Alistair, the Galio, and Hanwha Life are just running away with this game. And, I mean, with this dragon now, it's soul point, but it's so many additional stats from the individual Drakes alone. Forget the soul on this already extremely fed Silas.
Yeah, upon further consideration, I find it hard to see if it could be really worse. As Chovy stuck against the Galio, or as Galio into an AD matchup, that's always a tough time. Also isn't really that tanky. Zeus, really nice recognition there of his timing window. Keen is supposed to be tanky. I don't really think that's how it's going to play out. Zeka having the best game that we've seen him have this series so far. And it's all looking good for a continued journey.
I am
with
really...
the LCKer today.
Yeah, I'm really curious, Chronicler, what we're going to see from Keen going forward in this series, because he's played 2 of his most iconic tank picks so far, and then also the Gwen that we know is so incredibly strong. It's been one of his best picks this year, even from behind, and Pool's going to get a little bit more interesting, because the desk was talking about it in the pre-show about how he's such a multifaceted player. He can play more aggressive picks and the tank picks so dual. He has the duality of both, right? He's not really a weak side player or a strong side player per se, but against Zeus here, already thinned out. It feels like some of your options are a little bit limited. Not to say that this win for Hanwha means that Gen G is out by any means, but I do think that with this momentum shift here and this expensive draft for Gen G, the series got a little bit more interesting than just okay, at least we got to 4.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to top lane picks that are still very high tier that are left, you've got stuff like Renekton, you've got Ornn, Aatrox, we've seen a lot, Yorick. Those seem like kind of the top 4 for us at this point in time, so probably going to see, again, maybe a ban on Renekton, but we'll see if Hanwha Life Esports, if they go over to the red side, are they going to ban away the Renekton from red side? Definitely a lot of play at the top lane, so it's certainly a good point. This game isn't over, but it's kind of over. Like the Nexus hasn't exploded.
We can call it.
Yes.
It hasn't exploded, but HLE, as long as they don't make any grave mistakes.
All right, let's plot it out. What needs to happen? So obviously starts with Baron Steel. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, it is Ziggs, so maybe. Ziggs Lee Sin, pretty good at stealing.
Viper gets kicked into Gen G, while Zeka is on the other end of the map without teleport.
All right, let's make this more interesting.
I think it's hard enough as is.
Duro. Okay, what I was going to say is, let's just say, if Gen G win this game, Chronicle will shave his head for his next LCK cast.
Hey!
Just like Max, you know?
Yeah.
For a good time. You accept Chronicler?
So many yeah. Wow.
Lock it in.
Well, there's no vision here on this Baron, and somebody's got to check. Eventually, we see the Alistair ult is stolen, and they just turn onto the jungler, and Canyon is down. And just like that, they don't even need the Baron. Just get the kills and push on in, and now, with those 2 kills, they will be able to take down this Baron easily enough. And they play it excellently. They don't make any mistakes.
And we had such a good plan. And they fail at step 1. Obviously, Hanwha Life also very aware of this fact. So really clean setup here. They have full vision control. They don't need to flip the objective whatsoever. And they don't. Keep control of where Canyon is. Target him down. And this series will continue, gentlemen.
It definitely will. The game is certainly over from here as Ruler, no escape for you, as Peanut's got his eye on you as the flash comes out and you are taken down. Ruler, no hope for him. No more wave clear left here on the side of Gen G. No more hopes as Hanwha Life Esports will be forcing a game number 4 in these grand finals.
Hanwha Life putting Viper on the Smolder. An expensive pick for them too, one they have really mastered, but it is well worth it in this one.
Yeah, at least you take it away from Chovy, I suppose, as you got Zeka in the pool, but you know who's not in the pool? It's Viper, as he's just gonna be burning everybody down. He says, hold on a minute, let me get these kills, as the little Elder Drake that could. As they take down the Nexus turrets, they will take down the Nexus, and we have finally got a series on our hands here. At the finals, Hanwha Life Esports finally end up showing up.
A close game 1, an even closer game 2. Like in game 3, a very, very one-sided affair with a pretty large gap in the draft in terms of win cons here. But more than that, the early lead that the scaling composition had was just too much to tackle for Gen G.
Gen G going to be having side selection in the next one. And we talked about a lot expended. I still think Humble Life are fighting with their backs against the wall, but the run for Peanut still continues. His chance to end his LCK career with a domestic title. Because this Jarvan game was absolutely ludicrous. Look at the damage he did. Really, really high impact in the early skirmishes. One of the biggest difference makers, I think, for this one.
Zeus focused hard in the side lane, handled it well, died that one time, but turned it into such a bigger win for Hanwha Life. Ends up doing 27,000 damage himself, larger than the Ziggs, and almost catching up with the Smolder. Hanwha Life bouncing back in a big way. We'll see if they can keep it up.
A Gen G swap to the 3-1 prediction, as that'll have to be on the cards for Gen G. We'll see if it can happen, or if Hanwha Life Esports will pull off the reverse sweep. We'll be right back.
Breaking my bones, fire responding the heart of the action. Hitting like thunder, 100% of the whole of a fraction. Striking the lightning, massive attack on this fading horizon. Staring at bright lights, taking my vision and making it blindside. Taking the right side, I'm standing my ground on the back of these giants. Come on and catch me.
얘네 풀 다 있다. 미드라인도 데리고 오면 좋은데. 데려왔어. 얘네 풀 다 있다.
알리 노플.
나 알리궁 있으니까 그냥 밀고 들어갈게.
알리 노플이야.
다이브. 가자. 산테 스택.
자, 데리고 가자.
산테 스택. 리신 노플.
데리고 가지긴 했어.
얘 리신 볼 수 있는 사람 있냐?
내가 볼게. 자, 끝. 끝낼 생각으로 하자. 확실히. 끝내야 돼. 직선 집중. 끝내자. 나이스. 잘해보자.
Right through your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain.
this is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Inspire Arena for the Woori Bank 2025 LCK Finals. And in Game 3 we had our most one-sided match, and it might have been decided in draft. Hanwha Life Esports strike back and start the first step towards the reverse sweep. Digon here alongside Wadid and Ox. And y'all get ready for some draft talk because these two guys were mad about what Gen G put together.
Look, I think sometimes people overinflate the importance of draft. They talk about, oh, this draft is unwinnable, but it's like, well, it does give a team an advantage, but it's still playable. I think this was just honestly unplayable for Gen G. This is such a low damage composition. It's all burst damage. There's so many champions on the top side for HLE that have a ton of sustain, and if you don't have sustained damage, you're never killing them. And then this Smolder pick, Smolder into 4 melee champions. So as soon as you get 125 stacks, every Q is hitting multiple targets. You're getting huge value. You're stacking super quick, and once you get 225, the game is just over. Gen G's only way of winning is if they got a mammoth lead, and even with 4 kills onto Ruler, it just wasn't enough. I think they gave themselves almost impossible odds here, and to their credit, HLE played some of these fights pretty well, but I think this was an easy dub for them coming out of the draft.
I think it all started from Jarvan first pick, because we all know that Jarvan is high prior. Even like game 1, they tried to first pick Jarvan, so I think it was kind of silly to ban Lucian in the first 3, because I think you could just react to it. Like you can actually play like hyper carry with utility, because you have so many options that you can do against Lucian. So it was kind of surprised that Gen G tried to figure it out in the first bans. And also, yeah, as you mentioned, I think it's really hard to react with the like jungle bans, especially in the Phillies draft. They ended up with the Lee Sin pick on 4th, and I think that doesn't give anything, even though Cannon is a phenomenal player with Lee Sin, but I don't think it's going to work with this composition.
I think as well, if you have a comp like this, you know, a hyper carry, 80 carry would have helped. I don't think it would have completely solved things. If you're going like the Galio mid and like the Lee Sin jungle, I feel like you need a carry top.
For sure.
Even if they had like a Zeri or a Jinx and 80 carry roll, it just puts too much weight on that sole carry to try and carry the fight.
Yeah, remember, Tristana was hovered before they locked in the Ziggs, and you know, this Ziggs X is coming from our Ziggs aficionado. Now let's dive in to our first highlight here on the top side of the map. This was a crazy, crazy fight at 16 minutes.
Yeah, this was super scrappy. So it starts off with a pick onto Zeus, and then it's Gen G retreating under their tower. And to their credit, they do a good job of surviving and stalling out, but unfortunately, they don't really have the cooldowns or the damage to turn things around. It's a lot of surviving, it's a lot of mitigating, but HLE just survived for so long despite this turn of shenanigans of them being under the enemy tower for such a long time. We get like the Zigzag coming in to help clear the wave. We get the knockback of Fina under the tower. They're still alive. Eventually, we do get Ruler, who later comes in and ends up killing Viper, but it's such a messy, scrappy fight, and yet for the majority of it, we still see like Zeka still alive here, Peanut still alive here, and yes, Ruler kills Viper, but it's another rotation of abilities for Zeka that allows him to clean up on the end.
I think this all comes from the summoner spells, because both AD carry picked TP, so they can actually go for top lane 1v1 in the Viper swap situation. But on top of that, they had the TP, but on the other side, Gen G TP were on cooldown, so that means they cannot join the fight. So that made a huge difference on that team fight, I think.
Right, which would lead great if there were more macro plays to happen. However, Hanwha Life knows this, the Drake is up, and so they force a fight right away. You get a TP here, but the stacks were still online, and it's played so well by Hanwha Life Esports.
And this is where we start to see some of the issues with the composition. It's also some good team fighting coming out from the side of HLE, because Canyon goes in, isn't unable to secure the Dragon, and then we get this huge Galio ult that comes through. But where's the follow-up?
Yeah,
where's the damage?
You
the
have to kill
comes
Smolder.
through. Again, Smolder's just free hitting on the side.
Look at Smolder.
Unchallenged.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really reach Smolder. So whenever you play against Smolder, you have to reach to the back line so you can actually like kill the target. But it's impossible with this team composition. No one can reach to the target. Maybe if Lee Sin flanks with his ability, but in that case, he actually went for the steal. So
yeah, and you can see the coaches for Hanwha Life Esports. They know they've got this game in the bag, but that their job isn't done. So wry smile there from Dandy. But it's a long road back here. Maybe not the easiest, I guess, question to ask here, but an easy draft for them to execute. Final thoughts here, Ox, as we move to game 4.
I think we've seen Gen G have drafts like this before where, you know, we've had doubts. This feels like a super egregious example, but it feels like a pain point that we're in a finals and they were 2-0, one game away, and it feels like a bit of a giveaway game here that gave HLE a chance back in the series. HLE still in the danger zone, and they have to make a reverse sweep to finish this one out.
Final thought.
now we gotta focus on the jungle pick. Maokai, Sejuani, Ivern. Those kind of picks is really urban.
All right, let's send it back on over the casters for game number 4.
Thank you once again, guys, for that awesome breakdown. As, yep, it was kind of obvious, but we eventually ended up with a victory for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, as now they have forced a 4th game and more interesting drafting. I hope not as interesting as Gen Z's draft was in game number 3, but hoping at least that we get some more cool picks as we move along here in Fearless.
I really tried my best, and I tried to, could have been worse us to at least a competitive game. Didn't work, but the series continues, and that's a win.
That's a win, and it's a win on the board here for Hanwha Life Esports. And I do wonder now what this next draft is going to look like as we do swap over to blue side for Gen G. You have to imagine for their first time in the series.
Saw legendary Warcraft 3 player Moon there in the audience as well. Has come down to watch again some legendary esports.
I mean, this is a huge event here in Korea. Like, this is a massive sporting event. You could think of it like the Super Bowl, especially now with this new format where like this is the only finals of the year, right? So a bunch of celebrities, a bunch of gamers, especially famous players, will come and watch this because it is the premier esports event of the year here in South Korea. Blue side is selected here and won't have that Jarvan to threaten this time around since they gave it over to Hanwha Life Esports last time. Let's see what Gen G have in mind.
It's kind of insane to me that Jarvan has been a thorn in the side of Gen G for so long. Even when it was Peanut on the roster, 2023, that series at Worlds against BLG, I think still stinging in the mind of many a Gen G fan, and no longer available now thanks to Fearless. This is where these two teams are going to get tested more than ever. We already talked a little bit about the top lane matchup. Gen G are not guaranteed anything when it comes to counterpick, so we'll see what choices they make on the blue side. What is the prioritization going to be of the picks that are still left in the game?
It's pretty interesting to see immediately they're cutting down on some of the big tier list carries that we still have left over in the Yone and the Sivir. No focus on top lane, none on jungle just yet for the blue side bans here of Gen G, whereas on the side of Hanwha Life Esports on the red side, they kind of just have to follow the playbook that Gen G were doing.
Did mention the Sejuani pick. It's been a big favorite of Peanuts in the past. The Yone, obviously a big favorite of Zeka's, so I do think that ban makes a ton of sense. When you're on the blue side, you can afford those extra resources.
So all roads lead to Sejuani Maokai, is that what you're saying, Wolf? No! No, they don't!
Not in this one. Not in this one.
I don't know if you can even force a double melee Sejuani draft anymore with what's gone in the mid lane. No Silas, no Yone, no Akali even.
Yeah.
You've got Jax in the top lane.
Hey, you got Zed. That's a mid laner, right, guys?
Yeah. No Kiana mention, please.
Wolf, I hate to say it, but might come through in this one.
Surely not blind B1, though. We'll wait and see what this comp is going to look like here.
What will it be?
I mean, so many of these prio picks are gone.
Lucian's
Pantheon also available here for Canyon. I feel like Canyon's Pantheon's been very hit or miss, though, throughout these playoffs.
I like Pantheon. I think that's a good shout. Easy setup. I do agree with you. I don't think Pantheon performance for Canyon has really been anything standout. Also had a pretty lackluster game on the lead, but it is one of the biggest power picks in the current meta, so picking it up should not come as a surprise here.
On red side here, get 2 picks. Could lock up a jungler for Peanut and a prio bottom lane pick. I mean, so many of the engage tools are gone here. If you want to go for something super easy to scale with, that's definitely an option here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports.
I'm looking at Nocturne and possibly. This has popped up more and more in jungle, but it's just going to be the Skarner. Not very interesting. Also like this from a pick-away perspective. Gen.G have actually been one of the few teams that still consistently look good with the Skarner. And you obviously have an insane amount of scaling potential.
The Victor pick was the one I had in mind when I mentioned scaling, though, because there are very few tools available to collapse onto a carry like Victor left in the pool. And like Camille Galio, for example, one of those types of combos now completely off the card. So you could even scale further here if you have a strong front line. They already have the Skarner.
I really don't like it. The combination of Skarner, Victor, to me, just screams, you have 0 mid-game impact. Like, absolutely none. It's such a weak 2v2, and you're playing into Casio Pantheon. Chovy played it for the first time in his competitive career, as we saw very recently. Had a great game on it, and Gen.G, I think they were lacking a lot of power. Those issues, at least in this first part of the draft, have been solved.
It's definitely a very interesting start. We're already getting some of those weird picks coming through, stuff that we just don't see all that often in the Casio, at least. As Blitzcrank, a big one for Duro, and he's just gonna slam it down in the first rotation. It says, I see Victor, I look to hook Victor.
Yeah, that's certainly one way you can get some engage to pull the Victor out of a fight, take him out just immediately. But it is going to require a lot of other things to go right. You're going to have to hit that hook, and there's going to be more frontline here potentially for Zeus. They could play the Ornn here and just look to scale completely with this draft. I would not hate it here for Hanwha Life. Instead, we match one grab with another. All right.
In game number 4.
A bit outright, by the way, by the Blitzcrank.
That's insane to me. I like the matchup into Blitz specifically. Obviously for Blitz, Pyke should never be able to be a hook target. There are still a lot of AD carries that in short range 2v2s have an incredible amount of impact. But if Delight doesn't have a crazy game, I again want to remind everyone, we've seen Victor really be passed over very often because it just feels like the champion early on doesn't do enough. And I still think that the Gen.G composition has really good sideline impact, has very scary pick potential, and a lot more power in those early skirmishes that I think have been so game-deciding in this series thus far.
And I think if you have Pyke, one of your best things you could do when you roam around the map is clear vision and threaten flanks and things of the like. But without guaranteed strong mid-game with a Victor, it just feels like it's going to be hard to pull that off in so many of these scenarios. Aatrox is banned here. Might see a Renekton to follow if they are kind of angling for that Ornn pick potentially here in the top lane, as those are 2 of the stronger picks in the matchup left available. Big Kalista instead, however.
Yeah, definitely not that many AD carries left up either.
Especially ones that pair with Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Xayah's one of them.
Do you really want to play Xayah
Tristana?
either into like Victor, Pyke, or on the other end? I think the Tristana actually is a really good shout, Valdez.
Yeah.
It's something that they hovered last time.
Yeah.
A lot of thought going into this one. This is such a unique scenario. I haven't really quite seen picks like this. I'll ban the Jax away here from Zeus, has had phenomenal performances on this pick this year, even though it's been a niche top pick. And a lot of discussion into this one. Do you want some strong side lane power to buy time for your scaling, or do you simply just want to sit on Ornn and build ornaments and say, my late game is going to be better than yours no matter what?
I just don't think you can get away with an Ornn here. I think you have to pick for Viper, find a power pick and a counter pick for Zeus. Let's not forget, this man made his name on Jace, on Cannon.
Well,
but look at the top side! It's Ornn, Skarner, Victor!
And this really weakens the Pike pick, I feel, extremely, because you just don't have an angle, you don't have damage to follow up on any of his potential flanks or roams, so this Pike pick really sticks out like a sore thumb to me. The Ornn, I feel, would have been better served with any sort of melee engage support. The Xayah you mentioned is now looking to be locked in here for Ruler, and I think this was just going to lead us to a Zeri pick for Viper here in the end, ultimately. This draft here for Hanwha Life is almost as gritty as Gen G's in the previous game.
Almost. At least they have a bit more damage, especially if they slam that Zeri last. And now you don't have that many picks, but you could still play Renekton here.
Yeah, Renekton's up.
I don't love the Renekton. I'd rather have something with more silent pressure, because Renekton into Ornn isn't a great matchup. We've seen Ornn picked into it a lot. The Yorick would make sense. What I want to highlight, though, is that, especially if they go Zeri here, I think the Hanwha comp is way better, but I would argue it's even greedier. Like, I think your damage issues aren't nearly as prevalent, but you legitimately have so little power in the early game, in your lanes, outside of, like, big wombo combos.
Yeah, you have to basically just give up every objective, trade as many as you can.
I think he's saying Lucian.
Oh man, this is not
That's a good pressure point.
To see, but it's great with the Pike. It kind of saves the Pike for me a little bit here, because now you have a strong 2v2, and even in early skirmishes, there's some extra power the Victor, the Skarner, and the Ornn are not going to provide. Sure, the Ornn and the Skarner have great CC, but they didn't. If they went for something like a Zeri, you just wouldn't be able to follow up with it very well. But the Lucian burst in those early skirmishes may be able to get Hanwha Life an objective or two. Just a single dragon might allow this Victor to scale later on. But otherwise, there's side lane pressure here on Gen G. They have the Pantheon to protect it. The Cassiopeia, which does so much damage in the mid game, and even later on in the late game if Gen G are ahead, plus the threat of the Blitzcrank, the extra insurance policy that Gen G has. I'm going to have to lay in with you, Chronicler, on this one. I think Gen G ended up with a much stronger draft here in this fourth game.
It's just hard to see Hanwha Life get to a point where I think that the draft, if you can get through the early game, is way better than what Gen G had last game. I just think actually getting there is going to have to be an incredible exercise of being able to know when can we fight, getting the big combos, and it might be through that bot lane. Maybe Peanut can have an early impact on the Skarner, get the Pike and Lucian ahead. That will unlock the map at least in a decent amount, but I worry for Hanwha Life. If they can get to the promised land, I think they have a good shot.
So much comfort here on the side of Gen G. Just can't wait to see it play out. As we are ready, let's hop onto the rift for game number 4.
Gen G, 하나, 둘, 셋. 한화생명, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Hanwha Life esports fans are desperate. They want a Game 5. They want Silver Scrapes to be played once again. There's something interesting we actually saw earlier on before the start of the day, that we have an equal amount in these playoffs of 3 0s, 3 1s, and 3 2s. It felt like we've had so many Silver Scrapes, but actually it's exactly even between all the different score lines so far from the 9 matches that we've had. So it's, there's no pattern here really. It's just up for grabs here in match number 10, the grand finals.
I think it's in part due to the fact that we've had some cool upsets in some series that went the distance that you didn't expect. That is why it feels that way. We do have the Viper swap to come through here once more, and this is not a surprise considering that they have the Ornn here, so the Ornn can absorb a lot of this bottom 2v2 while you see this Yorick struggle into the Lucian. So power pick there for Viper. Yeah. That also helps the Ornn alleviate some of that pressure there as well.
The Lucian is just a fantastic solo laner. We saw actually the replay in the pre-show of him laning against a Jace. I forget who was playing that, but he was just absolutely stomping him, which, a Lucian should, especially early on, as we're going to have some brawling down on the bottom side, but with Ruler here, probably not going to find a lot of angles for Zeus and Delight.
I think it was Doran in that particular game.
Ooh, little invade here from Canyon. We'll see if Zeka spots this out, but I mean, he's just level 1, more concerned with his own lane, so there should be a little quick steal away here without too much of a hassle. As Delight, he's level 1, and obviously you're always going to look for the roam. Will get found here, but there is Canyon.
Yeah, Zeka just going to flash this one and try to get away. The poison is down. They don't have enough damage. It's Delight, still level 1. Saying hello,
+1 World Atlas stack.
Yeah. Huge.
Well, this is something that
He's going top.
Woodid has mentioned a lot in terms of the Viper swap, is how important it is for the supports to make the right calls, often sitting at level 1 throughout this early game. The first 3 minutes of the game, you need to find value somewhere. And in this case, unfortunately, because Canyon was able to predict that, go to the Raptor camp, and then be able to cover for Chovy, not only is he unsuccessful at finding anything, but it's a flash get onto this Victor early on. So really well played and prepared here by Gen G.
And as a reminder for everyone, Humble Life's composition, I really don't think it runs into the same issues as the one that Gen G did last game. They actually do have a good amount of damage.
Try number 2.
The Ornn can be quite dangerous. But Duro is here, right? There's just not really anything that I think they can threaten onto Chovy, and Cassio is one of those champs where if you mess up, life gets very hard. There's also the fact that Delight is playing Pyke into a good amount of point-and-click CC, as well as the miasma from Cassio, which is going to be very tough to pilot here.
Yeah, definitely will. I think Delight just hanging around mid, trying to pick up level 2, which he did do.
Yeah, he's not able to do anything pre-level 3, of course, here in the top lane because of the lane swap detection. So has to find what he can, but is unable to get anything onto Chovy. Now that we're post 3 minutes, he can come up here and try to further the lead here into this Yorick.
Yeah, you can hook Ornn, but obviously he has W, so he's not bothered.
He's just threatening him, you know, always keeping him on his toes. Got that finger on that W key. And Peanut's going to take down the first scuttle.
Are they going to look for a dive? The wave state is kind of awkward here. Peanut will get spotted, and I don't really think there's an angle. Keen has actually been doing a good job of keeping his health bar full. Still has 2 cookies, so should be okay.
Nice. That's what happens when you keep him on your toes. You never know. Lands the hook, it doesn't matter. We do have a bit of a dive here. Setting up in the top lane as let's see if Keen can survive with a flash stun into the wall, and that's enough damage for Viper as he picks it up, has to flash away, but his first blood onto Humble Life Esports is 80 carry.
And this is the power of the Lucian.
Zeka no flash.
Oh, Zeka in trouble.
Yeah, this was very confusing, trying to go for that control ward. He is going to have the flash come out here from Canyon, but it might be enough as he's going to taxi out of the Raptors, and Victor with no flash, trying to kill a control ward, just gets punished here, and it's kill over to Chovy as well.
Canyon doesn't even get the assist.
Yeah, I mean, he missed the Q. But at the end of the day, like, especially in this case for Zeka, when Canyon doesn't show up here, I think it might be a sign that you probably shouldn't try to clear that ward.
Yeah, that's especially with no flash. That's definitely not something that Zeka should have been allowed to get away with.
We've been talking about this, I feel like, for the last 3 years since Zeka won a world championship about his improvement in champion pool, but I don't know if Victor ever really made the Zeka list of champs that really he has mastery on. He's not really the type of guy who plays control mages or scaling mages. You never see this guy pull out the Aurelion Soul, let's just put it that way. But yeah, in this case, really overestimating what he could do in the mid lane there with no flash.
For Humble Life, it's still a go positive trade because a big wave went into the turret, and Keen not being able to grab a lot of that makes his life a little harder. Did go for the call. The biggest thing is that Viper picked up the kill and is currently sitting on a pretty sizable gold lead, which you want with your Pyke and Lucian bot lane, obviously. And that is going to be the intended bridge into this point where the Skarner, the Ornn, and the Victor really have reached that peak level of efficiency.
There's just so much strategy that's gone into this early game. I love to see it. You know, in this 4th game of Fearless in our grand finals, like all of the micro things, like Canyon going for that counter where he's able to shut down Delight's level 1 on the Viper swap. Then the dive comes there topside because they swapped to Lucian. They didn't go for scaling, they went for burst. They get that success, and you know, you can see Humble Life Esports have really mastered this composition, but Gen G have also expected so much of this and have been able to answer some of it here in this early game.
Level 6 is available here for Canyon. Did actually pick it up off his grump, but obviously topside is very mobile.
Zay's going in trying to beat this one, and he will be successful. Now, can they get the kill onto Keen is the question, and with Peanut here at level 5, I think you've got enough damage, but the sustain here for Keen is pretty large, and Zeus is being chunked down, has to run away. It's just going to be Keen versus Peanut, and this is a very long lane down on the bottom side, but eventually going through the wall, and the follow-up comes in from Zeus to clap him down and get the kill. With the maiden being annoying, but it's still an eventual kill to HLE.
Close margins on that one.
I was a little worried. I've seen Yorick's turn those around. Maybe if we had Flash, could have outplayed that, but Flash was used in the earlier attempt. We'll get a TP towards mid, but Zeka should be fine this time around. Flashes back up. And it is Peanut again making the early impact. 2 kills already here on this Skarner as the bait. Very successful here.
Yeah, this is really well played by Zeus. He baits it incredibly well. Obviously has the ultimate here, he knows cannot be stopped. And then Peanut gets max range here, the shove into the wall. Zeus recognizes here that if he stays and tries to chase alone, he will actually die. Backs away. Peanut gets into melee range and also has his cooldown just coming back so he can get through the wall here, but guarantees those slows so that Zeus can flash for the finish there with the brittle proc as the last hit.
It's a big deal that Zeus flashes though. If he doesn't and Keen gets a moment to maybe get another Q off, that could have been the difference maker. That's going to be Grubs traded for Dragon, it looks like. Hanwha Life, anything that isn't the gold deficit, even the slightest of gold leads, staying even, are immensely big wins for this composition, I would say.
Yeah, you're definitely feeling very good, especially with the wave pushing into you and bottom side. There was a big wave that just went into Zeus, so you're getting even more gold effectiveness across the map, essentially. Certainly the Victor at this point is a weak point. You know, he's behind on gold compared to Chovy. But, you know, as you mentioned, if you just sit back, you scale, you farm, you just wait until Zeka has 3 items, he will eventually be a threat in this game, even if he's not going to be the main character of this one, which at this point appears to be Viper with that first blood he picked up, and this last pick Lucian in Game 4. Weren't sure exactly what to expect from him. We were thinking about Zeri. There wasn't a lot of options left, so had to go for something. And Lucian's got a dash and can deal with the Blitzcrank.
I mean, it's a bit of a trade-off in terms of what you could do with the early game as Delay. Let's see what he can get done here.
Now looking for the hook, but Duro, nice block. And at the end of the day, we're going to have a big trade win to HLE as Viper throws in the culling. And Roller has to back off.
One of my biggest pieces of criticism when it comes to Canyon, his Pantheon specifically, is that it seems like he really always wants to play it 100% with the ultimates. And as a result, I don't think he gets off enough. Now, a lot of targets are actually quite hard to play for. Ornn is obviously very safe, has his W, a lot of tankiness. You need to be aware of where Peanut is, and the bot lane is hyper mobile. But if I see Canyon again go without a single ultimate until like 15 minutes into the game, your assignment as Pantheon is to snowball this early game. Full clearing on Pantheon is something that I remember him doing in like 2021. Dumb one, back when that did still work. It's not the meta we're in right now.
No, certainly not. But he can still later on empower this Yorick in sides. The problem is the Yorick has already been killed twice and is significantly behind in this game. And so that win con has kind of thinned out a little bit here. The question will become for me, the vibe I have in this game is, even though Zeka scales incredibly well, we'll have an ornament, will he be able to perform with the gold lead, or not the gold lead, but with the scaling elements that Hanwha Life have for him? That's the big question, as he's played 15 games of Victor in his career. He's got nearly a 50% win rate, just below that right now. And I wonder what the performance is going to be. It needs to be big, because Canyon's got an angle here, potentially. Duro, it won't be.
Yeah, thought maybe he could get Zeka's flash. That's really the most he should be able to get. And we talked a lot about Hanwha scaling, and I do think that it's absolutely insane. There are, though, when you look at not only the Gen G comp, which is Yorick, Cassio, and Xayah, all of which are big late game threats, but both Lucian and Pyke, I think, will actually struggle somewhat when we get to the later stage of the game, where very small missteps will get punished heavily. So maybe Gen G's read is that, yes, they have insane scaling towards the top side of the map, but to me, scaling really feels only like insanely oppressive when it comes to scaling plus range. And that isn't necessarily there, as Peanut might be looking for something towards bot.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Canyon kind of just farming it out, whereas Peanut's been very proactive along every lane, essentially. He's been everywhere. He's buying on farm, of course, and he's going to be a bit behind on gold, but he has 2 assists, and he's still going to hit his heart steal eventually, so he's not really bothered at the end of the day playing Skarner.
Goes back to Canyon's quote in the trash talk at the beginning of the day. You know, you want to go for ganks, so I'm going to clear your jungle. I'm just going to clear fast. I'm going to take the whole thing. And he has done that in this game. And it's still only 180 gold that he has the advantage over Peanut, who has those 2 assists. You know, you mentioned the range, Chronicler, that is sometimes really one of the biggest elements of scaling. But one of my kind of maybe counterpoints to what Hanwha scaling could look like in this game is the front line that allows you to, even at fairly low range, still find big damage. But it's going to be about positioning. This is where I'm sometimes concerned about Zeko doesn't have an escape on this Victor into the Blitzcrank, or Viper is going to be trying to dash to follow up to maybe a Skarner knock into the wall, who might find himself getting hooked by the Blitzcrank as well.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Gen.G has a ton of setup that actually is really good at taking down frontliners, right? Cassio and Zaya both. Even Yorick, I think, actually do a decent job of that. Now, if you'd asked me which comp would I prefer, I'd still go Hanwha, but I do think that mention of some of the Gen.G scaling might be warranted. Because based on how Gen.G is playing, I feel like their read leans more towards that than we need to win early game. We've seen Gen.G actually play really aggressively for early objectives, early skirmishes. Not getting that feeling in this game as second Drake is about to spawn. Do imagine they want to not give Double Dragon over to Hanwha.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a bit of an issue if the Victor and the Ornn and the Skarner are just getting double Drake. And you can see that Gen.G going to be moving in here. The Thunder Sky just picked up for Cannon at about 12 minutes, so really want to utilize this power spike for the side of the Gen.G jungler.
I mean, this is a Victor with 1 stack of Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
So this is the dragon you probably don't want to force the fight for here as Hanwha Life. Zeus is backing and does have TP.
Yeah.
I just don't think this is going to work out. Peanut looking for something else.
Yeah, Miasma pretty good against Skarner.
Yep.
Gonna immediately shut that down. Doesn't take back from the fact that Zeka's actually doing a pretty good job in this lane, even though he did die that one time kind of awkwardly. He has been able to exert some pressure, at least in the 1v1. Still behind on gold, of course.
Gen.G want more than a dragon. You could just tell. They're not starting it. They're looking for picks. Ult gone for Zeka.
They're really trying to force Chovy out of this lane, but it's not going to work. As Chovy's just healing up a bit, and as you mentioned, yeah, they're just kind of roaming as a death squad.
I'm kind of wondering if they swept that brush or like Scryer orbed it, because they really don't seem to be aware of the ward. They keep trying to go for these bait setups.
I mean, Duro's just going to flash away from the damage just to make sure as the burst comes in. There's the hook on a Peanut. Do they have the damage, though? Yes, they absolutely do. As Zeus on the flank gets the double knockup. As the burst comes in, the Arcane Storm is out.
Chovy?
As now Chovy, he wants more. He is desperate for something more, but not going to keep them around for long enough. In goes Canyon, but he's taking a bunch of damage. Flashes on in onto Zeka. Down goes Zeus as well. Just chunks the two of them down. As Viper finally going to get the one. Delight also picks up yet another kill. As now looking for Chovy. He's going to get in close and does get the hook down. And they're getting so much more over the back of this fight for HLE.
And Delight ends up picking up 2 kills, but with the cut, he's giving so much gold over so many of the members here to Hanwha Life Esports, and he just played that skirmish so incredibly well. He saved it for Hanwha Life.
Rare mistake from Keen there. I think really overplayed his hand towards the end. That was what started that chain of events. Because as we take a look here, really nicely done here. No playmaking potential, no impale there, even with Zeus trying to save his jungler. And it's a trade that's favorable for Gen.G. But really their chase without Blitz isn't that great, right? You see Chovy trying to hard force with the ultimate, but it's when Canyon arrives that it looks like this is just a complete win here for Gen.G. But then Keen and Chovy overextend into Viper for I think no reason. You'd won that play. You got the dragon, you got favorable kills. Instead, Delight gets to start the resets, generate a ton of gold, and it's a gold positive play for Hanwha Life.
And now he's got his Umbroglaive, which with his composition interacts kind of awkwardly just because they don't have a lot of power just yet with the Rod of Ages, Victor, and Ornn. But it can be a problem if Hanwha Life Esports later on start to get a little bit more map control. He could really start choking out the vision here and give Hanwha Life the opportunity to further scale. As you can see, that's a lot of money on this pike early on.
Yeah, the biggest gold lead by far in the bottom lane. Going to Delight over Duro, even though Delight is down a level. Doesn't matter, that's just the way that pike works. As Heartsteel finished for Peanut, they're going to look at this Rift Herald, and they're bursting it down quite fast with the Lucian. In comes Canyon. And he's certainly curious about this, but yeah, they just can't even get close to it. And Delight actually going to pick up the eye.
A safe call there, I suppose. This is the kind of situation for Hanwha we were talking about before, though. It's like any gold lead you have feels pretty good. Any objective you can take feels good. They got a dragon. Now they have the Herald. And with the Herald, you can, basically guarantee a lot of prio around the map, or even that turret early on into the game. And that just makes you so much safer now through a mid-game where you're a lot more comfortable now than I think you otherwise should be as Hanwha Life.
For Gen.G, the fact that they got the free grubs, I think is actually a really nice setup, because what we haven't really talked about yet is the potential for a 1-3-1 from Gen G, because both Cassio and Yorick are insanely strong side laners. You do have the Pantheon as well to cover from a really large distance. My only worry with that is that if Delight is able to just play his game, Pyke can rotate so quickly from lane to lane.
Oh, Ruler. Oh, he doesn't want to use that ult, but he will be forced to at the end of the day. And he could have avoided a decent amount of that damage if he just used it early.
Delight's looking.
Delight's looking for it. The ult comes in and Ruler's just free. Not looking, doesn't barrier, doesn't flash. Meanwhile,
is he out?
Oh, no way. It's so incredible. Just gets out with the Rift Arrow.
There's no turret.
There's no turret. Delight is just a menace in this game. He's 3-0. He wants a bit more than a redemption. I think is going to stop the play as Delight takes a bunch of damage from the Maiden, but
they get a TP out of Chovy into the mid lane as well, and I think this is where Hanwha Life could say, all right, that's enough. We'll take this 100%. Now, almost a 3,000 gold lead for this squad here at 18 minutes.
And it's the Delight X Factor as he is able to get that pick onto Ruler, caught shopping, not ready for the Pyke to hunt him down. And the turret falls in top. They don't get the counter kill. And Ruler here, really, as Veldas highlighted, wants to hold onto his ult.
And look at where like Delight is before this even all transpires. Like he was already heading over.
Knows he's not being spotted.
Yeah, there's a control ward there. He has Umbral Glaive. He knows there's just no way Ruler's going to be able to react. I mean, I suppose he could have if he was incredibly fast or not with Tab or Shaw.
You gotta know Pyke is looking for that though.
that's the thing you have to keep in mind, is that there's a Pyke on the enemy team. And then even if you're backing under your turret, you're not safe. If you're at that low of health. And that's just to expound upon the fact that he didn't ult himself early on to avoid the damage from Viper. I wanted to hold on to everything, and he got punished for that and got low enough that Pyke was able to just take him down. We didn't mention that there is a Chemtech Soul on the Rift here, which, you know, you got an Ornn, you got a Skarner here on the side of HLE. Feeling pretty good about that.
Even Cassio and Yorick, I think, aren't too sad about it.
That's a really good. It's a really good angle for the Chemtech Soul.
Oh, might be looking at an actual 5v5 here again. After a lost Drake fight, Delight. Half of second item also done. Ruler does have his cooldowns back available now.
Yeah. I do feel like if Gen G keep a Phalanx, if they all stay together and keep the Cassio and Xayah together, it's not going to be easy for Pyke to get these big bonuses. Speaking of which, they're going to get the flash immediately out of Viper and the cleanse. The culling on top of it all, and Peanut's just trying to get in. He's going to steal it away, and he's Skarner. He just laughs his way to the bank and goes all the way away. As yes, they are going to get this hook here on the Zeus, but it's just the one kill here for Gen G as they lose the Drake in the trade.
We'll see if Gen G wants to turn it into more. I think Otacon might be an option here with Zeus going down, and they are not happy with that first play, but that might be Delight's opportunity to shine.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it was still a huge win for Hanwha in terms of the microcosm of the Dragon, because Peanut, his smites have been phenomenal today.
Oh, trying to catch Chovy here. It's not quite going to work out, as they got to know this Otacon has started.
And with that cooldown gone, I think that's just it. Viper doesn't have flash. They cannot continue any further here to try to take this objective away from Gen G, so Gen G will take it. 11-9 Petals will explode into a larger experience lead here with the adaptive force that'll come with it. 22-9 now. But I think it's the right call not to force that fight after that does miss from Peanut. But Hanwha Life, the lead was much larger than it is now. As long as they can stem the bleeding here, it's not a disaster, but Gen G kind of got what they were looking for after this, and this, getting both summoners out of Viper, also furthers the issues later on.
A bit of miss there from Zeus as well, because if Duro gets caught by that, he's dead, right? But the flash comes through, Duro's fine, Peanut finds a really nice steal, but Zeus, it's so hard to get away from the Blitzcrank, his effective range. What this does highlight, though, is something that I think we're going to keep seeing as well, particularly with the amount of single target damage that Gen G has. Blitz is going to remain an issue unless Hanwha get to the point where they have full control of the map, right? Which, thus far, haven't seen yet as...
yeah, goodbye.
Down it goes.
50 gold.
Significant win. But not going to be too impactful in the grander scheme of things.
Also, a lot of the gold for Gen G is on Pantheon,
yes,
which obviously not really where you want it.
And I think the gold lead that Delight has is relatively more valuable in a lot of ways, but it's it's a larger gold lead that he's holding, but they also have the Viper angle as a nice Bellows Breath.
Very nicely timed. It didn't look like he had any vision or a thought that that would be there, so he's just got a great reaction time. Maybe knew he was kind of going through the scary visionless jungle.
I mean, this is a Victor that now has Leandri's completed. His stacks are done of the Rod of Ages, even though he doesn't have the Otacon to boot. Gets a free turret down there in the bottom side, and Life Esports still relatively chilling as Chovy tries to trade for turrets, but is only able to get half.
Little moment of tension there. Delight on a ward, but always going to be fishing, always going to be looking. And these fights have been so explosive. Really feels like a single hook from either Delight or Duro can be the difference maker. And as I say that,
very close, gonna dodge everything. Actually, the laser on top of it is
TP?
now we got a TP. Zeus very far behind enemy lines. They want to turn onto him as the flash, and the hook is going to miss. As Zeus has to flash out of that one, the re-engage comes out from the horn and the impale over the wall. Canyon straight into the wall himself, but he will not die. Peanut wants the kill, but he's flashing it at 4 people. And this Peanut, not the time or the place, but they actually do get the kill.
What?
Funnily enough, I don't even know how he died.
How did Canyon die?
Oh, we'll have to take a look at the replay as Canyon died to something.
Chovy still going forward.
And yeah, I mean, the stun comes down on a Chovy. Lots of poke damage coming down from the Victor.
Guys, that's rude. We can't just summon the Maiden.
The light's right here.
Die immediately.
Yeah, 50 gold this time on a Zeka.
Now, there is no objective up after all of that, after our junglers are down.
Pure chaos.
So just a lot of chaos with the Chaos Storm coming out. And this was a bit of a bridge too far for Zeus. Does end up flashing, and yet Ruler goes face first into 4 people. Has to ult and flash, and that was a bit of a step too far.
It's Delight, right? Delight with the flash Q knocks him back over. So the rest of the team of Gen G does his best to try and collapse onto Zeus, but Zeus is happy to draw the attention, and that's why Ruler gets caught by Delight. He ends up having to use his cooldowns, doesn't go down, but that does mean a lot of damage is out of the fight. At the beginning of it, really what all that means is a lot of sums are now down. Ruler not having his flash is a very big deal. No flash for Keen and Canyon either, but the same is the case for Zeus, for Peanut, and for Delight, and you have to imagine both of these two teams are going to be fighting. Life want to get Soul Point, Gen G want to deny it.
It's just wild to me that Delight's able to find that angle. After having such a great start in this game, maybe I shouldn't be, as he has just really been high impact. Same to be said of Duro, though, in some of these longer extended fights. Just helps chase and secure kills, as we are now grouping for a real objective. It has Swan, Hanwha Life looking for Soul Point here.
River first for Gen G.
Yeah, Banana Brush control as well, but the Scuttler actually did go over to Hanwha Life Esports, so they have a lot of vision around this Baron, or rather this Dragon.
Turret's going to go down, it looks like, as well.
Yep.
Peanut's there.
Turret's going to go down. Might just come down to a flip, and it goes over to the Saya of all people. 3-man knockup comes in from the Ornn, and that's Yorick down. Keen just out of the play, and HLE say, well, we got the pick. Rotate big time up towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, they want to grab this mid turret, it looks like here, just push this wave in and look for a siege. They can clear this ward super quickly. I just don't think Gen G can come up to save it. So more than just a kill here onto the Yorick, they will grab that turret as well.
Look at how deep Chovy is pushing. I think he has to be really worried. Ornn's there. He might be in deep trouble. That could be Nash if he dies.
He's so far down the lane. Oh boy. Well, Chovy, you've cooked some great stuff before, but I'm not sure this is it. As you've got a Skarner, you've got a Pike, everything is missing for some reason, as a big ult does hit too. But eventually, you're just going to have too much damage on top of you, as they're going to give the kill over to Zeka as well. And he is nearly 1,000 gold ahead now.
There are a few question mark pings on the Baron, but no one's on it. Obviously, Gen G can't use Chovy to do Baron there without his damage, as this is another near smite for Peanut, but it's really the triple knockup that helps isolate the Yorick here, so no one else can follow up to protect or peel. They go straight to the mid turret, and then Chovy greeds here inside and is taken out.
And my guess is that Chovy thought that they were all moving towards Nash, so he wanted to threaten an inner turret and then TP towards a play if they do actually go for it, because they don't have that much vision in the jungle. Instead, obviously, gets collapsed on heavily. Hanwha Life had the response ready, very nicely done on their end. Third item is done for Chovy and for Ruler, but Hanwha Life are firmly taking control of this game. And a game 5 might be on the horizon here. And it was Delight's hook that set up that pick onto Keen as well.
Yeah, it just makes it 100% certain that they were going to get that Yorick, who, as frontliners go, Yorick not exactly the best. They don't have much outside of maybe the Pantheon, but they were just kind of all lining up trying to take that Drake, and they got punished big time for it. HLE, 3,000 gold to lead at this point in time.
Zeka doesn't even have his ornament yet. You know, this is a composition that's going to get stronger and stronger as this game continues to progress. He's level 16. Again, despite the Otacon going over to Gen G, Hanwha Life just going toe-to-toe in terms of experience, and this next fight is likely over the Baron. And Ruler does have his flashback up. This is a huge tool that he will likely need, especially with how these hooks have been going here for Delight. And speaking of,
thanks to, I think it was Ruler that actually ended up securing the dragon in the last fight.
Oh, the feather pull. Yeah.
It is a guaranteed soul denial otherwise, or soul point rather, otherwise Hanwha Life would have had that. Keen is in the side lane, pushing to his heart's content. Hanwha gonna be looking to try and pick someone off. Canyon needs to be very careful here. Even with Izzy, he's an easy target to collapse upon.
You can see all the vision denial with this Pyke. It's just so oppressive. They're still going to try to get Keen in a side lane and get this pressure going and hope that, you know, he can pull Zeus away, but Zeus is doing a pretty good job of just clearing the waves and not really interacting too much with Yorick, mostly just with the Maiden. To the chagrin of Yorick, of course.
Hanwha Life, they don't have to force the Baron. They have so much vision around it that it's basically there's no way Gen G could sneak it out underneath them, and they just continue to sit back and farm out some of these additional items. The arm guard for Zeka, and we turn into Vizonia soon, but he has that safety now. This is just the full composition here for a Hanwha Life nearly online. Once Zeus hits level 16, it is just going to be nigh impossible. And that's where the Blitzcrank insurance policy comes through, right? Maybe Duro makes a miracle happen in this game.
There's also Pyke, who just becomes harder to play as the game progresses, right? You are going to get one-tapped by basically anything that hits you. That's where the Edge of Night has come through for the Light. That is a big spike for him, and with the way he's been playing thus far, I think the trust that his team has clearly given him is warranted. Really, the only scary thing for Hanwha Life is if you do start up the Nash, that could be where Gen G can just fish for a pull, right? Everyone grouped up around that objective. We have Soul Point fight. It's possibly there, but neither team really wants to commit too heavily to that, because if you commit to that, guess what? Other team might get better.
Every time this mid wave gets cleared, look at the top wave. Gen G don't know what's going on around the Nash pit, right? So they have to be very careful. They're constantly grouped up here, and Hanwha Life are just sitting on that prio so incredibly well. And I mean, even now, Zeka has been able to rotate over here, getting closer and closer to level 16 for Zeus, just spending as much time as he can, grabbing that final bit of experience. And this is a really tense moment here for Gen G. They had so much control in this series. They were up 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you're feeling really bad at Gen G if you do lose it. But now they're just going to send it into the Baron. And the second the Dragon spawns, we'll see if this works out for them as they're kind of lined up in the bowling alley as two of them get knocked up by the Ornn. They pull off of the Baron. And now Keen is zoned away from the rest of the team. HLE staying together as a 5-man unit. As we do see a bit of a
behind them
coming in from Chovy, but that's a Cassiopeia flank. Not the most dangerous thing I've ever seen, but now trying to get the engage going onto this front line. Zeus is going to be burnt down. There's nobody's there. They were staying together, and then they split up as they were following Keen. Hook goes down onto Keen. And now Peanut's in a really rough spot. He's going to be taken down, and the amount of damage Gen G is being they're just not paying attention to it at all.
It's one by one, as we said earlier. The hook from Duro is the difference again as Chovy finds the flank, sets up the miasma, and they have enough damage. That's going to be Nash.
Hanwha Life just have to take this concession of getting Soul Point in exchange. There's no way they can fight this anymore. They don't have a jungler. And the chase, the overchase onto Keen there is part of the undoing, but it's really the Duro grab that changes things here for Gen G. And they set it all up. They were the ones who started the Baron looking for a turn, and Hanwha Life just did not have the cleanest chase down there. They didn't have the cleanest denial of that Baron. And now with Baron, Keen's going to take out this inner turret. The game is suddenly turned on its head in just a matter of seconds.
I mean, it's anybody's game from here, but you gotta like Gen G's chances after this play where they're just able to isolate the front target. Any target they can burst through, they have the damage.
He's like, okay, I knock him up, I pull him in. He's split in half, and then now Keen's like,
I'm baiting them in as well, and the rest of the team is cut off.
It just starts with Canyon, the most skillful Banfin. Flash W. They get Zeus, the Miasma follow-up is there, then is the hook. And even if you're the tankiest member on Humble Life, as we see there, that was, by the way, before LDR was done. Chovy is also about to finish his next item. And Humble Life, the team fighting power is still there. There is still a fat pike. They just need to be so careful, because if anyone gets singled out, they're in trouble. But I think they still have the 5v5 power if they can find the front to back, instead of getting picked off one by one.
Zeus running straight into them. Nice culling to do some damage, and that's a hook on a Canyon, but that is the Pantheon, and Zeus who has to flash away, but Canyon goes down! At the end of the day, this Pike is about to get some big value. Looking for Euro, that's a second one on the board! Delight, he is here to party. He says, this game is mine, and I want to carry it. Zeus going in, maybe trying to take that away from Delight. Gotta be careful. This Delight's still on the chase here. He's gonna find Keen on the backside, not gonna land that hook, and just disengages out of there, but still so much money given back over to HLE.
And it takes away from the Red Bull Baron power play. That's a lot of tempo gone. They hold on to their mid lane turret at Hanwha Life, swing back, get back control of the gold lead as well, as this game 4 clearly not done yet.
And they overextend because they want to get the most value out of this Baron possible, because even though they secure the Baron, as we've talked about the wave clear, the insane team fighting power is there, and so they want to try to make something more of this. They see, okay, maybe Viper overextends, but they engage onto the Ornn, and that's so problematic here. Not the right call from Canyon. There's not enough follow-up. Chovy's not really in range, and like, even if you have everyone here, like Zeus is just so tanky, the turn is insane, because this Lucian is fully online, the mid Victor is fully online, and you just cannot be making overextensions like that. That takes all the wind out of Gen.G's sails, and I mean, look at Ruler's face on the player cam, like they know this was really their one chance to maybe just close this finals out now, and it falls completely flat.
Was the follow-up from Zeka there as well, having the W ready, making sure that Canyon couldn't just walk his way out of there. But it's also understandable for Gen.G, because outside of Duro fishing for hooks, it's either him or Canyon needs to find someone. That's the way their comp works. They need to pick them off one by one. Barring overextensions from Humble Life, which I think we shouldn't be expecting with how they've been team fighting, into a Casio world, there really isn't that much CC available, right? We're talking about the feather pool, which requires a lot of setup. We're talking about the cage, which isn't that great. So I understand why Gen.G wanted to push it, but Hanwha Life with a great response. Mid lane turret still standing 35 minutes in.
Take a look at the itemization from the front line here of HLE as well. Just Randuin's picked up for Peanut and Thornmail for Zeus. And you think about this Xayah just getting poked out by Lucian, Culling, and also the Victor. We haven't seen Ruler, you know, he's doing some damage to the front line when they're charging into them, but that's not going to win you the game.
You got to be able to kill the carry somehow.
Yeah.
Killing the Ornn and the Skarner just takes too long, but they can't get access. It's similar to the Smolder situation, as Light's going to fish here, but won't be successful. But when you look at the Victor's itemization as well, and you're like, okay, he's got a decent amount of damage here, but also his safety is immense. He has the Zonius, he has the Rod of Ages, he's so difficult to take out. It's going to take some time there. He's level 18, has that extra ornament as well.
Oh, get the Edge of Night. What is big for Humble Life is that they have soul points. So they have a lot more pressure in this upcoming objective. They can force Gen.G to make a move, and Gen.G really want to set up to an objective first. If they can do so, as the flash.
Yeah, the pixel flash there just to get away from the hook. It's going to work. He doesn't get over the wall, but it's not really what he cares about. Meanwhile, on the side lane, Zeus having some trouble with this. Yora Keen seems to be online himself with 3 items. And he is chunking through this Ornn, so
that cleaver,
they're gonna have to deal with him somehow. It's not gonna be Zeus alone.
And that gets Prio, and this is gonna force a response.
Yeah, Hanwha's on a timer. They have to be quick. They have to be quick.
Okay, that's a lot of damage into Ruler, but the culling goes into Duro. That's not the target you were looking for.
King's gonna keep going. He's not gonna stop.
Hanwha need to be fast on how they win this fight.
Yeah, it should just be inhibitor, you would imagine. Down it goes as we'll see what happens with the TPs, but now we're just going to have a 4v4 team fight at this point, and it comes down to the Xayah as Ruler steals it away. I mean, they were the one who started it, but yeah, no steal away from Peanut.
And Keen just gets away with this. Even if he dies here, his job is done. He avoids the second activation.
Oh, there's 5 men coming.
TP coming in. They have to,
no way.
oh, they stopped the channel with the ult from the Victor, and this is right before the Baron. As he's trying to turn this one around on Azeka. I don't think so, but he flashes for that one. And now he's down for a minute with Baron up in 12 seconds.
It feels to me like Genji should have pushed further there. They needed to apply pressure so that not everyone on Hanwha could just run towards that top lane. And now Hanwha Life, they only lost the Dragon, and they might get a Baron as in return.
And this is such an easy turn here for Hanwha Life. They have the Impale. Duro just fishing for a hook. He wants to get one of these carries. He so desperately needs to.
He really does, but I don't know if he's going to have an option. The culling is just used to zone. Delights in stealth as well. Duro looking for some kind of hook. They want to access that backline, but the peel is insane. Canyon getting on in, goes into his G, and then bull hook Zeka though. As maybe that's enough. Might just come down to a flame. But Ruler will not be denied these objectives. And he's full health.
He just keeps getting them. But he might have just saved the game. He's able to secure the Baron. Zay is desperately on the chase here with Viper following up and Delight.
Instead, he's just desperately giving kills over to Ruler. He says Ruler hasn't had enough. Let's give him some more.
They have to look for something. They know that this Baron might be with the top lane push, with the death timers. Could be the difference maker. Genji somehow pull out the win out of the 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler is just pulling these objectives out of thin air. And Ruler, level 18, is going to be ripping this turret off the map. That top inhibitor is already down here. I don't think they'll be able to push for the mid one right now, but they can take out all of those inner turrets. It's a big injection of gold. Less important right now at nearly 40 minutes in.
Keen. Pike's on his way.
They want to try to isolate the Shark once again, but the disengage code gets him to safety. And not much you can do about that. Would have been nice to pick him up. There's no big objective, but maybe you take some power out of the Baron push.
And it's the play from Ruler here on top of, like, Canyon sacrifices, but the grab onto Zeka is massive because that's a lot of damage gone here. And then when Ruler's able to secure the Baron with this ult from Chovy as well to deny any sort of follow-up, now, even though Delight gets one reset, they just cannot team fight without Zeka.
It's Duro, flash, rocket punch. That's what sets up the play. That's what takes out one of the carries. And I can't believe we haven't mentioned it yet, but it's a two-carry composition. Victor cannot be dying at the start of that fight, especially with flash up.
That's just not allowed, but he's just caught off guard. And luckily, he is Victor. He was able to push out some of that top lane. He has a ton of weight there to help defend this Baron. There's only a minute left. A minute left here on this Baron, and Genji wanted more.
Just such a close game throughout all of it.
It's not even game over. The Baron is the best part.
They don't even have Elder spawning yet.
Yeah, we got a minute on this Rebel Baron power play, but you can see that Genji aren't exactly confident. Okay, that is very nice Bella's Breath, just in case. I think it was barely out of range, but still going to be denied. You see that Genji, they don't really have enough pressure just yet with this Rebel Baron power play, especially because Keen doesn't have Baron himself. And so you're kind of just pushing, you're getting the gold lead back, but we're 40 minutes into the game, so you're not.
Yeah, the gold lead matters
way
less, and I think Genji are happy with what the end result of the play and the grab on the Zeka was, but I don't think they're happy with what they got here. They're still in a position where they have a lot of map control, a lot of vision was gained from this, but they, I think, wanted really to get a pick from this with Duro and then end the game, because the scaling elements are still online here for Hanwha Life, and it feels like maybe it's any rocket grab that could end this game, right? It's any pike hook or potentially a flanking Skarner. But in terms of just straight up raw 5v5 power with these ornaments here, I don't think it gets much better than what Hanwha Life Esports have. You've got to avoid those hooks if you're Zeka, if you're Viper. They both have flash. 30 seconds until finally a soul will be decided here in this game.
You're playing Pyke without map control though, and that is the biggest difference. Even though Genji weren't able to end the game off of this, top lane inhib is still down, right? Will be coming up soon as Keen takes a ton of damage.
There's a lot of poke going back and forth, but now we finally get an Impale engaged, but Canyon is Pantheon lives for so long, and the damage from the Xayah and the Casio is way too much for the Ornn to deal with.
They gotta get out of it!
Last follow-up from Chovy is gigantic, goes Golden, and the hook comes through, and that should be it. Genji, with one fell swoop, might have just won this game.
10,000 damage for Ruler! 10,000
1,600! He had the smite button in this game, and his damage is off the charts. Who says the Victor scales? This Zaya is the biggest on the Rift.
Feel like the Blitzcrank is scaling better than the Victor in this one. As Viper, he's desperate. He's trying to clear the waves, but he's not gonna have it. Genji, get the revenge for last summer, and they are your 2025 LCK Finals champion.
And Ruler leaves for the LPL, has an incredible first year on JDG, the second year not what he wanted, comes back and makes clear why Genji brought him back with an absolutely exceptional performance in this final game.
Every single member for Genji had a big part to play in this title win. Duro's first ever LCK title in his first appearance. He's picked up the win in an international tournament already and now comes in as one of the best support players here out of Korea to go to Worlds. Ruler's performance, Chovy's performance. This team was world-class all year long, was stopped short from going to first stand by Hanwha Life Esports, was stopped in summer last year by Hanwha Life Esports, but revenge is sweet for the Tigers this evening as they take the 3-1 victory. And Duro, listen, LCK Trophy, maybe not getting the justice for supports in POM, but right here he gets justice for Duro on the final stage.
And it is telling that his team is like, yeah, sure you can Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
This guy was the weak spot at the beginning of the year. He wasn't able to perform the way that he did, but as Ruler said, he is not the same player he was back then. And Chovy, compared to the first couple of playoff games, he was not losing in this one.
They were on a mission to get revenge tonight. That was very obvious. And you can see how sweet it is on that stage. Every player individually lifts the LCK trophy. And they have their moment as now the coaches will as well. And it's a 3-1 victory, Chronicler. Your prediction is correct. The most important thing to you, Chronicler, even more than your final LCK cast.
That feels fitting.
You get it right at the end.
There was the one game which the draft didn't pan out, and for Hanwha, I think they had a much better run still than many of us were expecting in this playoffs.
And for Peanut, the last Rocks Tiger will give one final bow to the crowd. His final LCK game on his iconic Skarner. But his journey for 2025 is not yet at an end. He will have an opportunity to win a Worlds title this year. Maybe that is how he caps off his season. But for the LCK, it ends here.
I still can't believe that this was a 3-1. If you look at game 2, if you look at game 4, incredible.
It was a great final. Actually, at the end of the day, we don't go 5, but we have 4 excellent games. You know, I guess game 3 was the most one-sided, the one that actually Hanwha Life Esports did win. But it all comes to an end, as it does for you, Chronicler, as well. How do you feel about your final cast here at the LCK?
Well, fortunately, unlike last week, I'm still on an adrenaline high, so I'm riding high. We're going out with a bang. I'm sure that as the adrenaline will sink in, I will be very sad. But right now, there's none of that.
I can say the LCK will never be the same without you, Chronicler. No, I'm really going to miss you.
Yeah, we're definitely going to miss you. You are a beautiful human and an excellent caster.
Oh, there we go!
We did it, guys!
Yeah! We got him!
You said one word, Wolf. That's all it took. But seriously, we're all going to miss you so much. Hearts out to Chronicler.
I miss you guys a lot too. I'm not going to repeat everything I said, but it was an absolute pleasure. Yeah. We went out with an incredible series, and that's all we could wish for.
Yeah, and best of luck at Worlds as well. Got more casting to do over there, so hope it all goes well.
I'm blaming you for this one, Wolf. You got me.
I don't know how to put it into words. I'm kind of emotional because I don't know how it's going to be when I go to work without you. I don't know what it's going to be like when I don't get to see Cronny come over and clap his hand to say it's going to be a good day at League of Legends today, when everyone else is like, it's 100% a 3-0.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure, man. It really was.
It really was. And
likewise.
Won't be the same without you.
No, it won't be the same for me either. As I'm glad we're not given more peanut shots. That will make it even worse. As I'm sure the Alma fans are feeling as well. Yeah, okay, the adrenaline calm down now is set in, and
we've got all night for more crying as well.
Yeah, we really do. Obviously, even though, especially with 2 40-minute games, I think we really were served what we were looking for.
You know, isn't it fitting that that Genji copy pasta came from you in your last finals?
I didn't even get my Renekton to Zir. They banned the Zir the whole series.
They banned it the whole time.
Too. Didn't get banned, but they just didn't pick it.
Unacceptable. It's obviously having gone to 5 would have been peak, but that last game, that one's gonna be memorable. Humble Life still fighting as much as they did. Just as I'm trying to keep it together and think of stuff to talk, which normally I feel like we always do a really good job of collectively.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's so much more to say, and I'm sure that people will tell the tales of Chronicler for ages to come, as you will go down in history at the LCK. Anything else you guys want to say before we toss it into interview with the winners interview
I won't
recap?
Be able. You go first.
Yeah.
I go last.
I mean, look, I thought it was a pretty good finals. I thought it was decent, but it's been an even better last 4 years with you, Chronicler. That's my last statement.
Very
Chronicler.
much. Do you have anything else?
It was perfect. You know, we didn't get the 3-2, but an amazing finals to have with both of you guys, and of course Chronicler. An absolute pleasure and an honor to go down in history and do the finals with you.
I've been an LCK fan for 12 years. I'm not stopping anytime soon. Thank you guys so much for having me. It's been the biggest honor of my life. I guess I'm repeating myself a little bit. Let's throw it to the interview.
Yeah, take it away, dear. We got the interviews going right now.
Thank you very much, guys. Lovely casters and awesome analysts and hosts. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation for the 2025 LCK Finals with Genji. Keen, you're back on top after your first title. My tears coming up, but I feel like
디펜딩 챔피언 하나생명을 상대로 작년에 서름을 딛고 우승을 거머쥔 젠지 선수단 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 긴 캐년, 초비, 룰러, 듀로 선수,
we have
그리고
our
김정수
champions,
감독님,
Genji over
헬퍼,
the defending champions
빈
Hana Life
코치님
Esports.
만나보겠습니다.
They shook
먼저
off
긴
last year's
선수와
heartbreak,
인터뷰
Genji.
나눠보겠습니다. 긴 선수,
Please welcome Keen,
지난
Canyon,
첫 번째
Chobi,
우승
Ruler,
이후
Duro, Coach
또다시
Kim, Coach
정상에
Helper,
자리했었습니다.
and Coach Lin.
오늘은 누구 안
Congrats.
흘리시네요?
Keen, you're back on top after your first title. No tears today? After seeing Coach Helper cry, I felt like my tears come up, but you know, I didn't get to the point where I needed to cry. So what does the second title mean to you? No, I've been a professional gamer for a very long time in my career, and I feel like, yeah, it's always a great feeling to win the title. I think I'm pretty proud of myself today. You said you'd stand above God. So, in the top matchup against Hanwha, what mattered the most? You know, Zeus has a deep champion pool. So I think during the draft phase, I just really tried to think about in depth about the champions. So I feel like in game-wise, I feel like there's a lot of regrets, but I feel like there are moments where I did well as well. So I'm pretty happy overall. So you keep impressing us as your form keeps rising. So how do you keep yourself grounded as a pro? You know, not underperforming for a long time actually makes, you know, I feel like the long period of underperformance actually makes me even harder and stronger. So I think that's what really makes me who I am today. So Worlds is up next. How do you want to be remembered this World? Now, last year was such a great opportunity, but there were some regrets. So I hope that we are able to play our hearts out without any regret this time. And Canyon, this is LCK title number 5 for you. How do you feel? now that I'm able to win today, I feel like our coaching staff and everyone worked so hard for this moment, so it makes me so happy. You were huge in today's win, and in a final where jungle variables were crucial, what did you think? What was your read on the pathing this final? When it comes down to the pathing, it really depends on the right turn. Your turn comes in, and you have to wait for the opponent's turn. And I think that's just something that I constantly have to think about. From the draft to gameplay to strategy, did everything go as planned? In the early game, in game 2, we had some risky moments, but afterwards, I think it went well, and we ended up winning that one and winning it all today. So, how would you grade your own performance today? I got picked off a few times here and there. So, because I'm not completely happy, I would say maybe 7 to 8 points for myself out of 10. And this is your 7th straight Worlds. And starting as LCK's champion and the #1 seed, what is your Worlds mindset? Worlds is such a precious opportunity, so I want to make sure that I take this moment to make it all the way to win the championship. Next up, we have Chovy. You met your defending champions, Hanwha, as your opponent today. And you were the champion with a 3-1 victory. How do you feel? I really wanted to get a 3-0 victory, but it was a 3-1. I feel like we could have done better to get that 3-0, but regardless, I'm pretty happy. Since last summer, you've always gone the distance with Hanwha Life Esports, 5-game series every time, so it looks like the Tiger of LCK today was unstoppable. In which moment were you sure that you won? I think in the last team fight, when the enemy Victor got petrified by the Casio, that's the moment that I was certain that we have won. And fans were watching with anticipation, and you've won before, but what does this summer title mean to you? I feel like we went the long way, I guess the scenic route to get to the finals and win today. But I feel like we definitely could have done a lot better. I think just the memory of losing in the last summer season, I think that was what drove me to win today and get our revenge. And you'll be the first seed for Worlds, so what is your mindset? Yeah, we are the first seed for Worlds, and once we are there, we have to do well. And I think I just have to try to do our best to think about the draft and the meta to make sure that we are able to come out as the best team. Thank you for that, Chovy. Ruler. Next up, Ruler, and the fans go wild. And back on Genji and champion again. This is your second LCK title. How do you feel? Today, I did come in thinking that I would win, but every game was so tough and exhausting, and I had doubted one in a moment, so. But in the end, I feel like my teammates did so well. I'm just really happy that we were able to win together. And you once said, with my long career, the AD carry god should be with me. So, after today, can you say it? I am the AD carry god? Well, to be honest, we have some more matches left. It's not over yet. I think if we're able to win Worlds, then I will be able to say that. So Ruler will prove himself through Worlds. Today was a 3-1 victory. As expected from a veteran, you did so amazing. And with that Baron steal at the very end, who's your pick for the Finals MVP?
제가 좀 오늘 자잘한 실수들이 좀 많았어서
You know, I had some mistakes, trivial mistakes here and there. I feel like that's why it has to be the remaining 4 players in my team. So if you had to pick one, who would it be? Well, as for today, I would love to be the finals MVP, so me. And this was actually Peanut's last LCK final, so do you have any message to him? Yeah, everyone's saying that it will be Peanut's last LCK. And since this was his last, I'm sure he was even more desperate. But I was just as desperate. I just didn't want to give it away. And that's why I came with the mindset I have to win the title. And back at Genji and back as champions. What is your mindset for Worlds and what do you want to show? You know, at Worlds, rather than being remembered as the World's champion, I feel like I want to make sure that our fans are always happy to cheer and support for Genji. That's just the type of player I want to be. Someone who actually gives our fans a good memory. That was Ruler and Duro. First LCK Finals. And with the fans going so rowdy for you, this is your first title. Your presence really stood out this year, and I'm sure you must have dreamed of your first LCK title, so how does it feel? I already knew that we will obviously win the title today. And yesterday during the interview, I said that we will prepare well for tomorrow and that we would win. And today, I think because I played well, we were able to win. So the duo from yesterday has proven the duo from today, right? You said no more thumbnails, but you are not escaping today. So what do you think today's thumbnail will look like? You know, to be honest, my other teammates did so well that I don't think I'm going to be on the thumbnail today. Well, since we're sick of the horse, well, how about Game 3 Alistar or maybe your Pike? Who are you looking forward to? Well, no, nothing in particular. I can't think of anything. So we heard that Ruler taught you a lot and guided you along the way until today. So anything you would like to say to Ruler? Yeah, since LCK Cup, I felt behind a lot of times, but I feel like it's all because of Ruler that we have achieved the title and we came so far. What a beautiful friendship. And now with your first LCK title down, you'll take your first step onto the world stage. What goals are you bringing? My goal is most definitely to win. And as long as we're able to continue our performance from today and keep up our momentum, I believe that we can definitely win Worlds. And that was Duro. Now, head coach Kim. Looks like you are celebrating with Genji for their 6th LCK title. How do you feel? It's such an honorable place. I feel like my players did so well and we had such a great season. And you said you'd lean tier picks over counters, which was a shift in your draft approach. So what triggered that decision? I feel like it was actually an alternate thing where we tried going for the tier picks over counters, and then we would go back to counters over tier picks, and then we would actually have to constantly adjust. And I think every time we lost throughout those experiences, we actually grew as a team. And I think just from all the feedback and all the great performance from the players, I think we had grown so well to be such a strong team today. And any message to your fans? You know, I feel like my players have said such great words already. And of course, Genji, our goal is always to win. And for our fans, our Genji's players. I hope that you get more used to seeing Genji lift the trophy. Thank you very much, Head Coach Kim. And next we have Coach Helper. Did you cry? Well, yeah. When I saw our players holding the trophy, I got pretty emotional. I'm sure there was a lot of effort put into this, and Genji, looks like you just keep winning with Genji. How do you feel? Yeah, I think this season is a season where you see a lot of the help, the coaching staff's efforts. And I think, yeah, we actually felt a lot of pressure throughout the season. And what would you like to say to your players? You know, it was such a tough match, but you guys did so well. Thank you so much.
헬퍼 코치님의 이 뜨거운 눈물 안에 선수들에 대한 고마움이 담겨 있는 것 같습니다. 월즈에서 또 리액션 맛집 담당해 주실 거죠?
I'm sure you will be in charge of all the great reactions at Worlds, right? Yes, I'll try my best. Let's hear for Coach Helper. And next up we have Coach Lin. This season you have returned as Genji's coach and took it all the way. How do you feel? You know, coming back to Genji, I just always thought I need to work really hard. And I feel like the results, just looking at the results, all the efforts paid back. And I feel like we've been on the grind non-stop. And I feel so proud and it feels so amazing. And so for this priceless win, what would you like to say to all your fans? Thank you so much for always coming out your way to support us. And you know, it always becomes such great energy. And that energy always translates to us and we can always feel it. So I hope you always know that.
네, 선수분들과 감독님, 코치님과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 다시 한번 LCK
And that was the Genji players and the coaching staff. Once again, let's hear it for your 2025 LCK champions, Genji. Now that we heard from Genji, up next, the awards ceremony for our champions and the announcement for the finals MVP will be up next. Stay tuned, we'll be right back with the ceremony.
그러면서 날릴 거 날리고 그다음에 바이를 점프하나요? 자, 캐논 빠지고요. 그다음에 바이 쪽을 조금 더. 와, 근데 룰러가 뒤에 있는 포인트 쪽을 밀어냈어요. 그리고 바이가 버티고 있거든요. 네. 일단은 잡고. 자, 룰러가 한 명. 네, 우리 하나도 너무 많이 맞아가지고. 네. 바이퍼 계속 데미지로. 한 번 더. 아, 야무졌어요, 바이퍼. 하지만 둘이 세우면 안 됩니다. 보시다시 노려보나요? 얘기하는데 그 대신 그걸 데려가려고 하나요, 룰러? 데려가려고 하나요, 룰러? 먼저 잡아놨어요. 역으로 다시 들어가고 다시 막았고요. 그리고 뒤쪽에 있는 제우스가 있는 니코를 잡아내려 날렸고요. 바이 날렸어요. 옆에 있는 초비 나이스. 초반 버릇도 근데 용은 먹었는데 그리고 니코 다시 잡고요. 바이퍼 정리가 되나요? 정리가 안 돼요. 룰러가 들어옵니다. 제우스까지 룰러가 딱 정리합니다. 에이스 트리플 킬. 이렇게 가기 전에 그래 너네 앞라인 혹시 오리 하나 들어 오리 하나 또 오리 하나 버스가 됐어요. 쌍다 장기하다 몇 명입니까? 3명이 없어졌습니다. 사실 들어가서 많이 과격하게 들어오는데 또 오기까지 그래도 젠지 에이스 기둥으로 쫓아갑니까? 봉둥이 전멸 쓸 수밖에 없어요. 너가 깨물기 붙어서 때리며 탈진을 걸어주면서 때리고 그 왼쪽에 막다가 암스키 하나 됐죠. 그래도 그리고 하나 더 이대 교환 레오나가 먼저 밀고 들어간다. 고 아칼리 쪽 그다음에 역으로 밀고 들어간 다음에 1차적으로 바로 질렀는데 뚫으면서 이거 교환도도 봐야 되는데 이거 진짜 지금 아슬아슬하게 다 살았어요. 누가 한다요? 하나 생명이니까 하나 생명 유다가 그리고 신나우가 버텼고요. 그렇습니다. 쫓아가도 안 끝났다. 젠지 에이스 뛰었습니다.
근데 신짜오 텔 때리는 거는 좀 부담이 크고요. 아칼리도 데뷔 사람들이 전멸이 없어.
개년이네 왕자. 그리고 캐년 좀 버스. 그냥 과거야 이거.
콜라이저 선수입니다.
생명이니까 싸우고요.
아칼리 봐야 돼요. 아칼리 지금 아칼리 버스. 다음에 그럼.
자, 빈란이
더 빠르고 탈진. 눌렀죠. 진짜 부시는 뭐거든요. 그래도
좀 피하고요.
반응은 했고 몸을 꺼내야죠. 근데 오른쪽도 일단 빠지긴 했고요. 이것저것 빠질 거 다 빠졌어요.
2천. 근데 스파로가 팀이 빠졌다. 이걸 다
스파로가 나가버리면
박선명 왕후야.
아니 한 번 더 그래?
애기야. 아니
어떻게든 스윙을
그럼 이거 뭐가 잡아.
미드 웨이브 압박을 잠깐만요. 오른 꺼내.
잡았어요.
포커스? 네.
그리고
요익은 왔다 갔다 드리블.
깊이 있는 선수가 있다.
잠깐만요.
이거 지금 1.4.
피너도 봐야 돼. 피너. 못 꺼냈어요. 궁이 없긴 하거든요. 하나. 그래서 자 그래비 변수를 한태원. 아카
들어가서
근데 판정이 버스를 나가면 한태원 뭐 수월. 빅토르 잡았어요. 빅토르가 터졌고. 잠깐만요. 한타라. 피해가 카쇼팔 자야. 제일 중요한 딜러 두 명이 살아있어요. 와 첸.
나 스카 있었다.
야, 소박이 났어.
나 살짝 봐줄래? 나 물렸어.
가죠.
나 죽을만해.
오른. 야, 루시아 못해. 야, 보자.
천천히. 야, 흥분하지 말고.
아파.
야 용가.
보자.
야 용가도.
야, 끝내. 뭘 용하냐? 바이크. 끝내. 탑. 아예 미드 가본 탑이야.
아, 미드야? 쟤야? 아니, 라인이 탑에 있잖아.
아, 잠깐.
라인 탑이야. 라인 탑이야.
자 그만 맞아.
야, 이거 루시안 노플이다. 루시안 노플.
야 그냥 평타 사거리 주시를 마.
그냥 하나도 안 아파. 신경 쓰지 마. 야, 루시아 혼자 못 막아 어차피. 천천히.
끝났어 어차피.
야, 타워. 오케이. 야, 대시 빼놨어.
나 대시 어시에 돌아.
야, 냅 깔았어. 야, 순 없다.
그냥 깨. 끝내. 나이다!
나이스!
그냥 더. 터치.
깔았을 거. 그냥 깨. 나이스! 야, 깨. 끝내. 나이스!
야, 순 없다. 터치. 깨.
네. 자, 우리은행 2025 LCK 그랜드
Woori
파이널
Bank 2025 LCK Grand Final.
LCK 통합리그의
At last, the first ever champion of the 2025 LCK Single Season League has been crowned. Please welcome, get loud, for the champions, the historic one and only 2025 LCK champion, Genji.
네, 이 역사적인 첫 통합 우승 시상을 위해서 HK의 든든한 동반자
For this 2025 LCK champion title presentation, please welcome the LCK's steadfast partner, Woori Bank President and CEO, Jung Jin-won. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 우리은행의 정진환 은행장님 모셨습니다. 은행장님, 한 말씀 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Mr. Jung Jin-won, President, would you like to share a few words with us? Hello, everyone. This is Jung Jin-won from Woori Bank.
먼저 경기장을 가득 채워주신
First of all, thank you for everyone, all the fans, and your passion for filling up the whole arena. And for the first single-season league champions, congratulations to Genji. Woori Bank will continue supporting the fans and the LCK. Thank you, President Jung Jin-won, for your remarks. And now we will announce the champion. The winners will receive an even larger prize than last year, 300 million Korean won, and the Golden Dew new LCK champion rings. The Woori Bank 2025 LCK Grand Final champions, Genji.
우승팀 주장 룰러 선수 한 발 앞으로 나오셔서
Team Captain Ruler, please step forward. And the president will hand you the 300 million Korean won.
사진 촬영 좀 같이 해주시면 돼. 바로
Let's take a photo time together with the president.
전달하도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 잠깐.
And this is the 2025 Golden Dew new LCK champion ring.
역시 모든 게 다 스페셜합니다. 반지 옆쪽에는 팀 로고가 반지 안쪽에는
Everything is so special. The team logo on the side engraved, and each ring's inner band will be engraved with the player's name.
거듭 축하 말씀드리고 시상해주신 우리은행의 정진환 은행장님께도 다시 한번 큰 감사의 박수를.
And once again, congratulations to Genji on becoming champions, and thank you, Woori Bank President Jung Jin-won, for presenting the awards.
네, 자 이제 아직 정해지지 않은 게 있죠. 네, 파임입니다.
There is something that we have to announce, the Finals MVP. Awarded to the standout player of today's Grand Final. Let's begin the ceremony now. For the Final MVP award, please welcome POSCO Head of Communication, Hong Jin-soo.
실장님 참석 감사드립니다. 역시 이
Hello, thank you for being here.
팬들께 한 말씀 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Would you like to say anything to the esports fans?
선수분들과 감독님께 진심으로
Hello.
축하드리고
Congratulations, heartfelt congratulations to the players and the coaching staff of Genji. And I would also like to say good work for Hana Life Esports as well. You know, my own child is an avid LCK fan, and feeling the energy in this arena today reminded me once again why they love the LCK so much. And it's been such an honor for POSCO to stand alongside the LCK this year. Please continue to support our Fantasteal campaign, because in Steel there is fantasy, and we in turn will keep striving to come even closer to all LCK fans. Thank you for your precious words. To our final MVP, the winner will receive 5 million Korean won in prize money and a Golden Dew MVP necklace. Let's announce the winner. Woori Bank 2025 LCK Grand Final, your MVP. I'm going to face Genji's side. Your MVP. Who is it?
Wow! 이렇게
Wow.
대단합니까? 진짜 안 바꾸실 거예요.
I guess everyone has one person on their mind.
어떻게 됐든 줘야 될 것 같은데.
Regardless
진짜 투표가
of
눌렀습니다.
the votes, it feels like we have to give it to him. MVP is Ruler.
와, 팬들이 이 많은 팬들이 자 500만의 상금과 함께
Wow, all the fans, they just knew.
사진 촬영의 시간을 가졌으면 좋겠습니다만 이미 뭐 가졌습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
And the MVP will receive a one-of-a-kind Golden Dew MVP necklace. We'll take a moment for photo time.
먹이면서 파엔 다시 한 번
With the return of Ruler to the LCK, he has been awarded the final MVP alongside LCK champion.
이렇게 일치된 함성이 나올 줄은 몰랐습니다. 네.
We surely didn't expect everyone to say the same name. That was phenomenal.
아, 네. 이게 네. 이거를 네, 일단 홍진석 실장님께도 시상해 주셨습니다. 큰 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Well, our thanks again to Postco Communications Director Hong Jin-suk for assisting with the presentation.
아니 어느 시점에서 이렇게 갑자기 세상에 월드 우승도 해봤고 LCK 뭐 그리고
You know, after being the world's champion, championship title, and the LCK title, and the finals MVP. You know, how do you feel? You know, it's just so surreal. You know, Caster John, every time you asked who the MVP is, the fans just yelled my name. They were all saying my name, and I just felt so emotional. And I think just being able to celebrate this moment with all my fans made me so. It just made me tear up.
룰러를 외치실 만한 게 저는 이즈리얼이 그런 챔피언인지 몰랐어요. 세상의 모든 걸 다 하고.
You know, today I didn't realize that Ezreal was that kind of a champion. Just zoning out the Kaisa. And how are you able to steal everything with Zaya? Which champion was the most endearing to you today? Ezreal, Kaisa, Zaya? You know, as for today, I think Ezreal looks even more beautiful today for helping me contribute to today's victory. And I hope that you can continue this momentum all the way to finals. And please, let's hear it for Ruler, your finals MVP.
네, 자 이렇게 해서 젠지가 디펜딩 챔피언 하나 100명을 상대로
And with that, Genji has avenged last year against defending champions Hana Life Esports and captured their 6th LCK title. And let's go ahead and proceed with the trophy ceremony. Please move to behind the trophy.
자, 젠지가 6번째 우승을 차지했습니다. 여러분, 이럴 때
Genji is the 6th time LCK champion. Wooribank 2025 LCK Grand Final champions. Come up here, everyone. Everyone from Genji, please come up on stage. Tennang, you too. Take your time.
식구들도 많으십니다. 네.
Wow, what a big family over here.
네. 그리고 오늘 아시죠? 앞서도 말씀드린 바와 같이 트로피 세레머니 이후
You know, just like I said before, after the trophy ceremony, the Genji team will walk around the audience to celebrate with everyone in the arena. This is your time, Genji.
벌써 아 맞네. 이것저것 따지면 뭐. 예. 자 가도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 LCK
Once again.
우리은행 2025 LCK 그랜드 파이널에
Wooribank 2025 LCK Grand Final champions, Genji.
아 이제는 선수단 예. 직접 관계자들인가요? 네 다시 한번 예 트로피 세레머니 네, 마음껏 하십시오. 전원이 다 하셔도 되고 이제는 선수단과 코칭 스태프만 네.
Just the coaching staff and the players on the stage, please.
2025 LCK 그랜드 파이널 젠지가 다들 아시는 것처럼 우승컵을
So just as you know, your champions Genji have lifted the trophy. Our heartfelt congratulations once again to the champions. The first single-season LCK title in history, Genji leave a singular legend behind. Congratulations! You may exit the stage and walk around the arena. To everyone who shared LCK 2025 with us, may this be a year to remember. Let's look ahead to Worlds and cheer on for the 4 LCK teams. Now, the champions Genji will make their way to the fan sections for a celebratory victory parade. Let's enjoy this moment together. And this is the end of Wooribank LCK Grand Final. From all of us, thank you. Our 2025 LCK champions. Let's all say it together. Genji.
Changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. I love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Everything you like the rising sun. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero.
초침이 거꾸로 흐르고 우리는 다시 출발선 위에 서 있습니다. 첫 경기, 첫 함성. 한 시즌 동안 우리가 남긴 장면들을 되감아 봅니다. 2025 LCK 마지막에서 처음으로 우리의 이야기를 다시 시작합니다.
게임 팬 여러분 안녕하십니까? 드디어 2025 LCK가 시작됩니다.
이제 강팀으로 와서 첫 시즌인데 최선을 무조건 다할 거고 팀원들과 열심히 새로운 시즌을 위해서 합을 맞추고 있는 중인데
적응도 잘 됐다고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
조식 선수가 항상 하던 말인데 시즌은 어차피 마라톤 같은 느낌이라 처음에 조금 뒤처지더라도 결국 나중에 누가 잘하냐가 되게 중요하다고 항상 말하더라고요.
지치지 않고 계속 성장하는 모습을 보여드리면 가장 좋을 것 같습니다. 개인적인 목표는 어떤 어려움이 있어도 약간 흔들리지 않고 꾸준한 모습 보여드리는 게 목표인 것 같고
상위권 팀들 다 한 번씩 이겨보는 게 목표이긴 합니다.
잘 좀 하자. 잘해야지 우리가 성적도 높이 받고 돈도 많이 받고 할 거 아니야.
저희 팀은 지더라도 싸우고 지니까 재미는 보장해드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
팬분들이 좀 보실 때 희비가 막 교차되고 그러실 수 있지만 엎치락 뒤치락 하다가 승리로 마무리할 수 있는 좋은 팀이 되는 거는 자신 있습니다.
유튜브에서 좀 봤던 사람이랑 뛰어가지고 좀 재밌을 것 같습니다. 열심히 해서 잘해보도록 하겠습니다.
LCK에서 기대되는 선수 저는 제가 제일 기대가 됩니다. 제 옆에 엄청 잘하는 형들이 있기 때문에 열심히 배우고 하다 보면 어느 정도까지 성장을 할지 모르기 때문에 제 자신이 기대가 됩니다.
디아블 선수? 디아블 선수가 시우 선수가
좀 잘할 것 같습니다.
시우한테 바라는 거는 탑 솔킬 따고 미드 내려와서 상대 미드 잡아주고 정글도 한번 따주고 다시 탑 돌아가서 탑까지 한번 더 잡는 그 정도 퍼포먼스 기대하고 있습니다. 되게 거침없이 공격적인 모습이 좀 인상적으로 남아있었어요. 잘 하는 것 같아서 신인 선수인데도
뭔가 신인의 패기도 있고 너무 어리다 보니까 좀 피지컬도 좀 되게 좋고 그래서 궁금한 것 같아요.
멘탈
누가 징크스 하지 잘할 거라고 일단 생각을 했는데 더 잘해서 되게 놀랐고
시우 선수 같은 경우는 초반에 형들이 흔들린 거에 비해서 잘 중심 잡아준 것 같습니다.
나중에 잘 될 수 있는 선수라고 기억해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
이번이 새로 올라왔는데 앞으로 더 잘해질 제 모습이 기대가 됩니다.
D 플러스 기아는 어느 순간부터 무너집니다. D 플러스 기아다운 경기력이 아예 안 나오고 있어요. 이거는 진짜 초비상입니다.
저희가 좀 전체적으로 성적이 안 좋았어가지고 다른 팀 응원도 해보고 타이브레이커까지 하게 됐는데
레전드 그룹 문 열어! 1라운드 정말 망했었지만 레전드 그룹에 합류를 하네요.
이거 진짜 지면은 끝난다라는 마인드로 임했는데
처음으로 이겨야 된다는 압박감이 좀 심한 경기였던 것 같은데 좀만 더 잘했으면 이겼을 텐데 너무 많이 생각나는 것 같아요.
저희가 평소 준비했던 대로 하면은 이길 거라고 생각해서 그렇게 준비해서 다행히 이긴 것 같아요. 자신감을 각자 얻고 좀 앞으로 더 잘할 수 있겠다라는 감정이 들었던 것 같아요. MSI 선발전을 꼭 가서
MSI 진출하는 게 가장 큰 목표인 것 같습니다.
좋은 성적을 내는 게 목표고 뭐 나갈 수 있는 대회는 다 나가봤으면 좋겠고 우승을 향해 끝까지 포기하지 않을 겁니다.
젠지가 3년 연속 MSI 진출을 이렇게 이번 승리로 확정됐습니다.
저 때는 저렇게 말했지만 사실 기억을 못하고 있었어요. 근데 좀 신기한 것 같아요. 저렇게 말을 하고 결국 다 나갔다는 게 정말 신기하고
MSI 진출을 아쉽게 실패했고 한 번만 더 잡으면 됐던 거였는데
티언이랑 젠지한테 좀 계속 그렇게 허무하게 지다 보니까 화는 났던 것 같습니다. 그날 확실히 플레이가 너무 부드럽게 잘 돼가지고 그때 기억이 되게 좋네요. 제 프로 첫 커리어 국제대회인데 심지어 결승까지 가고 5과까지 하는 그런 경험은 솔직히 드물기도 하니까 근데 심지어 이겼으니까 더 기억에 많이 남는 것 같아요.
LCK에서는 MSI 진출이 처음이었거든요. 우승하고 싶다? 이런 생각이 좀 많이 강했었는데 우승을 하니까 좀 되게 재밌고 행복하고 좋더라고요.
상대적으로 레전드 그룹보다 오히려 라이즈 그룹이 변수도 많다 보니 더 보는 맛이 있다. 없다 뭐 이런 얘기도 나오고 있는 가운데 GM 프릭스 다 힘들어요 지금.
맞아요.
악순환 이 고리를 끊어야 됩니다.
계속 질 때 좀 감정적으로 좀 힘든 것 같아요.
제일 힘들었던 거는 스스로에 대한 약간 의심이 들 때가 좀 제일 힘들었던 것 같아요. 계속 지니까 스스로는 계속 잘한다고 생각을 하고 싶은데 뭔가 그게 잘 안 됐던 것 같아요. 그런 상태를 인지하고 그렇게 사건이 벌어졌습니다.
질렀어요. 근데 이게 아지르 쪽 아지르 넘어요. 반대로 넘어가다 버섯카를 잡아줘요.
나이스.
역대급 경기예요. 11,500. 누군가에겐 드라마, 누군가에겐 처절하다.
이 팔을 지네. 말이 안 된다.
이 게임도 져야 되나 싶은 생각이 들 정도로 좀 슬펐습니다.
진짜 할만하겠다 싶어가지고 다들 막 분리한 것처럼 콜도 안 하고 플레이도 안 하고.
끝나고 감독님에게 쓴소리 한번 듣고
진 거는 진 건데 그냥 1년 동안 우리가 같이 했는데 대회 때만 되면 이렇게 생각이 다르니까 약간 회의감이 좀 많이 들었던 것 같아요.
끝나고 났을 때는 얼떨떨하기도 했지만
저도 이기고 와 이걸 이기네 신기했던 것 같아요.
근데 저희가 마지막 주 전에 연패를 해서 프린 진출이 조금 위태위태한 상황이었는데
어떻게 이렇게 상황이 또 만들어져가지고 마지막 경기 때 레일스랑 브리온이 플레이인 매치를 걸고 경기를 했던 게 재밌었던 것 같아요.
결국 이 플레이의 마지막 진출전 이렇게 되나요? 오케이 저축은행 용서해라 DRX 너희를 짓밟고 가는 골.
사실 저희가 예상한 것보다 좀 낮은 승을 기록해서 대회에서 제대로 된 기량을 보여주지 못한 게 좀 아쉽습니다.
좀 어려운 상황이었음에도 불구하고 저희 팀원들이 포기하지 않고 열심히 해줘서
다들 노력해가지고 얻은 결과라 생각해서 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다.
견제는 늘 T1이랑 하나생명이 견제가 됐었습니다. T1은 언제 어떻게 져도 좀 이상하지 않은 팀이었고 하나는 피그 자체가 좀 높은 팀이다 보니까 충분히 질만 하다고 늘 생각을 했었어요.
T1 홈그라운드 경기로 펼쳐지는 T1과 젠지의 경기가 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
이러고 진격입니다.
갑니다. 시즌 27연승이 끊깁니다. MSIT 리필 챔피언을 무너뜨린 건 월드 디펜딩 챔피언입니다.
네, 저는 이제 홈그라운드에서 경기를 처음 해봤는데 많은 팬분들이 저희만 또 응원해 주시는 기분도 너무 좋았고
승리해서 팬분들께 즐거움 드린 것 같아서 기뻤습니다.
3, 4, 5라운드에서 T1 젠지 상대로 다 졌기 때문에 굉장히 아쉽고 복수하고 싶은 마음이 강하게 드는 것 같습니다.
원래 이 레전드와 라이즈 그룹이 나눠질 때 분명히 레전드 그룹에 가는 것 자체가 굉장히 영광스러운 거고 의미가 있는 게 맞는데 매번 경기 때마다 약간 벌받는 시간처럼 되고 있단 말이죠.
이길 생각으로 하는 건데 계속 지다 보니까
자존감도 떨어지고 롤이 어렵다고 느껴졌는데
그래서 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같아요.
사실 뭐 지는 거는 상관없습니다. 어차피 마지막도 아니고 힘들었던 거는 다음에도 뭔가 또 이럴 것 같은 혹은 발전이 없을 것 같은 느낌이 조금 들었었거든요. 이 상황에서 어떻게 더 최선을 다할까를 끊임없이 생각했는데 결과가 잘 안 나와가지고 제가 부족한가 봅니다.
일단 농심 경기는 좀 기다리고 있었고 끝날 때까지 3강을 한번 잡을 수 있을까라는 생각을 했었는데 이겨가지고 너무 좋았던 것 같습니다.
그 K의 호랑이 젠지는요
다전제에서 찾는다고요.
날라 왔다.
뭔가 저는 항상 잘하자라는 생각으로 임하니까 잘 됐었던 것 같고 이겨가지고 너무 행복했던 것 같습니다. 100번 돌아가도 다시 열심히 해서 레전드조 가고 싶을 것 같아요. 뭐 당연히 좀 힘들긴 했는데 배워가는 게 항상 있어서 나쁘지 않았던 것 같아요.
제 주변 사람들은 사실 뭐 이기나 지나 항상 응원해 주시긴 하는데 조금 더 기쁘게 응원해 주셨던 것 같고요. 금방 또 다시 저희가 해야 할 것을 찾으려고 했습니다.
올해 자체가 되게 다사다난했던 것 같은데 뭔가 힘든 순간이나 뭐 좋았던 순간 모두 팬분들과 뭔가 되게 융화돼서 한 것 같아서 정말 좋았고
저희도 더 몰입해서 게임할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 역전하는 경기도 있었고 역전 당하는 경기도 있었는데 그런 경기들 다 같이 너무 즐겨주시고 기뻐해 주셔서 감사하고
제가 23년을 살면서 누군가의 팬이 돼본 적이 없거든요, 사실. 뭔가 이렇게 시즌이 이렇게 거듭될수록 저희가 패배가 많이 쌓였잖아요. 근데 그럴 때도 뭔가 응원을 해주시고 뭔가 곁에 있어 주시고 하니까 이번 연도에는 더 크게 약간 팬분들한테 감사함을 느끼는 해인 것 같아요.
그래서 팬분들이 진짜 어떻게 응원하는지 솔직히 좀 궁금하고요. 너무 대단하다고 생각하고요. 미안한 말은 하지 않겠습니다. 팬분들이 원하는 말은 미안하보다 감사하다는 말을 많이 듣고 싶어 하는 것 같아서 항상 감사하고요. 제 동기부여이고 앞으로도 열심히 하는 그런 선수가 되겠습니다.
제가 다른 일을 택했을 때 이렇게 관심과 사랑을 못 받았을 거란 거를 뼈저리게 느꼈던 것 같아요. 프로게이머 생활하면서. 그래서 앞으로도 관심과 사랑 없이 살 수 있을까? 미래에. 그런 생각도 많이 들게 하는 것 같고요. 별의별 생각이 많이 드는 시즌이었던 것 같아요. 왜냐면 저는 이제 올해가 마지막이라고 생각하면서 경기를 임했기 때문에 제가 이제 롤파크에서 하는 날이 얼마 남지 않았다는 거를 경기장에서 되새김질을 하면서 한 경기 한 경기 좀 더 소중하게 하려고 했던 것 같아요.
모든 이런 1년간의 기억들은 또 제 마음속에 간직하고 잘 달려나가 보도록 하겠습니다. 항상 감사했습니다.
그리고 이제 반년 전에 영상 편지 남기고 갔었거든요. 저희가 영상을 준비했는데 한번 봐주실 수 있나요?
이 영상을 보는 나 자신아, 사람들한테 인정도 받는 그런 정글러가 돼 있을 것 같은데 초심을 잃지 말고 항상 더 열심히 해보자.
여기까지 오느라 노력했고 더 올라가자.
내가 당연히 결승전 무대에 가 있으면 좋겠지만 인생이란 게 내 뜻대로만 흘러가지 않겠지 당연히. 그래도 너무 약간 낙담하지 말고
앞으로 더 파이팅하자.
지금 T1의 분위기나 그런 거 되게 좋다고 생각하는데 분위기 끝까지 잘 가져갔으면 좋겠다.
우승해 있으면 정말 좋을 것 같고 운동도 열심히 하고 밥도 잘 먹고 화이팅해.
저희 다 같이 좀 흔들릴 수 있는데 저는 약간 흔들리지 않는 모습을 보여드려서 팬분들한테 그나마 안심을 드리고 싶습니다.
잘했고 이제 남은 롤컵도 잘하자.
앞으로 좀 어떤 힘든 일이 많이 남아있을지 모르겠지만 그냥 잘 즐겼으면 좋겠다.
반년 후에 나? 진짜 힘들겠구만. 이게 힘들다고? 깝치지 마, 이 자식아. 앞으로 살 인생이 얼마 있는데. 개추합니다. 잊읍시다. 많이 열심히 했습니다. 그렇네요. 저 반년 전에 제가 저한테 한 말인데 맞는 말 너무 잘하고요. 힘들었고요. 일단 반년 전에 내가 깝치지 말라고 했으니까 안 깝칠 거고요. 앞으로도 열심히 해야죠. 네.
제가 저 때 말했던 걸 항상 뭔가 오래 하면서 가슴에 새기고 있었는데 뭔가 결국에 또 그렇게 된 것 같아서 되게 기분 좋네요. 저 때 인터뷰를 보니까.
저 화면에 나오는 친구가 되게 자신감이 넘쳤던 것 같아서 좀 보기 좋은 것 같고요.
과거의 저를 보니까 또 느낌이 새롭고 했던 말들이 솔직히 기억이 희미해져 갈 때쯤 또 저런 거 보니까 자극도 되고 동기부여도 되는 것 같아요. 다음 시즌에는 좀 더 잘하는 선수로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
저희도 계속해서 열심히 팬분들께 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
LCK 팬분들이든 모든 관계자분들한테 실제 정말 많이 졌던 것 같고 같이 해왔던 선수들 그리고 올해 하나생명 팀원들 너무 고생 많았고 롤리컵 때 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
2026년 기다려라. 우승하러 간다.
내년에도 LCK에서 여러분들을 기다리겠습니다.
LCK 팬 여러분, 결승전 잘 보셨습니까?
어려웠던 시즌이긴 합니다만 너무나도 훌륭하게 이번 시즌을 치러냈었고 그리고 이번 시즌도 함께해 주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 여러분, Thank you.
I want to thank all the fans who have been living for the LCK for the last 5 years. It's been an incredible honor to be an LCK caster. It's been incredible and I'm very grateful that I've been able to do this. Thank you so much.
2026년 LCK 더 큰 감동과 즐거움을 드리도록 약속하겠습니다.
2026년에 봐요. 아, 월즈가 있었구나.